Yes. French. We want to call on the first keynote presenter, Dr. Tokonjo Shikonjo. We are ready to listen to you as your presentation.
To handle the moderation for this session. And with the absence of Takonjo Shikongo.
Okay, I want to reintroduce myself. I am Dr. Genevieve Osuji. Yeah, I want to call on the moderator for this session, Ms. Sally Kati Moeni, to carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve.
Unmute yourself.
Thanks, Genevieve. I'm online. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible, and I hope you can hear me on site. Please confirm that you can hear me.
we can hear you, Sally.
Fantastic.
Online. Yeah. Maybe you can speak up a bit, then that would also help.
Okay, thanks, thank God. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome us back to our day 2. Yesterday, we sat with the science and the sequencing platforms, the genomic data, and the bioinformatics pipelines. We discussed the AI possibilities, and we saw what the region is capable of generating. We saw the depth of the talent in the room and across the continent. But one thing is true, that without governance, this entire process is incomplete. Data without equity is at risk, and infrastructure without policy is just but potential that's waiting to be exploited. So that's why today matters. And today we move the discussion to the policy question. We move from what we can generate, and we start the discussion to who benefits, how they benefit, and on whose terms. And judging from the enthusiasm that was in the room yesterday and some premeditated questions that were asked, we will be discussing today the Nagoya Protocol, the Global Biodiversity Frameworks, why they exist, and how they help us to not leave the questions on how biodiversity and generally genetic resources will be governed. So today we ask, how are we, answering the questions on how, we're actually doing the bioinformatics and doing the science? Are we doing it in the right way? And, are we trying to really make a difference? And today we have a very exciting panel and a very exciting group of presenters, people who've sat in negotiations, those who've drafted the laws. They've built the partnerships and implemented the agreements on the ground. So they've not just studied about the space, they've shaped it. And our first speaker for today comes from the very center of global access and benefit sharing governance. We have Dr. Tauko, who's going to be giving us our keynote. He currently serves as the Senior Program Management Officer in the Access and Benefit Sharing Unit of the Secretariat for the Convention on Biological Diversity in Montreal. He's supported global implementation for 196 parties to the convention and 142 parties to the Nagoya Protocol. He's both our keynote speaker in this session and a panelist. So what he shares today will set the foundation of everything that follows. So Tauko, the floor is yours. I hope you're online.
Yes, he's
Please
online.
proceed.
Tauko,
Yeah.
you have a co-host, right? Please feel free to share your screen, and also, yeah, you can start your video.
Good morning. I don't seem to have the co-sharing function. Okay.
It's at the bottom. I just gave you the co-sharing rights.
Okay.
You see the sharing button at the bottom.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's starting up. Yes, we can see it. You put it in slide mode, please.
Slide mode. Okay. So I can proceed?
Please carry on.
So good morning to all of you. I was introduced to you just now. And so my presentation is to give you an overview of the CBD, its protocols, genetic resources, and DSI. And I will do that through looking at the agreed frameworks and then the recent decisions, emerging considerations, including synthetic and generative DSI. Now, what we see is that it reflects the decisions that have been adopted by the Conference of the Parties, as well as the issues that are currently under consideration by the parties. And this presentation does not propose policy positions, but aims to support understanding and inform your dialogue around these issues. So if we look at the CBD as a background, then the CBD provides the international legal framework addressing biodiversity conservation and use. And with regards to benefit sharing is the core and standalone objective of the convention. And the CBD is implemented by parties through national measures and international cooperation. Moving on to the protocols under the convention, the protocols are different from the convention itself in that these are legally binding instruments that were adopted under the CBD. We have the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety with its supplementary protocol. Then the Nagoya Protocol operationalizes the third objective of the convention. And it's important to note that DSI discussion takes place under the convention, not under the Nagoya Protocol, unless parties decides otherwise. But for now, all those discussions under DSI or on DSI are taking place under the convention. And I'll move on to look at ABS under the convention. It seems okay, there we go. If you look at ABS under the convention itself, we'll see that there is Article 15 of the CBD that governs access to genetic resources. The CBD then establishes the principles rather than detailed procedures for access. National implementation determines how access and benefit sharing operates in practice. And ABS was originally conceived in the context of physical genetic resources. or material. And what we saw is that under the CBD, as parties try to implement it, the Bonn guidelines were developed around 1999. And these Bonn guidelines were voluntary. And since there were still reports of misappropriation of genetic resources in the World Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002, parties agreed in Johannesburg to develop a legally binding instrument, at that time an international regime on access and benefit sharing, that then became the Nagoya Protocol. Now, the Nagoya Protocol under the CBD establishes principles or reflects a negotiated consensus amongst parties. It relies primarily on a bilateral provider-user approach. It is therefore providing or aimed at providing legal certainty for and clarity for both the user of genetic resources and the provider, in that it is meant to assure the provider that once genetic resources have left the country or the national jurisdiction, it can be traced along the value chain through a international certificate of cooperation that would be moving along the value chain, and it relies then on this bilateral approach in that there is somebody that can grant access, and there is somebody that will then be the user. Questions have arises as to how this model interacts with digital forms of genetic information. And it is therefore important for us to look at the issue of genetic resources and the concept of utilization of genetic resources. Now, when we look at these definitions, they are central to determining when ABS obligations apply. The interpretation of utilization of genetic resources has been discussed extensively by parties, and that there is then a definition of utilization of genetic resources within the Nagoya Protocol, which simply states that it's the research and development on the genetic and or biochemical composition of genetic resources. Now, in terms of implementation at national level, it is important to understand that it is not necessarily the biological material, but rather the genetic resource itself, in the way it is defined both under the convention and in the Nagoya Protocol, and not use, but utilization, which is a legal concept. And that concept is important to understand if you are going to monitor the movement of the genetic resource along the value chain. Now, the question of how DSI fits within these definitions has been a key issue, and therefore we will proceed to look at what is digital sequenced information. Now, the absence of a formal definition reflects the evolving nature of science, and the concept DSI is a placeholder in the absence of that definition, and parties have simply used the term to refer broadly to DNA, RNA, protein sequence data, and associated information or metadata around it, which may include traditional knowledge. Now, parties have focused on policy implications rather than a single technical decision or definition, since DSI is also being discussed in other international fora, such as the World Health Organization, where I think it's called GSD, and which is genetic sequence data, and also within the PBNJ negotiations. DSI can, in some context, substitute for access to physical genetic material, and therefore within the convention, DSI was in public databases as the key topic of discussion. And so the issues around that was the divergence on it. And if you look at it within the emerging technical development space, these developments have been noted in party discussions, especially around synthetic biology and, of course, now also generative DSI. And it brings to the forefront also the issue of artificial intelligence. As I've said before, these issues or developments have been noted in party discussions, and the issue of synthetic biology is being addressed under the Nagoya Protocol, but parties have not yet fully pronounced themselves on that within the DSI space. They raise questions related to attribution, traceability, and the scale of utilization. And parties are considering these developments as part of broader DSI discussions. And I recall that before COP 16, there was a study that also looked at the issue of artificial intelligence with regard to the implications of it in the context of the negotiations on DSI within the CBD. Now, if we proceed to look at the evolution of DSI discussions under the CBD, we will see there that there has been a long-standing divergence among parties on whether benefits arising from DSI should be shared, and if so, how benefit sharing could be implemented. These DSI discussions thus reflects balancing multiple CBD objectives, benefit sharing, conservation, and sustainable use. Parties have sought solutions that are practical and inclusive, and also that take into account the issue or the linkage to the traditional knowledge associated with these genetic resources and their use. Consensus have evolved incrementally, and there's been recognition of the importance of open science, capacity building in developing countries, as well as technology transfer. Moving on, this, of course, led to the outcomes from COP 15 here in Montreal in 2022. And we can see COP 15 as becoming or marking a turning point by establishing political agreement internationally among the 196 parties to the convention. And what we saw there is that a multilateral approach, it was agreed that it should be developed. And we also saw the agreement of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which has goal C on benefit sharing and target 13, which for the first time established that the benefits shared should be monitored, and a target against which this should be shared has been agreed upon. Now, the operational details of how this will be done were deferred to subsequent COPs, and work continued through intersessional processes. And some of you may have been part of that work that led then to COP16. If we look at the outcomes from COP16, which took place in Cali, Colombia, we saw that COP16 translated earlier commitments into an operational framework with the adoption and establishment of the multilateral mechanism for benefit sharing from the use of digital sequenced information, and including what then was known at that time during the negotiations, the Global Fund, which became known today as the Cali Fund, which is a financial mechanism then under the CBD for dealing with the issues of DSI under public databases. Now, here many elements remain subject to further elaboration by parties. And what is noteworthy is that the approach reflects pragmatism and collective action, as is called for also under the GBF, in that the whole of government, whole of society approach is being fostered. And moving on, if we take a quick look into the multilateral mechanism, of course, noting that it has the Cali Fund, what we see in terms of its core features is that the multilateral mechanism, or MLM, aims to address challenges of bilateral that have been observed in the bilateral ABS in terms of the digital context. It's global in scope, and the contributions, it was agreed that would not be linked to tracking individual sequences. That issue of tracking of DSI was quite heavily deliberated during negotiations, and that the benefits that would come out of these, monetary or non-monetary, will be used for conservation, sustainable use, and capacity building. As I've said, details of its implementation are still under discussion, and all users of DSI are to share benefits. Thresholds were established for monetary sharing of benefits, and the mechanism complements rather than replaces the existing ABS systems. If we then look at the Cali Fund of the MLM, what we see there is that there is COP17 will, or it rather is established under the authority of the CBD, and it's intended to receive and disperse monetary benefits from DSI. And if we take this snapshot there, we see that it has the multilateral mechanism on the left side, and then on the right hand side, and then we've got the Cali Fund. We see that it's, as I've said before, it concerns databases. DSI publicly available, but that also implies the way it's defined, that private databases, as long as you use DSI, then this kicks in. And then the benefits sharing component, there is the non-monetary part, and there's a monetary part, and we've got non-commercial users who will then share non-monetary benefits, and they are the commercial users who will share monetary benefits into the Kali Fund, whereas the non-monetary benefits can be seen as perhaps scientific publications, open DSI itself as a benefit, and then capacity building. And this is then, if we go into the Kali Fund, then there is the inclusive committee governance. The committee was established by the COP, and the multi-partner trust fund office was then designated as the administrative arm of the Kali Fund. We see that, importantly, direct disbursement from the Kali Fund to governments in developing countries and economies in transition to support the goals of the CBD. And this is through implementing their national biodiversity strategy and action plans. And it is also very noteworthy to know that at least 50% minimum goes to indigenous peoples and local communities for their self-identified needs. And part of the funds may be allocated to scientific capacity building, pending future COP decision. And this slide sort of summarizes the outcome of lengthy negotiations under the CBD. Now, taking a quick look at the governance structure, we see that in this intersessional period, the steering committee has been meeting to finalize the key foundational documents of the Kali Fund, terms of reference, the project document, manual of operations, resource capitalization strategy, communication and branding strategy, and then, of course, the rules of procedure. It's important to say that in terms of risk capitalization, here, what are the incentives for the private sector to contribute into this fund? There is also, of course, the issue of communicating around this fund, which is different from communication of the CBD, because with the CBD, we're talking to parties and other stakeholders, whereas here, we're talking to especially the private sector who have to contribute into the fund. And there are some ongoing work that we have to consider. And some of this ongoing work will be considered by COP17. And in terms of progress made under the COP16 mandate, and the intersessional work is ongoing through designated bodies, both under the convention and then, of course, also under the MLM itself and the Kali Fund. And party engagement will be central to shaping outcomes. We see that their COP16 has also requested additional studies that can clarify some of the outstanding modalities. If we look in terms of sort of moving towards the end, the DSI discussions reflect the rapid scientific and technological change that we are seeing currently internationally and also within the ABS landscape. And parties continue to explore this balanced approach that is consistent with the CBD's objective. The CBD process remains adaptive and party-driven, and continued cooperation among governments, scientists, private sector, and indigenous people and local communities, as well as other relevant stakeholders such as the academia, is essential. And the Secretariat stands ready to support informed and inclusive implementation. As I conclude, I would like to state that this presentation reflects decisions adopted by the Conference of the Parties and ongoing work mandated by those decisions. It does not express policy preferences and should be understood as an exploratory overview. With that, I submit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sikongo. That was an insightful walkthrough of the instruments, their underlying rationale, and how they're being operationalized and implemented. We're really grateful for your time. If you could please hang back for our panel, we would really be grateful. Just to go on to our next speaker. Our next speaker brings the legal and intellectual property lens that this conversation urgently needs. So the next speaker is going to be Dr. Tilitayo Adebola, and she's a senior lecturer at the University of Aberdeen, where she serves as the theme coordinator for the International Intellectual Property and Information Law and director of the Center for Commercial Law. Her presentation today is going to be focusing on Nigeria's emerging legal and policy architecture for DSI. And I know this is going to be very insightful. So Dr. Adebola, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction. And I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to this important and groundbreaking event. I'd like to also thank the keynote for that wonderful and very insightful keynote. I think that some of the points that I made in my presentation, I would have to skip them because they are overlapped. So I'd like to say thank you very much for the brilliant keynote. My task today is to understand the access and benefit sharing framework in Nigeria and how that intersects with digital sequencing information. So the central question I unpack in my presentation is how can Africa design an access and benefit sharing framework that remains fair and equitable when genetic resources are increasingly accessed and used in digital forms? Some of the background thoughts would be, firstly, that genetic resources are increasingly digitized rather than physically accessed. There are advances in genomics, in bioinformatics, in synthetic biology and artificial intelligence assisted research that enables the use of digital data, and that can exacerbate the existing asymmetries in access and benefit sharing regimes. So with the emergence of the placeholder digital sequence information, there are challenges to ensuring access and benefit sharing. And for countries that are rich, biodiversity rich like Nigeria, the question would be, how do we address this conundrum, or how do we address the challenges that are ensuing at the moment? The international legal landscape, as our keynote has excellently set out, we have some key instruments. So we have the Convention on Biological Diversity, we have the Nagoya Protocol on Access to Genetic Resources and Fair and Equitable Sharing of Benefits arising from the utilization of the CBD. And our keynote has already mentioned the key articles, and I'm not going to go through them again. So Article 15 of the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol, and we know that they established bilateral agreements in relation to access and benefit sharing. They are contract-based and they are sovereignty-driven. So to provide a background to this, at the time when global South countries were newly gaining independence, there were questions around the sovereignty, or there were questions around how to govern the benefits, the genetic resources that were embedded in their countries. So during colonial administrations, the empires or the colonial authorities had direct access to all of the resources that were in these countries. We had different forms of extraction. So we had botanical gardens all around the world. In the UK, for example, we had the Kew Botanical Gardens. We had similar collection and extraction sites in France and other empires. And at that time, there was unauthorized access to genetic resources. But with the movement for decolonization and with the growing independence of countries, including African countries, from the late 1950s, there were then conversations about how to ensure possession and how to ensure sovereignty and how to ensure that any genetic resources or biological resources that were being extracted from these countries were there were some type of benefits that were going to be associated with that. And so we had movements like the new international economic order that pushed for sovereignty of countries and pushed for sovereignty over resources of country, natural resources of countries. And that contributed to some of the discussions and negotiations that eventually culminated in the Convention on Biological Diversity. Like our keynote has said also, there were then conversations around the implementation of the provisions of the Convention on Biological Diversity. So while Article 15 of the CBD sets out provisions on access and benefit sharing based on bilateral agreements and contracts, question was, how do you practically implement this? So countries were concerned about the step-by-step process of implementing the provision. So there were other legal instruments that were developed. We had the bond guidelines, for example, but the Nagoya Protocol then established concrete provisions on access and benefit sharing. So we had that established in 2010. But then with the evolution of technology and with the development of digitization, there are now questions around how to address the types of genetic resources that move beyond, material and tangible physical assets. How do we address them when they get to the digital stage? And that was what the Conference of Parties to the CBD started to address from 2016. And I'm not going to go into all of that because we have heard excellently from the keynote. I'd also like to mention the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture that is under the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. So while the access and benefit sharing framework under the CBD is a bilateral agreement, under the international treaty, or the ITP-GRFA for short, there is a multilateral system of access and benefit sharing. So we see from Articles 10 to Articles 13 of the ITP-GRFA is set out procedure for how to establish the multilateral system. So we have what we call the Annex 1 crops. So we have a certain number of crops that are in an annex, and then we're saying that they're being held for the benefit of mankind. So if anyone wants to have access to those resources, they would go through the multilateral system, and we have procedures for that. So we have standard material transfer agreements that help to facilitate access to these resources. And also one of the important contributions as well of the international treaty was incorporating the CGIAR centers into this multilateral system. So anytime genetic resources, plant resources are going to be extracted or taken or accessed from the CGIAR centers, we have the IITA in Nigeria, for example, in Ibadan, as one of the CGIAR centers. They have to be accessed through the standard material transfer agreements. So in collaboration with the CBD, the ITP-GRFA Secretariat also started to discuss DSI at its governing body 7 from 2017, and it also is seeking for how to establish access and benefit sharing under its multilateral system for DSI, and conversations about this are still ongoing at the ITP-GRFA Secretariat. So to establish what the legal principles are at the international level at the moment, we have prior informed consent, mutually agreed terms, fair and equitable benefit sharing, standard material transfer agreements under both the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, and the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. But as we have discussed over these 2 days, DSI disrupts this existing core principle. So it disrupts the existing access and benefit sharing frameworks under the CBD, the Nagoya Protocol, and the ITP-GRFA modules, because value can be extracted from data rather than material samples, but there is no consensus on the scope of DSI at the moment. And so this is a conversation that is still ongoing. As we all know in this call, and as we have established scientists that have engaged in a lot of work on biodiversity in Nigeria, we know that Nigeria is endowed with enormous biodiversity that includes freshwater swamp forests, mangrove forests, coastal vegetation, lowland forests. We have Sudan, Sahel, Savannah, montane ecosystems, and each of these ecosystems has its diverse species of fauna and flora with diverse genetic endowments. And Nigeria's rich biodiversity is used for food, it's used for fiber, for commercial products, medicines, agriculture, and industrial processes, amongst others. So a question for a gene-rich country like Nigeria would be, how do we ensure, first of all, that we are conserving our biodiversity as one of the objectives of the CBD and the ITPGRFA, and also for sustainability? How are we ensuring that we are conserving our biodiversity? And also, how are we going to ensure sustainability of our biodiversity? And more importantly, how do we ensure that we're engaging in beneficial commercialization of our biodiversity? Nigeria has the National Environmental Access to Genetic Resources and Benefit Sharing Regulation 2009, and that covers access and benefit sharing in the country. But at the moment, Nigeria does not have an explicit DSI framework, but I would be glad to hear from other speakers. I think there's some speakers that are going to be sharing their practical experiences on access and benefit sharing. So I'd like to see how this environmental regulation has been unpacked in Nigeria. In 2015, when I was in Nigeria visiting for some field work, I realized that the environmental regulation has not been actively implemented in the country. So at the time, I was in conversation with colleagues and officials from the Ministry of Environment, and there were questions and tensions around that and that regulation and about how it was constructed and just how it is now going to be implemented. So if there are stakeholders from that ministry here, I think that they could also shed a bit more light. But at that time in 2015, I know that there were 2 examples that were shared with me. So perhaps there could be, I'm sure there would be further developments now, but that was the information I got at the time. Some useful sections in the regulation include Section 5. It says that anybody who intends to access genetic resources in Nigeria has to apply to the agency, and the agency here refers to the National Environmental Standards and Regulatory Enforcement Agency, NESRA. And that application has to then be set out in line with specific provisions in the regulations as set out in the first schedule of the regulation. They said that Section 6 provides that the application has to be accompanied by evidence of prior informed consent, as also set out in the second schedule of the regulation, and that no person can transfer any genetic resources outside Nigeria unless such person has executed a material transfer agreement as established and prescribed in the third schedule to the regulations. So this is the existing framework that we have in the country at the moment, but I would be delighted to hear more about how it is being implemented in practical terms from our other speakers. Nigeria also has a plant variety protection law that has been newly adopted in 2021, and we have the regulations accompanying that plant variety protection law, but the law does not expressly provide for access and benefit sharing. So I know that there are conversations even at that level at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security now around developing frameworks in relation specifically to plant genetic resources and in setting out a standard in relation to access and benefit sharing, but that work is still ongoing. But one important point to note here is that there is a regime complex in relation to access and benefit sharing in Nigeria. By that, I mean that there are overlapping institutions with similar and sometimes conflicting or contradictory mandates in relation to access and benefit sharing. Some of the examples here would include the Federal Ministry of Environment, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, and the Federal Ministry of Health. In addition to these ministries, we have agencies that have mandates that are related or that can be or can intersect with access and benefit sharing, and they include the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency, the National Biosafety Management Agency, National Center for Genetic Resources and Biotechnology, National Environmental Standards and Regulatory Enforcement Agency that I mentioned earlier, the National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, and the National Agricultural Quarantine Service. And of course, the Nigerian Customs Service also would have a role to play in access and benefit sharing. So at the moment, we have a fragmented regime complex in relation to access and benefit sharing. The question would be, how would all of these ministries and agencies collaborate in ensuring effective access and benefit sharing and governance of DSI in Nigeria? But we also need to understand the cross-border complexities around DSI. So DSI moves across databases and jurisdictions, and there are questions around traceability, attribution, enforcement, and valuation. So there's difficulty in tracking the movement and use of sequence data once they're uploaded. There's difficulty in determining the person, the community, the country that provides the original data. So there are questions around who exactly would benefit from the utilization of this data. And then we understand that national access and benefit sharing laws at the moment are territorial. So how do we address where information or where data goes across a certain jurisdiction? And then there's also there are questions around assessing how to share benefits. So these are some of the complexities and challenges that arise from cross-border use of DSI. I would say that in different contexts, we could see how these complexities unfold. So for example, in the pharmaceutical context, if a plant originating from Nigeria can be sequenced with no documentation of its source or the community from which it was obtained, the resulting genetic data can then be uploaded to publicly accessible databases and used globally in drug development processes outside Nigeria. In such circumstances, the physical genetic material may no longer be required effectively, and that severs any traceability link to its origin, and it precludes the operation of access and benefit sharing mechanisms. And we have similar types of circumstances that could arise in the context of agricultural innovation. So if an indigenous plant trait is digitized and subsequently used to develop, for example, drought-resistant or otherwise improved crop varieties, which are then commercialized beyond Nigeria's border, as with the example from the pharmaceutical application, the reliance on digital sequence data means that the physical materials are no longer necessary, resulting in the loss of traceability and the absence of equitable benefit sharing with the country and the communities of origin. I know that there are going to be speakers that would talk about the new World Intellectual Property Organization Treaty on Genetic Resources and Associated Traditional Knowledge. And one of the contributions of that treaty is ensuring that there is disclosure of origin or disclosure of source of the use of genetic resources or genetic data when applicants apply for patents, and we are waiting to see how that treaty would be implemented. So it was recently adopted. Countries in Africa like Malawi and Uganda have ratified it, but it still is waiting to enter into force upon the adequate number of ratifications. So we're yet to see the impact of that treaty. I would end with some ways forward for Nigeria. I think we need express protection of DSI. So ABS laws should be expanded to include DSI, or we could even introduce new novel DSI laws. And we need to clarify when DSI-related use triggers benefit sharing. I think that it is important to have institutional coordination. So a centralized ABS and DSI authority should be established to ensure and facilitate relevant institutional coordination. There should be traceability rules. So digital traceability mechanisms should be introduced for documentation of data derived from Nigerian genetic resources, technological capacity, so improved infrastructure, improved technologies within the DSI space, and education. And I'm sure that we have had this conversation and this discussion with the robust number of stakeholders here. And importantly, I think that we would benefit from South-South cooperation. So let's see what happens in other global south countries, in other African countries. Let's learn examples from them and let's incorporate them to build our DSI systems. The central task ahead for Nigeria is to ensure that the integration of digital data does not become a new pathway for dispossession as we had in colonial times, but instead a basis for a more equitable, coordinated, and forward-looking governance system. And on that note, I thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Debola, for giving us such a rich and practical perspective. I can just say on my side, for me, the way you've highlighted the pace at which science is advancing, particularly in relation to DSI and how this compares to, the development of policy frameworks is just impeccable. And of course, just highlighting also on the challenge that many Africans and many African countries are facing regarding the overlapping agency mandate. I think we probably should have had more time, but you've done a great job to compress everything into the time that you were given. Now, I'm just going to ask you to stay back for our panel, which is starting shortly. Just going to be introducing the other people who are going to be joining the panel, other than Dr. Shikongo and Dr. Adebola, who have given us some very rich presentations. So in addition to the two panelists that we have, we're going to be having some personal and professional experience with successful ABS case studies across the continent. This is from West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa, and basically 4 perspectives and 1 continental picture. And because we are pressed for time, I'm going to keep the introductions a bit short so that we can get into the many questions in the chat and the setting questions that I have for the panelists. So in our panel, we also have Dr. Afiwa, who is a director at the National Institute of Hygiene in Lome, Togo, an epidemiologist who has worked directly with ABS arrangements across West Africa. So thank God, I'm sure you're going to pin her. And then there's Dr. Taiwo, who is an associate professor in biological sciences at the Elizade University. We're also going to be having Ms. Bupe Mwabingu, who is a biodiversity partnership lead at the Basecamp Research in London, and a biotechnology company building one of the world's largest commercial biodiscovery programs, working with at least 32 partners. And last but not least, we're going to be having Ansia from SAMRC. So I can see that most of the panelists are here. And I'm just going to, there are a lot of there are a lot of questions in the chat and a lot of hands raised. So I'm just going to start with an opening question, and then
So, Sally, just to mention that you also remember those on site as well, so kind of move it both ways.
yeah,
Okay.
So yeah, hopefully we're going to make more time for the questions participants have asked, because I can see we're a bit overwhelmed. But I'm just going to ask the panelists that we have here very general question, which is, across the different contexts that we have represented here, in your perspective, how do you feel the implementation of the instruments that we've discussed here, the Nagoya Protocol, the CBD, are unfolding in practice, particularly in relation to DSI? And what does your experience suggest about the progress that is being made? So what is the progress that has been made, and where do you still feel that there may be areas that require further attention? And I will be biased and start with Tauko, who gave the global overview, and then we can move to Dr. Adebola, and then Ansia and Bupe.
Yeah, thank you, Sally. In terms of implementation, I think what I can say is that with regard to the CBD, Africa has been quite active in not only negotiating at national level, but also at engaging in work on ABS within the continent and sub-regionally. The challenges that were outlined in the previous presentation about Nigeria picture what we see in most countries, that interinstitutional collaboration and cooperation remains, sectoral divisions remains, understanding of the key concepts remains, and the different negotiators going to say the treaty negotiations, the BBNJ negotiations, World Health Organization negotiations don't necessarily always coordinate at national level or regional level, but I must say that the AU has been instrumental in creating that space where they could share and negotiate together. That's the one point. The next point is, you saw in my presentation, I spent some time on the concepts used. And this is perhaps where you as scientists can come in, and as lawyers, in helping the different countries understand that yes, you have established the ABS measures at national level, and perhaps for some in regional level. The institutions have been put in place, the focal points and all that have been established, but the actual doing of ABS, understanding the business of ABS, understanding the value chains involved, understanding the financial flows, understanding monitoring and utilization of genetic resources. That hands-on experience is still lacking. And then, of course, also understanding that although ABS emanates within the CBD environmental space, it is different from the other objectives, conservation and use, in that this is a social justice issue. It's a market issue. It's an economics issue, but it's a livelihood issue, and it's also a historical issue that brings forth geopolitical realization. So, and then it has put the issues of indigenous peoples and local communities on the table, and that's important for Africa because of the link between genetic resources and traditional knowledge. A lot of work remains to be done in terms of Nagoya Protocol. Africa has been doing fairly well compared to other regions, but within those limitations that you just pointed out, and that's the next level. And we, and maybe I'll conclude by saying that we need many of you in this platform to become national government delegates, to support your delegations, to read the documents, and to translate that into meaningful policy on the ground, noting that when some of us were old many years ago and being sent out into the field, we were told that our people do not eat paper. We generate a lot of paper, and now we generate a lot of digital paper, but that's not what our people eat. And so what is it that we need to do to secure the livelihoods of the grandmother in an African village, grandmother in Asia, grandmother in Latin America? And I'm using the example of a grandmother because it's the mothers, it's the grandmothers that have held us. And they both need your support, the grandmother and the grandfather. So they have said that the youth is the future leaders, and I guess that's you. And so the question then comes back to you. What do you each and every one of you contribute to becoming the change that is needed to make this world a different place. Thank you.
Thank you, Toko, for such compelling and thought-provoking insights. We'll move to Dr. Adebola.
Thank you very much. I think that's a brilliant question, and I'd like to totally agree with everything that the keynote has said. I think that, he's just articulated that answer excellently. I would emphasize history. So we must understand the historical context of this discussion. We must understand how the conversation about access and benefit sharing came to the international fore. This has been a struggle and has been a battle for Africa and other global South countries. And this is a terrain that we must hold. So we must pass across that information. There must be an intergenerational exchange of information on the history of why we're having the conversation about access and benefit sharing. And we're saying actually that we would not allow the unauthorized use of genetic and biological resources from Africa to be used in other continents without any benefit coming back to our country. We are saying that actually we have the capacity to add value on the continent, and that we must ensure that we build our own constituencies. We must ensure that we build our own innovators and creators so that we can add value on the continent. But if we want to share with other continents, if we want to share with other actors from across the world, then they must recognize the source and the origin of those genetic resources. So history is at the very epicenter of this conversation. And the political economy, the different ways, we could call it games, the implementation games, the different ways through which dispossession has translated in different regimes. So we've had different regimes, we've had form shifting to different regimes just to continue extracting from Africa. But this is a point that I think that we are informed about the value of the resources that we have on the continent, and in whichever forum that an agenda is being introduced to dispossess Africa or to dispossess the global South, I think that we can push back and actually ensure that we are sitting at the table where conversations about the use of our genetic resources are being determined. But at the national levels, we must ensure coordination. So one of the gaps that we have, just as the keynote has said, is the fragmentation on the continent and in our countries. So we have a different focal points. We have a different representative representing us at the CBD. We have a different representative representing us at even the Nagoya Protocol COP. We have a different person representing us at the ITP GRFA Secretariat. We have a different person representing us at WIPO. We have a different, and those people don't even talk to one another when they come back home. And when they come back home, there is the interagency complexity and challenge. So one ministry says that the other ministry does not have the authorization to validate this position or does not have the author. So we have that tension and contestation at the national level. So we must make sure that we are able to develop a joint up approach. So somehow let us think about how we can have one focal point. So let's not think about the benefits, to who is representing who. We must ensure that we are speaking to one another, and let's document. So one of the things that we need to do is document. We need to write. Africans need to write. I've written a piece on DSI in Africa. I've written on plant variety protection in Africa, in Nigeria. I've written about access to genetic resources in Nigeria. We need to write. Not a lot of people are writing about this. So if we are engaged in negotiations, if we go for a meeting, write about it. It's going to help posterity. We're going to know who was at the table. We would know that there were 5 women that contributed to the negotiation, and they said XY. They said a community must benefit. We need to know who said what and why they said what they said so that we can pass across that message. So we need to write, and I would encourage all the academics, all the students, all the doctoral researchers here, write. However you want to write, in whatever form you want to write, a short piece, a long piece, a book, an edited volume, please let's ensure that we rewrite. And I think that we need to ensure that we're creating awareness. So awareness, many times it's the limited knowledge dissemination. If you do not understand the gravity of the subject matter, then you would not be committed to pushing forward the agenda. So this agenda is not just for the present generation, it is for the future generation. And I think that I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those contributions on emphasizing that we need to write and we need to document what it is that we are doing, and emphasizing on the need for inter-agency coordination. I'd like to move to Ms. Dupe, please. If you could give us your insights based on your experience.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me and including me in this extremely important platform. I'm really, really honored and excited to see that finally across the continent, we are beginning to have real conversations on the topic that really matters and quite important for our continent. I would like to just reintroduce my name. So I'm Bupe Mwambingu, a Tanzanian by origin, although I'm based in London, UK. I'm a biodiversity partnership manager for Basecamp Research Limited, a biotech company that owns a private DSI proprietary database. I'll explain what that means in the contents of DSI, genetic resources access and utilization, and policy. So to return first to the question that was posed to us around progress already made, as a practitioner and an individual who 7 days a week currently for the last 5 years or so has engaged in negotiating access to genetic resources and commercialization of those genetic material to be derived into DSIs that then reside in our private database. I would tell you that there are many progress, but also there are still areas that need great improvement and attention, especially from us as Africans. So I would like to just kind of mention that in the area of science and research, I would say Africa is extremely active, and we're doing a lot of great work up and down the continent. And I will completely refute anyone who would say Africa still needs capacity on research, because we are extremely involved. Perhaps some of the research we're engaging in is not being spotlighted fairly or equitably. However, my personal experience working and engaging with governments and research institutions every day, we are very much capable. Our capacity and science equity is there. We just need to reposition it, to reframe it, and make sure we are getting accredited for a lot of the contributions that we are having to science and innovation. In the area of access and benefit sharing governance, this is an area that is slightly fragmented. So different corners of the continent have different progression level. So you'll be aware of countries such as South Africa, or looking at Kenya in East Africa, where they have had engagement with governance for benefit sharing for a period of time, and therefore the implementation there is slightly more advanced to some other countries. Now, the fragmentation that also my sister Titilayo, I think, mentioned is huge. And it's really been impacted by multiple issues. Awareness is number one. We are not communicating enough what the governance for ABS or DSI or access to genetic resources is. And this is something that we need to do a lot of work on. And thank you to the organizers of this event for this initiative, because this forms one of those important key areas, which is raising awareness. We are also having challenges around funding to implement the governance. So even when we do have regulations or ABS measures at the national level, including our engagement at the international level to inform our national measures, we still are having challenges such as those, again, my sister mentioned. We have complexity as well as we have bureaucracy. We also have a lot of fragmentation at the national level where many countries still adopt this multi-agency approach. I will explain the multi-agency approach. It means where you have a national legal framework with multiple ministries and agencies all acting as competent authority within the access and benefit sharing framework. This can create advantages and also disadvantages. I will discuss the disadvantages today. The disadvantages means it becomes extremely difficult if the coordination and the communication between these agencies is not efficient enough. It means then you have this fragmentation of continuation of that legal framework and the measures being applied to access and benefit sharing. It means you don't have a central place where a user, for example, can enter and request or engage with your legal framework for you to understand their obligation and compliance requirements at the national legal level. However, you also have sometimes another agency that deals with the engagement at international level and doesn't bring any update back to the lower agencies within those ministries to update them. So again, the complexity becomes, depending on who you speak to or which agency you land at, the information you receive is extremely varied. And therefore, that equates to no benefits being shared because no one knows who is accessing what, for what use, and taking it where or applying to what. So this is one of the areas that I think really needs our attention in developing the legal framework at the national level for implementation and authorization for either the Nagoya Protocol or the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, which has recently come into effect. We also have many other instrumental legal frameworks that includes ABS, such as WHO for pandemic preparedness, and the list goes on and on. I would also like to talk about the conservation and sustainable use. In this area, we're very good at this in Africa, conservation and sustainable use. We are doing a lot of amazing work up and down the continent. But again, the subject of benefit sharing for research that is happening in this space is still very much lacking, and therefore more awareness need to be raised, that even at the conservation and national park level, ABS can be applied. So for example, at the company where I'm working in Basecamp, we have taken the approach of inclusive ABS approach to all our projects. So in Malawi, we are working with the National Park Wildlife Authority there. They are acting in this framework as the access provider to those important genetic resources, and in our case, is microbial from soil and environmental samples. So acting as an access provider, the national parks are then able to negotiate benefits from the user, which is Basecamp Research, who is generating the DSI. And this then can be done as mandatory or non-mandatory. And I'll explain for those who don't understand the difference. Mandatory is when we're talking about cash, payment or sums of money through royalties of any commercialization activities that may happen through the value chain. Non-mandatory includes examples such as the capacity building activities. So it could be funding for research work. It could be funding for equipment and technology that is being applied as part of the research work, or even not applied as part of the research, biodiscovery research activities, but maybe applying as
important tools for the conservation work that is happening in the national park. For example, it could be drones for that national park, something that maybe the local government or the national government doesn't have budget for. This can be negotiated from access applicants to pay for this as part of benefit sharing to support that important conservation and sustainable use. So this is one area that I believe we need a lot of work on, is including the negotiation of those benefit sharing agreement, the MAT, the mutual agreed terms. So the prior informed consent, which will, of course, then introduce what are the activities and the parties involved in this benefit sharing agreement, will speak to what mutually agreed terms have been underlined and what material transfer agreements will also apply. Either are the genetic resources or the derived data from these genetic resources will remain within the country, and therefore material transfer agreement is therefore not necessary, or depending on what the sovereign national competent authority has stipulated in that agreement, or where in the case of Basecamp, where the material of genetic DNA extracts are then imported across the borders to London and UK for the sequencing and the generation of DSI, our mutual agreed terms already speaks to what happens to that data set. How are then the benefit going to be triggered and paid back to the country of origin and the access providers? We have many examples of those access providers, other than national parks, of course, responding to many of the cries of the parties that we need to make an inclusive system. We at Basecamp has responded to that by ensuring that the inclusion of IPLC, or Indigenous people and local communities, are also incorporated in our biodiscovery activities. Where relevant and where negotiated, they can be a part of our field research teams. They can be also part of the research work, so sample collection, processing. But where necessary, we are always partnering with the university at the national level. And the reason for that is the university provides us that opportunity for continuation and also for capacity building. Because when we engage our universities in these research partnerships with private sector, it means that funding is provided to that local university, but it's also equipment, the technology as a non-monetary benefit, and the reagents, which forms part of the consumables, can be funded as benefit share via these agreements. So for us in Malawi, we are working with Malawi University of Science and Technology, while in Cameroon, we are working with the University of Buea. And the academic team, as well as the researchers there, whether it be masters or PhD, who are engaged in leading our biodiscovery project, we are also building their personal and professional capacity to become trainers. Recently, we tested that theory by taking our team members from Cameroon across to Malawi and in supporting us at Basecamp to deliver the training to our colleagues in Malawi. And I think we need to kind of look at emulating similar case studies across the continent where we share our knowledge and skills that we acquire. And this is how we will create that inclusive and equitable partnering and collaboration for benefit sharing in research and science. Thank you. I'll pause there.
Thank you for those interventions, Ms. Bupe, and letting us get greater insight on the inclusive benefit sharing that you and the team are working on. I'd like to direct the same question still to Ansia, but targeted with looking at the technical aspects largely around bioinformatics and data. As we know, it rarely remains where it originates. You know, data is reused, integrated into larger data sets, and it's increasingly applied in AI systems and beyond the scope that we had ever envisioned. So the question I have for you is, from your experience at SAMRC, where do these data flows begin to present governance challenges? And how should we think about equitable benefit sharing when a single sequence can generate value across multiple actors and jurisdictions? I know that when we're looking at the regulation of all of this, we're trying not to, look at one sequence, but it's still important for African countries. And I really want you to demystify all of this and just give us some insight on that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Sally. And thank you as well to the keynote speakers and other panelists. I definitely don't know how much more I can add on that topic, but I can definitely speak on my experience working as a bioinformatician on a genome sequencing project. So in South Africa, where I'm based, there are very strict laws on biodiversity. We have the Biodiversity and Environmental Management Act, and we have strict laws on benefit sharing and access and all those things. But those laws mostly relate to physical items, right? Material transfer agreements are required to move samples around, and it's very much based on keeping physical resources within our country and within Africa. But I think there are not strict enough regulations at the moment on how do we publish and how do we handle digital sequencing information. I think that's where governance becomes a big challenge, because the minute that sequencing data is decontextualized in terms of it moves away from just being a sample where we've now required permits and all sorts of agreements so that we can generate data, who does this now belong to? Because once you upload the data into a public database like GenBank or ENA, it's no longer associated with the national jurisdiction body of the country where it originated. Anyone has access to this data, and there's no rate to really monitor who's using it and what they are using it for. And as you mentioned, there's all these AI systems, and they're very easily able to integrate our data into their new research. And so, a lot of the users of the data become so far removed from the original ABS context. I think all the current laws are very bi-directional. It's agreement between the researcher who instigated the researcher and the country or the government where it comes from, and not so much all these potential users in the end that might have access to the data. So I think it's been really tricky, and it's instigated a lot of conversations within our group and within other institutions and governmental parties in South Africa, where we try to discuss and find ways to see, how should we be restricting genome data? We've chatted with the African Bioinformatics Institute to see, can we build African databases where we kind of make the data as open as possible so that Africans can benefit from it, but as closed as necessary, so that we're not handing away potential resources that was meant to benefit Africa, and we're just handing it over. I mean, we know Africa has had a history of being exploited, and so why not the same for our genetic resources? We really need to find ways that we can make sure that we benefit from our own data that is generated on the continent. And so, we need to think about how we share data. How can we restrict access to data? Because I don't think it's feasible to track the downstream use of data once you upload it into a public repository. And I don't know how much success there's been from engaging with these parties to try and restrict data. I noticed when I uploaded the data onto these repositories, they now allow you to restrict it in the sense that you can state that you don't want it to be used for commercial intent and all these things, but there's no way to really govern what people do with the data once they have it. I mean, I've tried integrating into the metadata, to try and encourage people that if they do download the data and try to do stuff with it, that they should please, consider giving back to where the data comes from, you know, that benefit sharing. But yeah, I think the problem is that we can't enforce these benefit sharing agreements in a global scale. So we would need to think about how we share African data so that we don't end up being robbed of our own resources. But yeah, I think furthermore, everyone else has really touched on really important topics, and I really agree with everything that they have said as well. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks so much, Antia. So we're really bad on time, so I'm gonna give 2 minutes to Tewo and Dr. Afiwa to give some interventions before we close the session. So Taiwo, what I wanted to ask you was about, in your research experience, where do you see the greatest misalignment between how the science actually moves, and where in the research cycle do you think ABS compliance should actually begin, and what would have to change, and change practically and culturally for that to happen? Thanks. Taiwo, are you on the call? Okay. It seems Taiwo has stepped away from his machine. So I think we'll move to Dr. Afiwa. So Dr. Afiwa, if you could take the question and maybe give your perspectives and just some final remarks for us to consider. So what I would have wanted you to answer would be regarding just the same question that I had asked Taiwo, which is where the misalignment between science actually moves and what ABS frameworks assume it does, and where in the research cycle do we believe ABS compliance should actually begin, and what would actually have to change practically or culturally for that to happen. Please, you have 2 minutes, and then we can close the session.
Thank you. I will be very slow because English is not my maternal tongue. So what I can say is that the access and benefit sharing is a key lever for equitable science in Africa. And our country, my country, Togo, through my institution, Institut National d'Hygiène, has demonstrated that concrete implementation of Nagoya Protocol is feasible and beneficial because we have a lot of mutual agreements with WHO, with CDC Atlanta, and with African countries, some African countries like Ghana and South Africa. So with these mutual agreement terms, we have some periodicity to send some samples, and these samples are used to confirm some diseases like influenza, dengue, yellow fever, and with this transfer, we contribute to the vaccine preparation. So we have our sample which are used for vaccine preparation. So through this mutual agreement terms, the countries help us to get reagent, equipment, and some training. Bilateral have generate, as I said, equipment, reagent, training, and co-publication. Digital sequence information is the next frontier with our agreements. Because the ABS framework must adapt to digital genetic data, and African BioGenome Program and surveillance network like discourse, provide multilateral ABS model to be strengthened. Equitable sharing of genetic resources is the sine qua non for the sovereign Africa science and biodiversity preserved for future generation. As it was mentioned, we have the most important biodiversity in Africa, but we have the lake in our governance. Our law are very, very lake. So sometimes we are, if I can use this term, you are victims of biopiracy, and some genome coming from Africa are used without our consent, without sharing with us the benefits. So these fora will be very useful for us to make the sensibilization of our researchers and our students. And so I can end my intervention by thanking you for this opportunity you offer me to contribute to this important conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Afiwe. I'm just going to turn it over to the team on site. If we could just take maybe one or two pressing questions from the on-site participants, and then thank God will guide us with the two pressing questions online, and then we can close this session.
The on-site participants, do we have people? Genevieve or Julian, are you on site? Genevieve or Julian? On site, you're on mute if you are speaking. Okay, and if you can remove the background poster, that would be great, so we can see the people asking questions on site. Okay, maybe while we try to connect with the on-site participants, maybe Sally, we can just save time by...
Yeah, ready to...
Okay, all right, carry on.
We are ready to... Okay.
Thank you. My question goes to Titulaya Debola. Thank you for the very beautiful presentation. I don't know if I missed it. When you were listing agencies, I had a concern because there was nothing on human data. I expected to see something. One of the agencies you listed is the Ministry of Agriculture, and for human data, I was actually expecting to see something on the Ministry of Health. So I don't know if there's anything on human data. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. I listed Ministry of Health here as well, as one of the ministries in the fragmented ecosystem. But I think that you're right about conversations about, human data as well, and there could be scope to explore that for that. Thank you.
All right, good morning. My question goes to Dr. Adebola. It's about finding cohesion for the different agencies, but actually, Nigeria operates in a bicameral legislation, and also the law practice in the federal level sometimes doesn't reflect on the state level. So how can that cohesion be achieved? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a brilliant question. I think that we would go to our constitution to understand this, and the scope of genetic resources would be at the federal level. So I would say that the federal level has the scope and oversight for governing issues relating to biological and genetic resources. However, there are questions about how to practically implement certain provisions. So when we want to take genetic resources, for example, from, let's say, agricultural genetic resources, let's say plant genetic resources, there are usually questions around who are the custodians, who are the owners, right? So is it the farmers? Is it the farming community? Is it the national government? Is it the state government? Is it the national government? Should we be looking at it from a federal level? So there are questions about the competent authority. And I think that that's one of the reasons why the NESRA regulation was not wholly embraced, because of the jurisdictional challenge there around how do we properly identify, who are the right stakeholders, or who are the right constituencies to benefit from whatever type of benefit sharing structure that we're going to have. So one of the things that I know can be done or has been done by certain institutions, so NAPGRAB, for example, Center for Genetic Resources, or even some of the gene banks that we have, you could specifically name the farmer or the farming community where the genetic, I'm using the example of plant genetic resources. So you could specifically name the farmer or the farming community where those plant genetic resources were extracted. And that is, that's one of the questions I usually ask when I go to a gene bank. Can we trace it? So Nigeria has, under NAPGRAB, has a list that it publishes, and it's available on their website of the varieties that it releases, the plant varieties that it releases. And in the the data that is captured, they usually write information, or they usually include information about the origin or the source. And in some instances, they would mention the farmer, and in some instances, they will mention the farming community. So there usually is that question there around who are the competent authorities to benefit, and how, or who shares the benefit. How do we capture the value, and how do we share the benefit? And that's one of the questions that I think that we need to practically unpack. There are similar questions around how some genetic resources could be found in several places. So how do we identify where specifically the plant genetic resources were accessed from? And I think those could be questions around awareness. So when we are going around, and I'm still using the plant genetic resources as an example here. So our farmers, we need to educate them around ensuring that they do not provide information freely to people that people that don't have authorization for that. And then our border agencies, our customs, we need to inform them about ensuring that they're not allowing people take out genetic resources outside the country without, and I'm talking about physical materials now, without authorization. So that could be a constitutional question. That is a question that I think that we still, really need to clarify. Well, that's a brilliant question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Debola and the team on site. We're now going to direct two questions from the online participants, and then we can close. So the first question we have is for Tauko, and the question is there a chance that the CBD consider other models of monitoring as seen in other sectors and domains of life? For example, passport styles as seen in other domains. Was this deliberated upon, and how does this contrast with the protection of the rights of indigenous people and local communities through DSI? A bit mouthy, but that is the question in the chat.
We still have on-site questions from on-site.
Yeah, so I think because of the time, in the interest of time, Genevieve, is there a chance we can gather? I know there will be lots of questions, but we have additional sessions down the line, and we're not doing well with time so far. So is there a chance you can compile the questions, and then we'll share I will try to get the panelists, I'm trying to get them into the WhatsApp group. If anyone that is not in the WhatsApp group, then they can, because I want this to be very interactive. So let's curate the questions, send them to me. Hopefully I can get them in the WhatsApp group and they can connect with people or respond to their questions, if that's okay, because otherwise we won't finish the other sessions. Is that okay, Genevieve? Because the idea is just to take two questions on site, online, and then we'll move to the next session.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Sally, over to you, please.
Shall I answer this?
Please go ahead, Tauko.
Well, I think to rephrase, there's a microphone. To rephrase the question.
Internet.
Please go ahead,
I think I had the connection.
Afiwa, could you please mute? I'm muting you now. Please just mute.
My connection is not good.
Okay, that's fine. Just mute, please. Thank you.
All right.
I don't know what's the problem.
Go ahead, I will.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The CBD as such, does not. We as secretariat, there is the secretariat and there is the parties. I guess the question is, can the parties consider other monitoring elements? There is now a monitoring framework that has been agreed upon within the GBF, and I think which is focused on the global reporting, and then within that there are the indicators that have been developed within that monitoring framework. And I guess that colleague that have asked the question, it's the way change is affected at international level is that a party has to put the issue on the table, and then the rest of the parties deliberate until they have reached consensus. So somebody needs to put that on the table. That's one. Summarizing, we have to have interdisciplinary, multi-sectoral discussions such as these. Where is industry in this room? They have the funds that we need to generate benefits. Then access or benefits cannot be generated unless access is facilitated. But most of our governments, we are holding the ball and saying, you can't play with it because I'm worried about X, Y, Z. Unless you open up, no one can play with you. So we have to relook at our measures and say, is the cost of transacting with Africa, is that cost too high? And therefore we cannot generate benefits. The focus must be on the benefits. Without access, no benefits. Then last point, over the years, there has been many African negotiators. Some of them have retired, but they are still with us. This wealth of experience from all the different sectors, is it being used? Are they part of those that are mentoring you? Whether to negotiate, whether to write, whether to speak, whether to do that. What can you, as this platform, do to reach out to those who have gone before us, upon whose shoulders we are standing, to come to the table and to assist in the background? And again, I repeat, how many of you are part of your national delegations where you can bring forth your knowledge in changing the landscape and bringing forth for Africa to lead conservation, and keeping in mind that it's not only for Africa, it's for the whole planet, whole of government, whole of society. Thank you.
Thanks, Tauko. And now we're on to the last question that was considered pressing, that is going to be directed to Ms. Bupe. The question is, the ABS framework of several countries make provision for in-country national development. For example, in some African countries, if you do your research 100% locally, then the ABS requirements are minimal compared to when you ship the samples out. In this light, the national ABS regulation is encouraging local researchers, but researchers need to take advantage of this to provoke national development. Why are African researchers not taking advantage of this? Okay, so my understanding is the question is mainly directing us to see how effectively are the provisions being utilized by researchers across Africa and what factors may be shaping the extent to which local research opportunities are taken up. So in less than 2 minutes, if you can, please answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an amazing question. I love it very much, and I wish we had more than 2 minutes to discuss. So I'll try and package it to the best I can. So why are African researchers not taking advantage of this incentive to conduct the research within borders? It goes back to my earlier point, awareness. Many researchers at national level don't even realize that the Nagoya Protocol applies to them. Many researchers I engage with across the continent assume the Nagoya Protocol is for external users, i.e. external academics or external commercial researchers. They don't realize that even within their own institution, this has to happen. One example that I recently shared with colleagues, researchers in Southern Africa, was that in UK, we have our universities now make a compulsory core module to all undergraduates, where they have to take a module that teaches them about the Nagoya Protocol and how that is implemented within their research, or could imply within their research. And therefore, if you go to many UK university websites, you will see a mention of the Nagoya Protocol there as part of their campaign to raise awareness. I think we need to adopt a similar approach in Africa, where all our students and researchers need to be informed, and therefore awareness needs to be risen within our research components, that the Nagoya Protocol applies to us, and the advantage and the opportunities that we can unlock by implementing it at national level and within our institutions. Just final, the other reasons is, of course, again, lack of provisions for the resources. Our governments, and as well as at the institutional level, Nagoya Protocol, or even the policy element, is still very much a conversation, an afterthought. And therefore, if we start prioritizing this conversation at our institutional level and providing and setting aside provisions for implementation and raising awareness and implementing, then yes, definitely our researchers can take advantage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bay, for those answers.
I think we can just take one question from Francis. His hand is up, and then give Taiwo 30 seconds. I can see he's back. And to the rest of the panelists, there is lots and lots of questions in the chat box. And it just occurred to us again that this may not be a one-day event. So Sally and I will go back and see how we can make this a multi-day event. So we wanted to test this to see how it goes. So I can see the lots of questions, and it's we couldn't also take so many questions on site. So Sally, if you just take one from Francis and then give Taiwo 30 seconds, then we can wrap up the session and move to the next session. So Taiwo, Ansia, Bupe, Alaiko, if I please go to the chat box and respond to questions directed at you. That would help us. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take the question from Francis. Francis, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
All right, thank you very much. I have two very short questions. The first one is regarding benefit sharing, retrospective one. Let's take, for instance, if benefits have been derived from a genetic material originally obtained from Africa before the advent of the Nagoya CBD Convention and the associated laws, and that benefit is still derived from that genetic material till date, is there any provisions for that? I mean, a kind of a retrospective benefits derivation from a case like this? That is my first question. And the second quick question is regarding my personal experience and that of my students. Yes, we imagine students who have gained or got a funding opportunity and an offer, to come to a foreign laboratory to assess high-end equipment in order to do their research. And because of the requirement and the bottlenecks associated with this Nagoya Protocol, they are unable to travel. They miss these opportunities. I am not talking of 1, 2, 3. I have taken this up with some of our associations so that they can reach out to the government. But there seems to be a very clear lack of coordination. And I also think that there are a lot of complicated and confusing requirements from these bodies that are regulating this Nagoya Protocol in Nigeria. So my question is, how do we overcome these situations? Because I have personally missed more than one opportunity because of this bottleneck. If you apply now, number one, they will tell you that you have to pay 100,000 naira first, and then following, you have to invite. It takes almost over a year to get this thing done, and then the research is not even relevant anymore. You must have missed all the opportunities. So my question is, how do we overcome situations like this? How do we sort out this in a very short time? Because students are really having a lot of problems with this since 2022 that Nigeria ratified this Nagoya Protocol and its implementation in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so maybe Sally, I think this might align with the comment from Taiwo. So maybe Taiwo also, because he has experience in this. So Taiwo, if you can use that to blend your personal perspective, professional experience, and then that would help in terms of successful approach.
Thank you very much. I listened to the question that came. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please carry on.
Oh, yeah. I listened to the question from one of the participants regarding the bottlenecks and the opportunity missed with respect to not having some of the export permit that would have been required for maybe students or individual principal investigators to be able to move samples to laboratories overseas to do the analysis. Well, I have an experience in this direction, and I think on one of the platforms I have shared my experience with respect to the setbacks I experienced with respect to securing export permit as well as research permits for analysis of things. So the problem is this, that the protocol for obtaining the export permit is there. And if you have opportunities to move samples out of the country, then you have to plan ahead. And I particularly like the approach that the African BP is using, that, want everything to be done within the country or within the continent. So, and this means that effort had to be made to bring on ground the facilities that are required to do whatever you have to do that's also obtainable in other countries outside of Africa. And this will allow and also control for the bottlenecks that you have when seeking for permits to export samples to out of the country. And because the process involved in obtaining the export permits are not very easy, especially the Nigeria situation that I have experienced, where you have to, I don't know, this might be the case with other countries as well, but this varies. The experience I have with the Nigeria Ministry of Environment, when it was about time for me during the PhD program to export samples to Norway for analysis. And then I realized that first time I was able to export the samples and I was able to pass through the immigration system. And then the only questions I was asked at those points were, okay, what was my status? And I had to tell them I was a student, a PhD student. And so I working on this kind of project and only need to use these samples from this part of the world and in the lab over there. And then they would allow me to pass the samples. That happened for the period I've been in the field, collecting samples and exporting them to analyze in the laboratory without any export permit. Then the problem came when I needed to publish papers based on the work I've done in the laboratory. And then one of the reviewers then requested that we provide the export permit for samples to the labs we use in Norway. And then the problem came that we needed to provide this export permit if we had to publish the paper. So we got in touch with the Department of Forestry, Ministry of Environment in Nigeria, and then the process started. But I can assure you it was not an easy process, and we had to go through that for several months and doing all the trainings, going for interviews, and it's not easy, but eventually we got the permit. So my point is this, that the awareness wasn't there, or maybe the awareness was there, but it was not to that level that we could, be familiar to know that we are expected to do things like this before ever having to engage in any project that requires us to export samples out of the country. And that seems to be the problem. But I like the perspective that Dr. Bimpe made mention of, where in the UK, you start to have this module in universities where undergraduate students are made to be conversant with the Nagoya Protocol and things that are involved. And from that early stage, they are now having that knowledge and they plan things ahead at distance. If they need to do any project that will require the use of maybe obtaining permits, then they have to, from the beginning, apply for that. If we have these spread across Africa or in Nigeria, for instance, then the problem will be a bit reduced because people will be aware that at the proposal stage, you need to already have been applying for export permit if you need to use labs outside there, or maybe you need to also look for labs or places where within that country you can do your work and not require any permit. But I think many other issues around, but I'm sure that I'm able to help with just this experience of mine. And if there are any contribution, there are people who can also provide the experience there. Thank you so much, Asali, and thank God.
Thank you so much, Taiwo, for those interventions. I think it's safe to say that we can end this session here now because we've really overextended. And for me, I just want to say thank you to our panelists for such a rich and insightful discussion and for staying with us, even if we have gone slightly over time. We do not take that for granted. As is often the case with these access and benefit sharing conversations, the conversations tend to run longer than the time we have. Perhaps this is a reflection of the complexity and the importance of the issues that are at hand. And I think what's come through clearly for us is not that it's not only the complexity, but the opportunities that we have, particularly, as we are navigating this intersection of science and policy and equity in the context of DSI and ABS. And I'm aware that we've not been able to address all the questions that have been raised. We will consolidate them with Thank God and share the key feedback and explore even other ways to continue these discussion formats that allow us to have more in-depth discussions. And one thing that we do notice, while there's progress that's being made, it's quite clear that this continued dialogue and coordination and practical solutions will be essential for us to move forward. So I just really like to thank you all for your contributions. Thank you again to our panelists, and thank you to our audience for keeping us engaged. We really, really appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally. So we will take, Sally, is it 10 minutes or 5 minutes? I think we'll take, because we are still, one of the speakers is not able to make it in the next session. So that means we're still on time. So if we can take a 5 minutes break, and then we come back for the next session. That would be great. So, Bupe,
Hello.
yes,
Yes, I think it's fair for people here to make comments and ask questions.
Okay, all right.
Because people have been waiting all along, and it's like the session is being closed. Them opportunity to ask questions.
Okay, please, let's ask just one. You know, we've asked questions, we've collected questions from the on-site participants, and we now collected from online. So maybe we can take one question from on-site so that we can meet with the next session, if that's okay, because someone dropped, so we can still meet that session.
It's okay. All right. Yeah, the first is for Dr. Titelayo, says access and benefits.
I think she has dropped because I think
anyway, it's okay. Let's go for tea break. I think
I think she's dropped because we ran over. Yeah, because we gave each online and on-site, 2, and then we gave the someone raising their hand another one. So which is because we can't take all the questions, it's just a lot. So thank you so much. We're gonna go for 5 minutes break to allow us to return back to the order of the schedule of the activity. And Bupe, Tao, Ansia, Taiwo, and Titi, thanks so much. I think at some point I would also engage you both, and let's continue this conversation. This is the first step, and hopefully we can be able to increase this awareness particularly. So see you in the next 5 minutes. Let's just say 15 past the hour. Okay, bye-bye.
Please go for tea.
I looked in the mirror and hello, it's me. I'm walking into peace that's always been mine. No more noise, no more war, just me and my soft life. I looked in the mirror and saw a king with fire and gentle wit. These scars, these eyes, this calm in my chest. Tell a story I wear royal vest. I fell in love with the way I hear. That's just truth, that's power, that's real. Perform, I don't compete. I found my peace where my spirit sleeps. My mind is at rest. There's rest. I used to carry the world on my softness. I'm never going back. Drink peace slow like palm wine at dawn. My rest like a crown I put on. No need to chase, no need to prove. Let my blessings find their groove. Like water, I speak like flame. None of this softness takes from my name. Soft life is calling me. Who know the lobby? I answer sweetly. No, I'm on a just ease. This is where I'm meant to be. Lachimando. He said, Kanibu. Mado Karambo. Chidima.
Okay, so I think we can now, I think participants on site, are we ready? Because we need to start the next session. We're running a bit late. Let me see if I have the speakers already. Kingsley Nwosu. I'm just gonna make you a co-host. Yeah, so please, we can't hear you. Can you unmute? We can't hear the on-site participants. Please unmute. Hello, we can't hear the on-site participants, Genevieve. Can the IT unmute, please? Because we have Kingsley also online. So I think we lost the on-site participants. So maybe Sally, are you able to step in, please? The next speaker is Kingsley also. And then Christian Tiambo is not he sent his apologies. Then yeah, and then the panelist is Da Costa. Is Sally on the call?
Thanks, thank God.
Yeah. So I have made them all co-hosts. Kingsley also will be giving his keynotes. Then Tiambo is not around. He sends his apologies. Then I've made Josh Jesupe the co-host for the panel session.
Okay, no problem.
And also I have made Da Costa
Yeah,
Guhelmo.
Mr. Tangod, this is Onyeka. I sent you the presentation to your email. Can you kindly share
Okay.
from your end?
Okay,
Yes.
I would not be able to share now. Let me see. Sally, can you share? Or Onyeka, are you able to share your end? Or I can. So what I can do, yeah, because I'm not able to share at this time. So what I can do, I would. So I can't find your presentation. When did you send it?
Early this morning.
Early this morning. I can't find it on my. Okay, I found it now. So what will happen is I'll put it in a Google link, and maybe Sally can just now. Sally, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure.
And then I'll share the Google link with you. So just give me a moment. I am just gonna do this. I'm just trying to download the presentation. So I'm just exporting it now as PDF, so it's easy for Sally to share. Okay, Sally, Here's this presentation. I'm sending it to you. It's in PDF. I just sent you this presentation.
I thank God. Where did you send the presentation?
On the chats? On the private chat, yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you can share your screen and then
Are you able to see the screen?
yes. Okay, Onika, you please carry on.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can it be on a slide mode, presentation mode, or it can only be like this?
It's because I put it in a PDF. So Sally, can you do it as slide mode? Does it do? It's only go to view. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. So it can be controlled from there.
Yeah.
So thank you once again for the opportunity to make presentations. Yesterday, I also made a similar presentation, so I will not dwell much on this presentation. I will make it brief because we're already running out of time from your side and mine. And then also consolidating on the last section where presentations and panel was done, most of the discussions has been done, and it's quite interesting for us to see the importance and of access and benefit sharing policy and protocol, and to what we do here in Nigeria. So today I'm making a presentation tagged, please first slide. I'm making a presentation tagged the first slide. Yeah. Okay. When codes meet biology, the biosafety challenges and governance in the age of artificial intelligence and digital sequence information. So it will align with some of the things I've said yesterday. Next. So we are looking at when codes meet biology. Next slide, please. Let me set the scene by saying that biology is undergoing a profound transformation that is now evolving from our primary way of traditional biology, where we do our observation, do our manual science, and get to our lab. Now is now being transformed and evolved into digital, automated, and AI-driven discipline. So this shift, often described as the digitization of biology, enables researchers to treat biological systems like engineering projects. So in such way, biology has been digitized. So researchers can be able to design, build, test, and learn in an unprecedented scale and with speed. So you have gotten your material from the digital system. So it helps you to work at an unprecedented speed and with an unprecedented scale. So, but this is a transformation, this is an evolving system, but there are some challenges. What are the effects of this? The major risk here is biosafety. And the biosafety risks in this transformation of biology is now extends beyond our physical laboratories and our field trials. So if the risk has extended from the normal biosafety risk we know and handle in the physical lab and the field trial, it there means that the governance systems must also evolve accordingly to be able to manage the risk in digital biology, since what we have on ground is the handling of the biosafety risks as regards to physical lab and field trials. Now we have digital biology being evolved. Our governance system must also evolve to handle the risk involved in digital biology. Next. So why does this matter? It matters because artificial intelligence is currently transforming life sciences. There are a lot of AI tools that are now being used to transform life sciences. And there is a rise in digital sequence information. That is, there are a lot of gene sequences, biological material sequences that are now being stored digitally. And there is an increase in the storage of these sequences, biological sequences online, making them what we call digital sequence information. And because of AI transforming life science and the increase in digital sequence, biology is now becoming more digital, more global, and more accessible. Next. So I just wish to ask this question. How many of you have used AI tools in your research recently? There are a lot of AI tools that are now used in biomedical research, like for protein structure, where you use your AlphaFold, and deep chain for your drug discovery, and a lot of that. And I know a lot of researchers now are currently adopting the use of AI. That is just to tell you, you may have known someone or few researchers who are now adopting AI in their biomedical research. Just by knowing that is just to let you know that biology is becoming digital. Biology are now coded. Biology is now becoming global access. Next. So AI in biology. AI, particularly the machine learning and deep learning, acts as a twin engine of innovation by mimicking our human cognitive functions to process complex and high throughput biological data. So with machine learning, we can now be able to do protein structure prediction. We can do drug discovery and design. We can even do our diagnosis for our several diseases, and even to the extent of imaging, and then do predictive genomics and genomic analysis. So AI, particularly the machine learning, is helping us to do those things, and therefore it's making biology digital. It's no longer moving to the lab, but working digitally, and even storing it as a digital sequence information. Next. So DSI in biology in itself, just like I've been saying, DSI is a term in international policy, which is from the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol, that broadly refers to digitized information about genetic resources. So most of these genetic resources are now being sequenced and stored within the digital system. Therefore, they are now digital sequence information, meaning that if it is not controlled, many people can have access to DSI, to digital sequence information. That is to say, if I sequence the high pathogenic organisms and put the sequences and digitize the sequences, and if the access to these sequences are not controlled, it means that anybody, including people with malicious intent, can access these sequences from the digital world and be able to synthesize their own organisms. So these are the issues. So it is the data that enables scientists to study molecular basis of life without needing the physical biological material. So the components of DSI, like I mentioned yesterday, you can store your DNA and RNA sequences, your nucleotide sequences, your amino acid sequences, your functional annotations and metabolic data can all be stored, and they become digital sequence information. Next. So there is DSI in practice. So currently, DSI is being applied. We heard from the last session, we heard from Buperu and the base camp, and that is a clear explanation that DSI is currently in practice. With DSI, you can do species identification. By their DNA barcodes, it will allow you for identification of organisms because the barcodes can be stored, and with that, you can use it to easily identify species. And it's now for biodiversity conservation because DSI helps to identify genetic traits in endangered species or crops that make them resilient to disease or climate change. So even this DSI is a very critical, important information for research and development. So you can access some of this information to help you build on your research and develop new organisms for industrial use or for bioeconomics. So DSI is currently in practice. Next. Now, where does AI and DSI converge? The convergence of AI, that is several AI tools, and the digital sequence information already stored is creating what we now call today digital biology, where large digital sequence information databases such as the gene bank analyzed by AI algorithms. So the information, the digital sequence information already stored can now be analyzed with AI algorithms to make these breakthroughs. So AI converging with DSI, a lot of research breakthroughs comes. For instance, AI can read a vast DSI database to identify new gene functions or design novel proteins that has never existed in nature, bridging the gap between a raw genetic data and a functional applied technology. So you can see the power of AI and DSI converging. And when they converge, we usually refer to them as digital biology. That is to tell you that biology is now being digitized. Next. Now, decodes, because you're saying when decodes means the biology. So analyzing those large digital sequence information databases, such as our gene bank, using our AI algorithms, allows for identification of hidden patterns and structural rules within the biological data. This effectively transforms the raw sequence data into a functional knowledge. So the sequences that we have stored that are now digital sequence information using AI algorithms can be able to give us a functional knowledge of what that biological data is. So this approach acts as a decoder for biological codes by shifting from the rule-based bioinformatics now to generative models that understand the language of DNA, RNA, and proteins, thereby allowing for prediction for gene function, protein structure, and regulatory elements. So this is what AI, when AI converge with DSI, this is what they can use. So I now bring out this quote. There are no lab, no problem. Biology can now be done from a laptop. So we are not even talking of establishing big laboratories. The world is evolving that you can now even do biology with your own laptop, with your own system, right in your office or right in your lab. So this is what is happening now. Next. So with AI and DSI in biology, the first slide also mentioned that with AI and DSI now part of biology, biosafety risk has extended beyond our physical laboratories and our field trials. So what is biosafety now in line with Cartagena Protocol on biosafety? So in line with Cartagena Protocol on biosafety, biosafety ensures an adequate level of protection in the safe transfer, handling, and use of living modified organisms resulting from modern biotechnology. So what it wants to do is to create an adequate level of protection. Is not always, as we know in our science, is not always 100%. But the essence of the protocol, the biosafety, is to provide an adequate level of protection in handling living modified organisms resulting from modern biotechnology. And digital biology is currently now also referred to as modern biotechnology. Therefore, it means that the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety can also provide some basis in help regulating modern digital biology. So it focuses on mitigating the adverse effects that these modern biotechnologies, such as digital biology, can have on biodiversity and human health. So it specifically focuses on lab safety, environmental risk, and human health. Next. So what are the emerging biosafety challenges? They are clear from my brief explanation. AI-generated biological designs is what we are seeing now. We are now having reduced need for physical laboratories. People can, with their laptops of their system, stay in their offices and conduct biological research and even develop new organisms. And there are, with this, it can lead to rapid experimentation cycles. So you know how we do our experiments in the lab, and the time it takes for us to do this research. But now with our laptops, we can have a rapid experimentation cycles. And now with this, it will be difficult for risk prediction, because in the lab, it's easier to predict risk and follow biosafety protocols. But now we are doing it digital. It will now be difficult to predict risk. So let me now ask this question. Which one is riskier? Is it our traditional lab work, or now the AI-driven biology? I think is a question all of us will look to answer. Next slide. Just take a look at this AI-specific risk. You have your generative AI, which you can use for protein design and molecular simulation. Now, what are the risks? The risk here now is that there is possibility of, because it's digital, you don't have control, you can design novel toxins, you can lower expertise barrier, and you can speed up harmful innovation. So these are the risks that are associated with the convergence of AI and digital sequence information to give you digital biology. Next slide. So what is the role of DSI in the risk amplification? Because these are digital informations that are being stored. The gene banks are open databases. Anybody can access it. So the question is, who do you know is accessing this information? Are they malicious people? So DSI, storing our DNA sequences digitally, creates an open database that anybody can access. And secondly, it is easy. Secondly, it is easy to access. Pathogen genomes, genetic editing, and DNA synthetic instructions can be easily accessed. And what are the challenges? There is lack of traceability. We cannot be able to say who have accessed this. And then there is cross-border governance gap. So you have stored something, you have developed something in Nigeria, you stored it digitally, somebody in America can access it and do something there. So there's no cross-border governance gap. Next slide. So what are the biosafety governance and why it is hard? Biology is global and now decentralized because of digital biology. And AI is evolving faster than policy. That's the problem. AI is evolving faster than the policy. It is now when the AI is in place and start working that government will start looking for policies to guide it. So that is where a major big challenge. And there are different countries, different rules. There are policies that work in America in line with our sovereignty, may not the policy that will work in Nigeria. So there are divergence of policies to guide this. So the question is, how do you regulate something that exists everywhere? Because DSI, digital sequence information, is now stored and is now existing everywhere, cross-border existing. So current biosafety governance framework, such as the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, our national biosafety regulations, our institutional review boards, our biological weapons convention, and so many of those governance frameworks have limitations. And what are these limitations? They are not initially designed for AI and DSI era. And then there is no enforcement gaps for us to even enforce issues of AI and DSI. So these are the current limitations as biosafety governance is concerned. And that is why it is currently hard, and governance will start looking into these processes. Next slide. So the governance gaps and the ethical consideration. And for the governance gaps, the gaps in it is that, one, there are no clear rules for AI-generated biological data yet, which is part of the issues that are being discussed. And now DSI ownership and access. I highlighted it because this has already been discussed at the CBD, and it has led to multilateral fund. So it's now being controlled in terms of ownership and access. But the challenge is that several countries are yet to domesticate the access and benefit sharing protocol as a framework for the country. So this is another governance gap across developing countries. So The past discussion strongly emphasized on weak coordination. So there are, but this time, not across only the government agencies that regulate these areas of biological diversity, but there is weak coordination between the technology sector, those that produce, that store these sequences, the life sciences, those that use it for the research, and then the policy makers that regulate it. There must be a synergy from the developer to the researcher that will use what was developed and to the regulator for us to be able to have a good governance structure for most of the AI, DI sequences that are being used now in digital biology. So for ethical consideration, the governance issues we look at: who owns this genetic data? Who is responsible for the misuse of the data? And the equity issues, meaning that if you can be able to do DSI in global south, in global north, we should be able in global south to do it and also access it. So there must be equity and fairness in the use of that technology and the accessibility of that technology. So I also leave you with the third question: should genetic data be free for all, or should it be controlled? It is also left for us to answer. Next slide. So what are the solutions? In terms of technical safeguards, the governance solutions should be that there should be AI biosafety filters. There is a need to also put up technologies to filter AI in such that when you are now using AI algorithm to analyze DSI informations, if it is a high pathogenic DSI, if it's a high pathogenic sequences that can be flagged off, AI can be able to filter and flag it immediately, so that it cannot be used by someone. So these technologies need to be looked into. Then there is what we call DNA synthesis screening, which is now a big issue for us regulators that we are discussing as regards to biosecurity implications that come from there. When you talk of DNA synthesis screening, we are now looking at, if you want to order these DNA sequences from the companies that are sequenced and stored it, we need to know who is ordering it. What are you using it for? What are the capacities you have? You know, there is a need to screen the DNA synthesis. So these are the issues, and there are a lot of concerns about it now. I mean, there are a lot of contributions to it. I am currently a member of global partners that are trying to see how we can have a standard for DNA synthesis screening. And then we should have control access to databases and be able to have risk-aware algorithm designs. So these can be technical solutions, technical safeguards as regards when these DSI storage and the AI technology developments are being applied to digital biology. Next slide. So the second solution is now the policy solution. So in this policy solution, we need to update our international treaties to be able to cover issues of AI converging with DSI. And we should be able to harmonize global standards, including DNA synthesis standards, which I just mentioned. So DNA synthesis standards is now a current issue being discussed as a policy levels that government should adopt. So what we are looking at is to be able to develop a global standard, either through any of our conventions, perhaps the biological weapon conventions, and even the CBD, through synthetic biology issues, so that we should have a global DNA synthesis standard, so that if I'm screening somebody in Nigeria, it will be equivalent or the same with screening the same person ordering DNA in America. And then another policy solution is adaptive governance models. So these are the solutions that we can apply using the policy. Next slide. So there is also stakeholder commitment, which is another solution mechanism. In this process, scientists should uphold responsible research practices. So this is now for us scientists. You must not wait for government. You must not wait for regulators to align you to responsible research. You must take it as part of, in fact, that is why institutions, universities, research institutions should be able to uphold responsible research practices as part of their norms. So policymakers and regulators should also adopt these emerging aspects in regulation by ensuring flexible regulation. Thereby, for us regulators, we should be able to start making regulations that are flexible, that will be easier for us to amend, to adapt into emerging issues, such as these issues of AI converging with DSI for digital biology. And then for tech companies, the technology companies that develop this, that use these AI algorithms to produce these DSIs and store them, must be able to adopt to built-in safety features, just like I mentioned before. They must adopt to built-in safety features so that we should be able, at the point of technology development, screen and filter any high pathogenic organisms for malicious use. And then the academia must increase education in the issues of biosafety and AI ethics. It is very important that our universities, our academic institutions start discussing issues of biosafety and AI ethics for biomedical students. With the issues of new CCMAS, I think universities should start considering this. So with this, I can say the future of biologists must also be digital citizens. Everybody, all stakeholders must be committed to ensure that digital biology is safe and done responsibly. Next slide. So just to conclude, part of my conclusion, the future outlook of digital biology, we will be seeing from now on AI design organisms will start coming up, personalized medicine will be increasing, biodigital convergence will be there, AI-assisted pandemic preparedness and rapid vaccine design is coming up. And then the autonomous lab accelerating discovery cycles. That means within your house, you are now having your lab in your laptop. So there are autonomous labs that we don't know where they are, where they exist. They will be running experiments. So these are the things that are coming up. These are the future outlook of digital biology. But I leave you with another fourth question. Will biosafety governance keep up with this rapid innovation? It is also left for us to answer. Last slide, next slide. So from my discussion so far, the key takeaways is that biology is becoming programmable. So biology is becoming digital. And AI converging with DSI is becoming very powerful, but also very risky. So biosafety governance for this innovation is currently lagging. Yes, works are ongoing, but they are not currently emerging to what is the power of AI and DSI converging. However, collaboration and updating and harmonizing our policy standard is very essential to be able to meet up in managing the risk that comes with this convergence. Next slide. So in my conclusion, I'm saying, just because, I want to use a quote to conclude by saying, just because we digitize DNA sequences, store them, and can code life using them, that does not mean that we fully understand the consequences that can come from it. Therefore, what level of biosafety regulation is appropriate? And who should control access to all these biosequence data? And with these questions, I would say thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for that keynote presentation. I'm not sure if the participants on site can hear us. I know they were experiencing a technical issue, but I think we'll just continue. So, hello?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Kingsley Nwosu, thank you for that insightful presentation. Please, you will still hang on because I know that so there will be questions from on-site here. I know people will want to know more about this digitization of biology. I am also interested. We want to call on the next speaker, a guest speaker, and also a panelist, Dr. Christian Tiambo. He's going to take us on the interoperability and harmonization of biodiversity regulatory frameworks, Nagoya Protocol, Plant Treaty, KMGBF, Cartagena Protocol, IBS case studies. He is the lead cellular resources, functional genomics, tools, and biotechnologies, ABS, Nagoya Protocol Officer, Center for Tropical Livestock Genetics and Health, CTLGH, International Livestock Research Institute, Kenya.
Hi, Genevieve. Christian will not be
Dr.
joining
Christian
us.
Tiango.
Christian will not be joining us. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take from Mr. Jesupe Josley Koloji on the integration of local communities in the management of classified forests in Benin. Directorate General of Water, Forest and Hunting, Republic of Benin. He's also a panelist. Mr. Jesupe, can we hear from you?
Bonsoir.
Hello.
Est-ce que vous me recevez? Bonjour.
Can you carry on, Mr. Jesupe?
Oui, c'est Monsieur Koulodi Josli. Depuis le Bénin.
Genevieve, I think maybe we might have to move to the next speaker.
What's the problem? See? It's bad.
Allô? Allô? Oui, est-ce que vous me recevez?
So, what do we do? Yes.
Oui, je suis un panéliste en ce qui concerne l'implication de communautés locales dans la gestion des forêts classées, le cas du Bénin. Le professeur Julian Ossoudi m'avait contacté le cas du Bénin. Bénin.
Genevieve, I think there's a challenge with the connection. Perhaps we move on to the next speaker while we wait for the previous speaker to sort a connection.
Can you speak now? Can you speak now? Can you speak now? Can you speak now? It's not connecting well. It's not even the.
Genevieve, we have one of the other speakers who is ready to proceed. Is it possible to start with Guilherme da Costa, if possible? He's ready and he's online.
So right now it's on and we are connected.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, team, it seems that there are some challenges with the participants who are online, so perhaps we can move on with Mr. Da Costa. If you're online, please could you give
Okay,
us your
while we wait for okay. What do I say now? I'll wait for the next. While we wait for them to, the gentlemen of the press, to rectify a little glitch we have here, let me call on Dr. Guilherme da Costa, who will take us on the integration of local communities in the management of classified forest in Guinea-Bissau. Consultant, is the consultant National Biodiversity Report, former Nagoya Protocol focal point, Guinea-Bissau. Dr. Guilherme da Costa, are you ready?
Grass, 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 grass.
William, please present. Please go ahead and present. Thank you. Dr. Da Costa, please go ahead and start your presentation now. You're unmuted. You could start. Dr. Da Costa, we can't hear you.
Dr. Da Costa,
Dr. Da Costa, could you please start your presentation? Okay, it seems that we're having technical challenges, both on site and online. Perhaps we can use this time to ask questions to our keynote. So if you have any questions online in the chat, please, we could ask our keynote speaker as we wait for the connection issues to be resolved. So I will start with the question that I can see in the chat for Dr. Onyeka for the presentation. There's a question here on, my question is, should the possible risk associated with AI plus DSI be referred to as a biosafety risk or a biosecurity risk, or both, based on the context of both biosafety and biosecurity? Thank you. If we could get an answer to that question as we wait for the...
Yes, thank you so much. Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you. Whether the risk associated with digital biology can be referred to biosafety or biosecurity risk or both, actually it is the both. It is the both that the risks are coming from either biosafety and biosecurity. Like when I mentioned the issue of DNA screening, the essence is for biosecurity risk, because we should be able to curtail and screen any malicious person that is having access to those materials. Then there are several other biosafety risks as regards to issues of Cartagena Protocol. So we need to make sure that your technology, the process you are using, if it is digital technology, has adequate level of protection for our environment, taking into account risk to human health. So it is both the biosafety and biosecurity risk, and that is why it is very essential for these risks to have a governance structure that way, or to update already existing governance structure to make sure that both are well covered for the issue of digital biology. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. There's another question here in the chat. It says that congratulations on this insightful presentation, which indeed raises fundamental questions regarding AI regulation and the generative manipulation of genes. However, in the African context, it is not somewhat premature to focus on regulating technologies that remain largely beyond our current reach, rather than prioritizing regulatory frameworks that could potentially hinder expansion and adoption of AI in such areas as genetic manipulation. Might it be appropriate to allow space for free expression of African ingenuity to address the pressing development challenges? A bit long.
Yes, your perspective are genuine. So, but what I want to tell you is that no matter how freedom you allow people to exercise their sovereignty or what they do, there must be regulation to it. And that's why if there are no regulatory frameworks, it's regulatory frameworks are actually designed so that it can be domesticated in line with the sovereignty of regions and countries. So there must be regulation. The truth is that the issues of normal gene modification, gene manipulation, has now evolved. We are talking of precise genetic modifications like gene editing. We are now talking of advanced modern biotechnology like synthetic biology, where you can synthesize new organisms from your DSI information. So we are talking about gene drive technology, engineered gene drives. So all these can be aided using AI and AI converging with DSI, and therefore regulation must continuously evolve. We need to spend more time, we need to spend more resources putting the regulatory frameworks for such technologies to thrive. If not, when the risk becomes higher, the problem of we would have taken our time will not arise. So regulatory framework is one of the most governance structures that must be put in place, that must be updated to make sure that it equates with the current evolvement in the technology. So that is what I can tell you about that perspective, and that is what Africans must adopt and to ensure that these researches using AI and DSI, digital biology, are done responsibly and that they are safe. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one other question here from Dr. Ubu Isaiah. He asks, in the context of biosafety, how should policymakers balance the benefits of open science with the risks associated with DSI?
Thank you so much, because this has been a major challenge. I also brought it out. Open science, just like I've mentioned yesterday and today, helps and improves research, and it strengthens research and development. However, considering the fact that the risk we are now identifying in digital biology, there is a need for controlled access. Therefore, there are some certain, not that you are controlling access to all open access information or open science information. We need to be able to screen. That is where control is coming up. We need to be able to screen the level of information that can be accessed open science, and the one that we need to screen who accesses it. And there are ones that passes normal screening, and it can become an open science that can be used to update science. And there are ones that should be controlled, that should come on specific requests, so that people that are requesting for this should be screened, and we should be able to know what are you using it for. So we must put up this balance. It is very necessary. In as much as we support open science, the scientists, I support that to help for research and development. But I currently identifying the recent risk in this digital biology. There is a need for us to now put a balance in controlling some aspects of open science, especially when it results to genetic sequences of high pathogenic organisms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think now we will hand over to Dr. Da Costa, who I believe is ready to make his presentation, and then after that we can continue with the questions. Thank you. Dr. Da Costa, please go ahead and give us your presentation. You can unmute yourself. Please, Dr. Da Costa, we can't hear you.
Hello, Sally.
Yes?
Can we take questions from on-site?
Yes, we can. We can take questions from on-site as Dr. Da Costa is sorting out his sound.
Okay.
Genevieve, we can't hear you online.
Thank you.
On-site participants were unable to hear you. If you're speaking, please unmute.
Hello, Sally. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Get the question from on-site.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. No. They didn't get it.
Okay. Dr. Onyeka, I thank you for the presentation. I want to ask, with these advances in digital biology, will it lead to genetic data? And how can this be regulated? Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, please,
Thank you.
please, can you do that? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say that again?
I said, with the advances in digital biology, will it lead to or contribute to stereotyping of individuals or populations based on genetic data? How is
is a nice question, but no, the issue of stereotyping persons or regions or group of people will not come up, and it will be taken care of in this regulation, because the regulation is just targeting specifically who assesses and what are you using it to. So if it's genuine, you get your access and proceed with your experiment and your research. So that is the major target. And the essence of this is to avoid malicious use. Notwithstanding, there are protocols that doesn't allow us to stereotype. So you cannot just screen, because if somebody is coming from a particular region, you have concluded from your risk assessment of the region where the person comes from that this must be malicious. No, it is the regulation should be able to be fair and equitable to all. You must subject from anywhere, from any region, any person to that screening method before you can be able to come to your decision and make your decision. Not just making your decision an assumption from locality or the region where the person comes from, and then finalizing your assumption. So that is what the regulation is expected to look at. Thank you.
This is what I'm saying. For example, a GWAS data set or a polygenic risk score assessment is showing, okay, maybe a particular population is prone to a disease, and then we'll have it on a digital biology set or whatever, and then maybe published. So how do we ensure that this data doesn't lead to stereotyping of this population?
Okay, that's interesting. So this is where the bioethics come into play, because it has evolved and passed over the biosafety risk assessment. It now comes into bioethics consideration. Is a very interesting issue that you have raised, and it's considering the type of life and the type of understanding we have within several regions. It can actually lead to stereotyping of a particular group of people, considering the type of information that has been generated and stored. But nevertheless, governance systems should be able to look into these issues as regards developing these policies. I'm very glad that you have raised this particular matter, and it's part of the issues that we need to take into consideration as regulators and as policymakers towards building a policy that can be able to handle such area. It's a very germane question you have asked, and I think it's one of the takeaways I've taken from this conference. For as we are developing our governance frameworks, we must be able to look into that area. So be able to incorporate bioethics into such regulation. Thank you for bringing it out. I think it's a very germane question that will be looked into.
Thank you, Mr. Nwosu. We still have more questions for you from on-site. I will also ask my own question.
Thank you, Mr. Nwosu, for the wonderful presentation. Yesterday, I had a question for you. Unfortunately, there was no time to ask it. when you are talking about DSI and synthetic biology being enabled. So my question is, do you not think that due to climate change and other anthropogenic activities, which might introduce mutation on the population of plants and animals, that it can affect DSI seriously on synthetic biology? Of course, we know that mutation can cause evolution of these plants. And in this case, what do we do? And what is the solution? Then for today, you said no lab, no problem. Biology can be done from a laptop. And my worry is this: have we considered the impact on our future generation? And is it now truly a live biology as it should be? Because down here, we do more of theory, you know, in our schools, other than practicals, and we know the serious effects on some of us. So what do we say about this? Is it truly the best for us, or is there any way out? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me start from the last one. And the essence of this presentation is for the worry. And I am happy that you are worried about that statement. And that's why I brought about that statement. Is because as scientists, as we are worrying, it's now left for us in the policymakers to also start putting measures in place to curtail those worries. In fact, the essence of the worry is the reason for the presentation. It is to make it aware to us that digital biology is increasingly and speedily evolving. And it's not about talk. There's no two ways about it. AI and DSI are converging, and digital biology is increasing. So people can do biology in their laptop. So there are the consequences which I've mentioned. But we are saying, for us to curtail these consequences, the governance, the policy and the governance structures must be able to equate with the increasing level of digital biology. So if we're able to have policy frameworks that can regulate this digital biology, that means we are one way ahead than saying that, to be able to say, yes, you are doing your biology in your laptop, but if it doesn't pass through these regulatory systems, you will be penalized. You will face the wrath of the law. So that's why we say there are advantages to it. There are serious advantages to it. It increases research. But however, the essence of the worry is for us to start looking and thinking back. Are there policy governance that should be able to address this our worry? That was why I asked the question and I didn't answer it. Some of the questions that I asked, I didn't answer it. I left it for us that are attendants of this conference to ponder with it and let it be more discussions that will be escalate going forward. And then as regards the first question, yes, what it can be a challenge, but the essence of it, this is DSI enabling synthetic biology is that for the synthetic biology researchers, they just critically focus on the existing information that has been digitized and use it to be able to synthesize or redesign. At times in synthetic biology, you can design a completely new organisms with those sequence information. So the essence of mutation cannot be overemphasized and cannot be deleted in this part, because as it also happens naturally, most of those synthetic organisms, even the common genetic modifications we are doing, also sometimes can be succumb to issues of mutation, which can also be handled by us scientists. So as the technology is improving, those challenges that we see, some of the challenges that we see that comes up from the natural aspect can also, in one way or the other, come up, but the same technology also have its own way to evade and control those issues, such as the issue of mutation. So, but the essence is this. If DSI is enabling synthetic biology, there is also need for a policy framework that will be able to address it. That's why we are saying that national governments should start developing their national synthetic policy frameworks or strategies. Like I told you, Nigeria was first in Africa to add issue of synthetic biology in their biosafety regulatory system. Meaning that today, for you, even you in the institutions, even you that are researchers, for you to kickstart any research of synthetic biology, you must have a permit of a regulator to continue, who will be able to regulate you from your process up to the products that will come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presenter. I have a question here because you made mention of a convergence of AI and DSI, and mentioned there is that design. You can need to designing of a novel toxins. Now, in livestock business, there is an insect farming going on now, and I want to know whether the convergence of these AI and DSI can lead to a development of insects that are beneficial to human and livestock. Number two, as an insider in the Ministry of Environment, I want to know the possible contribution of Nigeria to the international policy of this DSI. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, that's the essence of DSI and AI convergence. No doubt, as I mentioned, they are extremely useful for research and development because it also makes research quite easier when it is done responsibly. Therefore, using AI and DSI convergence, you can, of course, have or develop very beneficial insights for man and animals. That is pure. But it must be done safely and responsibly, so that as you are developing, you may not, in the process of developing a beneficial insect, you should not go ahead and develop a non-beneficial or very harmful insect for man and the environment. So that is why the governance and the regulatory process comes in. So they are very beneficial for any aspect of bio research and development we are looking for, because the most important thing is, do you have the genetic sequences stored? Is the DSI information for the development of such insects available? If it is, then researchers can be able to do it, but they must do it in a safely and responsible way under the governance of a regulatory system. Then for your second part of the question, Nigeria, through the Federal Ministry of Environment, is highly and very involved in the CBD discussion of digital sequence information. And we have our Nagoya protocol focal points in the ministry, and we have the CBD focal point, who have always been at discussions of DSI. So amongst the issues that has been done, they are part of the negotiations to the issues of DSI, even the multilateral fund for DSI. And then what we are working now is to be able to, because I know we have revised our assets and benefit sharing policy, and we are currently trying to integrate it into the system. Of course, it's up and running now, but with the new updates of DSI, we are currently planning of updating the assets and benefit sharing policy to include DSI matters. This is part of our last review of our implementation of Convention on Biological Diversity. So Nigeria, I must tell you the real truth, have taken cognizance of issue of DSI and has taken several measures towards establishing or updating our existing policies and protocols. Just like I told you, in the aspect of biosafety, we already have synthetic biology being included in the biosafety law, requesting that it must be regulated by whoever that wants to venture into it. So the same way we are working on integrating DSI into the assets and benefits sharing policy of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wosu. Yeah, my own question is, since you said that AI does not go to the lab, however, it still does the work, how do we believe the results at the end of the day? How do we know that the result it churns out is the authentic one?
Oh, yes. So that's the power of AI. You also have AI tools that are quite predictive, that can also be able to confirm and understand the results that comes out. So that's the essence of AI. And that's why I asked the question, can our governance and regulation meet up with, I think, is it yesterday or today that I mentioned it, whether our governance structures can meet up with the level of AI development globally? Because every day, several AI tools are coming up. There are also AI tools that are predictive, result predictive. So after you have finished your analysis, there are also AI tools that can be able to predict, yes, this result is authentic and affirmative to the essence of why the experiment is being done. So these are the aspect of AI tools that we are talking about. And that's why we are saying biology is digital. You can do your research, you can also confirm your results all in digital system. That is why we still emphasize, since biology can now be done digitally, there must, the way we regulate physical laboratory, since you are not going into lab, we must put up frameworks and mechanisms that must regulate it when you are doing it digitally. Thank you.
The team on site, we're not able to hear you. I'm not sure if we're continuing with the session or we're breaking for lunch. Kindly advise, we can't hear you online.
Hello, Mr. Wosu. Hello, Mr. Wosu. Hello, Mr. Wosu. Did you get our last question from on site?
No, I didn't hear anything from the on-site. I couldn't hear.
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear.
Hello? Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can.
I said, as a student who has quest for knowledge and a novice too, in one of your presentations today, there was a place you said AI and DSI equal to powerful and risk. I'm now asking, what are these risks? What are the consequences of this risk to nature and to some of us who do not know much about the risk and the AI and the DSI and every other thing that follows it. So my question is, what are the consequences? Can you inform us, because we are here for knowledge sake? Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I think if you followed perhaps maybe you didn't follow some of my slides. It was well presented. Yes, AI plus DSI are powerful tools that can give you beneficial results, which are beneficial in the health for agricultural improvement, for environmental sustainability, and for bioeconomic development, because it expedites research that can lead to bioeconomic development. A lot of researches that can be used industrially. But it is also riskier. Because it is also powerful, it is also riskier in the sense that you are now having AI-generated biological designs. Who is regulating the activity you are doing? The sequences that you are picking from the digitized information, which we now call digital sequence information. Those sequences that you want to pick and you want to use it to synthesize new organisms. What is that sequence for? Which biological material has that sequence? Is that biological material a high pathogenic organism that has been sequenced and its sequence stored? Traditionally, the biological material that you are picking in sequence, is it something that is ethically adoptable by a particular country or by a particular community? So it comes with its own risk. And by the way, apart from the sequence again, who are you? Who are you that is picking that sequence? What is your research credibility record that we can say that yes, so far so good, this person has been involved in responsible research, that we can allow the person to assess a sequence of a high pathogenic organism. So these are the risks involved in AI DSI. But nevertheless, they are powerful because when they are used responsibly and they are controlled and regulated, you can have beneficial outcomes. But when they are not controlled and regulated, when there is no governance framework for it, you may not be able to manage the risk, which I've mentioned now, that can come of it. Another is that there will be rapid experimentation cycles. So just like the way we do in our lab, we take our time to run an experimentation. With the AI design models, you can run rapid experimentation cycles and start bringing out your results and start publishing and start putting into research and development. And there is difficulty in risk prediction because it is not done physically. There will be difficulty in predicting the risk. But because you are doing your work digitally, you may not be able to identify or predict a particular risk that may have occurred when you are joining and synthesizing your sequences, even when it is not a pathogenic sequence. You might be doing your normal sequence that is stored, synthesizing a sequence that is stored. And along the synthesis process, there might be an issue. But because it is not done physically in the lab, you may not be able to detect it digitally, and you continue to do your synthesizing. And at the end of the day, you may target to synthesize organism A, but at the end of the day, you are synthesizing organism B. You are publishing it. And so there are some, and if you don't use the AI predictive model that can be able to detect whether what you have intended to do is what you have, you may necessarily publish or bring out the organism that you are not initially expected to do. So these are the risks involved. And that is why we say they are powerful and they are risks. And how do we manage the risk? There should be governance and policy frameworks that can be able to handle it. Thank you.
That biology is or can be digitized. Thank you for that. Can we call on Dr. Guilherme da Costa? Are you ready to take us through integration of local communities in the management of classified forests in Guinea-Bissau?
Is it better? Can you?
We can't hear you, Dr. Doctor. You're muted or there's something wrong with your sound.
Hello?
Hello?
Please, Dr. Da Costa, can you carry on?
I don't know if I should call her. I should.
Da Costa, we can't hear you. There's something wrong with your sound. We're unable to hear you. Please, if you can rectify your sound. We can't hear you.
Maybe we can call on another person while he gets himself sorted out. We call on Prof. Anne Mugai to give us a talk on the integration of local communities in the management of classified forests. Prof. Anne Mugai is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, National Defense University, Kenya. Prof. Anne, are you ready?
Genevieve, Anne is not available right now. I think we're going to have to break for lunch and be back maybe in 30 minutes.
We're managing it just nicely.
Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, please confirm.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, thank God.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Are we continuing with
Yes,
the last
I think we
session?
can. Yeah, we need to. I'm echoing. So where is it coming from? So I'm gonna mute. So I think I've muted. So I think we'll just start the next session. Sorry guys, we were a bit late because we ran a bit late with the other session. So thanks for staying on to the third session, which focuses on the High Seas Treaty and WIPO Treaty. So I'm hoping we can be able to cover some components of this session today. So we would have Dr. Emmanuel Kolawole Oke, who will give us a keynote presentation, and then we'll call on one or two of the panelists as part of the panel session style Q&A. Dr. Emmanuel will speak to us on the WIPO Treaty on Intellectual Property, Genetic Resources, and Associated Traditional Knowledge, and he's a senior lecturer at the University of Edinburgh. Emmanuel, over to you, please.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank God. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you for organizing this. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
I'll switch in. Yeah, I'm just. Is it possible to share my screen, right?
Yes, please. You have the co-hosts right now.
All right. Okay. I think that'll make it easier. Can everybody see my slides now?
We can see your slides. Please carry on.
All right. Thank you very much. So, as Thank God has mentioned, I'll be talking today about the WIPO Treaty on IP, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge. I'm obviously speaking from a legal point of view. My field, my area of research is international IP law. So I think for me, the starting point is to talk about the governance of genetic resources under international law. And the relevant frameworks here, there are so many different treaties that govern this issue under international law. Some of them are related, some are not, but they all deal with genetic resources in one way or the other. The preeminent one, as I'm sure everybody is aware of, is the Convention on Biological Diversity, the CBD, and there's also the protocol to the CBD itself, the Nagoya Protocol. And then you also have the FAO's Plant Treaty, that's International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. And then, of course, you have the 2023 agreement, the Law of the Sea Conventions Agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. And that is the BBNG agreement. At the same time, you have the WHO's pandemic agreement, under which there's a proposal to have a pathogen access and benefit sharing system, the PABS system. And then finally, 2 years ago, WIPO member states, that's the World IP Organization member states, adopted a treaty on IP, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge. I'll just call that the WIPO Treaty for short. So that's what we have in terms of relevant international treaties. My focus obviously is on the last one, all right? The treaty itself is aimed at enhancing the efficacy, transparency, and quality of the patent system with regard to genetic resources. And it's also aimed at preventing patents from being granted erroneously or mistakenly for inventions that are neither new nor inventive with regard to genetic resources. It was designed to address what some have called biopiracy, where people from other countries will come to developing countries in Africa and Asia, South America, take genetic resources, come up with inventions, but they don't really, they don't inform the people involved or the people living in that area that they've taken resources there or they've used those genetic resources to develop inventions, right? So the treaty was designed to address that problem, and the main mandate or the main obligation that states have under the treaty is to implement what is called a disclosure of origin requirement in their national patent systems. So this means that patent applicants whose claimed invention is based on genetic resources or traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources have to disclose where they got those genetic resources from in their patent application. So it's up to states to implement this at the national level. That is the main obligation under the treaty. So I'm going to just quickly divide the rest of my talk into three main parts. I want to start by looking at how is this issue dealt with under the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol, the issue of genetic resources. And then the most important issue here is monitoring the use and commercialization of genetic resources, right? So all of those two issues form a very critical background to evaluating the WIPO Treaty, where you won't really understand the significance of the WIPO Treaty or be able to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the treaty without understanding what has happened before the treaty was adopted. Some of this may be familiar with people, to people here already. In terms of the CBD itself, it has three main objectives: the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the use of genetic resources. The CBD also reaffirms the sovereignty of states to exploit their own resources pursuant to their own environmental policies. The CBD defines genetic resources to mean genetic material of actual or potential value. And genetic material in this context is defined specifically to exclude human genetic resources. So we are dealing with material of plants, animal, microbial, or other origin that contains functional units of heredity. So the same definition of genetic resources is what you find in the WIPO Treaty. So it specifically excludes human genetic resources. So it's a similar definition, a similar approach under the WIPO Treaty. In terms of the CBD itself, it does impose a number of obligations on states in terms of access and benefit sharing. So in terms of access to genetic resources, it requires that this should be done on mutually agreed terms. And it also says that access to genetic resources should be subject to prior informed consent of the country providing such genetic resources, unless that country determines otherwise, right? So it's up to countries, again, to stipulate this in their laws. It also has obligations in terms of sharing in a fair and equitable way the results of research and development and the benefits arising from the commercialization and other uses of genetic resources with the country providing such resources, right? So, and then you have the Nagoya Protocol, which builds on the CBD and advances the objective of ensuring the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use of genetic resources. In fact, that is the singular objective of the Nagoya Protocol: fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use of genetic resources. And in terms of benefit sharing, the Nagoya Protocol says that, or stipulates that benefits arising from the use of genetic resources as well as commercialization should be shared in a fair and equitable way with the country providing the genetic resources. And benefits in this context under the Nagoya Protocol may include monetary and non-monetary benefits. So it's not just about sharing money. It could also mean sharing technology and other things like that. And then it imposes certain obligations on provider countries. Provider countries are countries that do provide genetic resources where you have. So those are countries that are rich in biodiversity and genetic resources. So for these countries, they are required to ensure that access to genetic resources is subject to prior informed consent. And this obligation also applies to traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources, right? So they are required to ensure that access to such things are done with the prior and informed consent or approval and involvement of the indigenous and local communities where this traditional knowledge is held. For user countries, those are countries where genetic resources are used or exploited. The Nagoya Protocol requires them to ensure that any genetic resources used within their territory has been accessed or obtained in accordance with prior informed consent, and that mutually agreed terms have been established, right? So the same obligation is imposed on user countries with regard to traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources. Now, all of these obligations are fine, in terms of provider countries and user countries, but they are meaningless or ineffective if there's no way to monitor the use of genetic resources or the commercialization of genetic resources, right? And that's why the Nagoya Protocol also contains specific provisions dealing with the monitoring of the use and commercialization of genetic resources. Article 17 of the protocol imposes a duty on all countries, both providers and users, to implement measures to monitor and to enhance transparency about the use of genetic resources. So importantly, the Article 17 mandates countries to designate checkpoints that will collect or receive information about prior informed consent, the source of genetic resources, mutually agreed terms, and the use of genetic resources as appropriate. So one way of doing this could be through the use of a disclosure of origin requirement, right? And this is where IP comes in. This is where the WIPO Treaty itself comes into play. So one way to ensure and to monitor, to fulfill your monitoring obligations is to, for instance, require patent applicants to disclose the origin of any genetic resources used in their invention. And this is a key reason, the central reason why the WIPO Treaty was adopted. For so many years, developing countries have been canvassing for the introduction of a disclosure of origin requirements at both the World Trade Organization and at WIPO. So 2 years ago, they were able to get a treaty, this treaty, the WIPO Treaty, to contain this obligation, that contains this obligation. So I think with the treaty now, I think it's time to evaluate whether or not it can actually be useful to monitor the use of genetic resources. So that's what I'll be spending the rest of my time to talk about now. So as I mentioned earlier, the key obligation imposed by the treaty is a disclosure of origin requirement, right? And what does this mean? So it means that where the claimed invention in a patent application is based on genetic resources, states are required to ask patent applicants to disclose the country of origin of genetic resources, or where this is not known, the source of the genetic resources. Now, the key word here is based on, and I'll come back to why that is important later on. So the same obligation is imposed on patent applicants whose claimed invention is based on traditional knowledge. So for those people, they have to disclose the indigenous peoples or the local community that provided the traditional knowledge, or where this is not known, the source of the traditional knowledge. So that is the core obligation imposed on states by the treaty. So what are the strengths and weaknesses of the treaty? I think a key strength of the treaty is that it can be used by states to monitor the use and commercialization of genetic resources as required by various treaties such as the Nagoya Protocol and the BBNG. As I mentioned earlier on, one of the obligations of states under the Nagoya Protocol is to monitor the use of genetic resources, to monitor the commercialization of genetic resources, to also check things like prior informed consent and mutually agreed terms. So you could use the patent office as one of the designated checkpoints to check for these things. And that's one thing that the WIPO Treaty allows you to do. And I think it also has implications for other frameworks dealing with genetic resources. For instance, the BBNG agreement. If you look at Article 12 of the BBNG agreement, it requires parties to implement measures ensuring that relevant information about activities involving marine genetic resources is notified to the clearinghouse mechanism established by the agreement. And this notification is required at 3 stages. So before you collect the marine genetic resources, after you collect the marine genetic resources, and thirdly, if there's any use or commercialization of marine genetic resources, you have to notify the clearinghouse mechanism. So at the third stage of the use or commercialization, the BBNG agreement also requires you to notify the clearinghouse mechanism of where the results of use, like publications or patents or developed products, can be found. So one way to fulfill this is simply to impose a disclosure of origin requirement on applicants seeking for patent protection for inventions developed using marine genetic resources. Now, there's no provision in the BBNG agreement that specifically says you should do this, but there's also no provision that says you cannot do it. So my own view is that if a state is a party to both the BBNG agreement and the WIPO Treaty, they can in fact ask patent applicants whose inventions involve the use of marine genetic resources to disclose the origin or source of such marine genetic resources in their patent applications. That can be used to monitor the use of those resources. And of course, it can be used to now track things like benefit sharing and mutually agreed terms and prior informed consent. So I think implementing a disclosure of origin requirements for patent applicants in this context can assist the state in gathering the information that it requires to fulfill its notification duties to the clearinghouse mechanism regarding the use and commercialization of marine genetic resources. But having said that, there are a number of key weaknesses in the treaty. And I think for me, a fundamental weakness of the WIPO Treaty is the failure to address the issue of digital sequence information, or DSI, on genetic resources. Because as many of you know, that is the new way of using or misappropriating genetic resources. So that, I think, is a major flaw in the treaty, in my view, because DSI effectively eliminates the need for physical access. And this is a problem if the access and benefit sharing framework that you have is linked to physical access. So in my view, the approach adopted in the WIPO Treaty is out of step with the approach that you see in other forums dealing with genetic resources. So for instance, the Conference of the Parties to the CBD has adopted a number of decisions on DSI on genetic resources. And even the BBNG agreement also includes DSI on marine genetic resources within its scope. So another key weakness of the treaty is the ambiguity regarding the trigger of the disclosure requirement. When do you have to disclose if your invention has involved the use of genetic resources? So the treaty says that you should only do that if your invention is based on genetic resources. And based on is defined in a very narrow way in the treaty. So it means that genetic resources must have been necessary for the claimed invention, and the claimed invention must depend on the specific properties of the genetic resources. The problem here is that lawyers will find a way to draft their claims around this. It's very easy to avoid, this obligation if you can just simply show that your invention was not based on the genetic resources. So the text of the treaty seems to suggest that merely using the genetic resources to develop a claimed invention would not be sufficient to trigger the requirement to disclose. So if you just say, well, I used it, but my invention is not based on it. So it all depends on how you define based on, and this is defined in a very narrow way under the treaty. At the same time, the treaty also says that states should not revoke, invalidate, or render a patent unenforceable simply because the applicant has failed to disclose the information required under the treaty. The only time you can do any of these things is if there's been a fraudulent intent on the part of the applicants. Well, that can be very difficult to prove. It's a criminal allegation. The standard of proof required there is very high. So again, in my view, that weakens the effectiveness of the disclosure requirements in the treaty. At the same time, the treaty also says that parties should not impose an obligation on patent offices to verify the authenticity of disclosures. Again, that significantly weakens the importance of this obligation. So if patent offices don't have to verify, and there could be different reasons why you don't want to impose this duty on patent offices. They might not have the capacity, they might not have the human resources to do this. But what about states that do have the capacity to verify the authenticity of disclosure? So again, all of this for me weakens the effectiveness of this treaty. So to conclude, just to say a few more things, the treaty itself is not yet in force. Only 3 states have ratified or acceded to the treaty. For the treaty to enter into force, you need 15 states to ratify it. And although Nigeria signed the treaty 2 years ago when it was adopted, as far as I'm aware, the country is yet to ratify the treaty. And it's important to note that neither the EU nor the US is a signatory to the treaty. I think that's going to affect the effectiveness of the treaty because I think it's a multilateral issue that requires a multilateral approach. For me, fundamentally, the failure to address the issue of DSI is a key weakness of the treaty. Although, having said that, the treaty does include a commitment by the parties to review the scope of the treaty to address issues like DSI, but this commitment to review will only take place 4 years after entering into force. But it's not yet clear when the treaty itself will enter into force, right? So in sum, I think the treaty itself is a good idea. I think it's a good start, but there is significant room for improvement. So thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about my work.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Let's see if the 2 panelists are online, and we'll just ask them to join the panel session. We're just going to go straight to Q&A and maybe more of a panel question. So if anyone have any question online, please feel free to put it in the chat box or use your virtual Zoom hand, kind of raise it up, and then we'll call you to ask your question over Zoom. Then I think once we're done, we'll move to the on-site participants to know if they have any question. So do we have Eunice? Because Eunice was meant to be a member of the panel session and take some questions. Eunice and Eunice Wachuku and Fortune Awala, are they on the Zoom call or are they on site? Is Eunice on the Zoom call? So I think I have some questions which I have some questions for you, Emmanuel, so which we kind of curated.
Sure. Yeah.
Awala is on site.
Okay, Awala is on site. Okay. How about Eunice?
Not yet on site.
Okay, so can we have the camera go to Awala then? So we have some rated questions that I'm just trying to get it up while we wait for people to put their questions in the chat box. I'm just trying to, because they are mixed with the other questions. All right. So I must say I am not I'm not an expert in this, so we're just trying to have some questions that will prompt the discussions, and then you could, because it might be that people also have similar questions, particular, and as we've seen since yesterday and this morning, Emma, I don't know if you attended the first session. You know, there's quite a lot of awakening and most people knowing about these things for the first time. So I would ask some questions that are basic and some that are more advanced, but I am not an expert. And no, I think Sally was supposed to do this because but she had an emergency she needs to go to. All right, let me see. Okay, so the first question I have for you, I'm just going to put it in the chat box and also read it out so people can follow the question. So from your perspective, I think this one goes to Emmanuel. How does the WIPO GR80K Treaty reshape the relationship between intellectual property systems and genetic resources, particularly in terms of disclosure, transparency, recognition of knowledge? So that's a question from Sally. She kind of gave me the question because she couldn't be here. She's also a lawyer. She's supposed to be the moderator for this session, and she's into, ABS and IP and all of this. So if you could please maybe expand on it in the next 2 to 3 minutes, that would be very helpful, Emmanuel.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to talk about this. I should also add a caveat. I'm not a scientist, so, I'm only going to be talking from a legal perspective, as I mentioned in my. So I think that's a very good question. I think it goes to the heart of what I already talked about in my talk. Anyway, I think for developing countries, one key problem has always been to track or monitor the use of genetic resources taken from, say, maybe African countries or South American countries. And the idea was to say, okay, we can use patent offices as one way to see who is doing what with genetic resources, right? So if you ask patent applicants to disclose where they got the genetic resources from in the application, right, then you can say, okay, then you can now ask further questions down the line. Before you took the genetic resources, did you get prior informed consent, for instance?
Yeah.
Is there any benefit sharing agreement in place? So it's just one way. It offers a way to track who is doing what with genetic resources. So who is going to what country to do what. There are different ways that it can be done. You can have national frameworks to do this. The problem with the national framework is that it only applies within your country because IP rights are territorial rights, fundamentally. Right. So if you have the national framework, say in Nigeria, then that obligation will only apply to those applying for patents in Nigeria. right? It won't have implications for other countries. But if you have a multilateral framework, it makes it easier to track it across several countries. So it means any country where you want to apply, you have to disclose where you got the resources.
Yeah, but just to kind of interject a bit, I don't mean to cut you short. Now you're talking about multilateral framework.
Yeah.
Does the multilateral, because one of the things I see, of course, everything have advantages, disadvantages.
Yeah.
One of the things I've seen in the MLM, the multilateral framework, is that it assumes that the genetic resource or the DSI or wherever has to be open, and it has to be, I mean, the benefit, there has to be access for there to be benefits. I mean, I don't know if I can say that. So in the sense that the benefit maps to the access. If someone does not access the data, does not access the genetic resources, then there is no expectation for benefit sharing. That, you get my point. So in that context, most of the multilateral framework that I've seen often anchors this idea that, okay, we need to guarantee that the data will be open, the GR will be open, so that we can also guarantee that the benefits will return to the people in terms of like multilateral benefit. Now, but the challenge now is in the actual, how does this also affect like indigenous people and traditional knowledge, in the sense that there are instances where it is not always possible for the data to be open, to be, unrestrictedly open, to be shared. And of course, it is very clear in the UNESCO documentation, recommendation on the open science, for example, where it says, this is, the idea is to go toward the status of unrestricted, but there are instances where you can't, because it's endangered species, it's sacred human, it's sacred things. It gave that all of those things in it. So what is your perspective, and how does that connect with the question as well?
Right. Okay. That's a very big. You've opened a Pandora box, and I'm not sure I can address all the issues here. But I should be very clear from the outset. I think I wasn't really clear in my presentation about this issue. The thing is, the WIPO Treaty doesn't actually say anything about access and benefit sharing. Right. It's only really about disclosure of origin. Right. And so the idea is that would be a touch point or a checkpoint to now maybe check for all those other things.
Okay.
Right. If you can know where the applicant got it from, then you can now ask follow-up questions. That would not, in most countries, that should not really be the job of the patent office anyway.
Yeah.
It will be the job of another agency. But the whole idea of the treaty is to provide a means for countries to at least check for the source or the origin of genetic resources used. So it doesn't really say anything about access and benefit sharing. So it's still, that is still governed by the CBD and the Nagoya framework, really, and how countries implement it. But the point I was trying to make about multilateral system for disclosure of origin is that if you just have national frameworks or national approaches to disclosure of origin, because of the territorial nature of IP rights, that obligation to disclose will only be limited to your country. But if you have a global treaty, which is what the WIPO Treaty is, it's meant to be a multilateral framework. It means that all the countries that implement the treaty will have to implement that disclosure of origin requirement too. So it will mean that applicants will not be able to pick and choose where they want to file for their patents.
Yeah.
So it means that they can be strategic, which is what they're going to do now, because a number of countries are yet to implement the treaty. So for instance, the US and the EU are not currently parties to this. So
they're not parties to the WIPO Treaty.
To the WIPO Treaty right now. So anybody applying for patents in those countries, unless maybe specific countries in the EU have requirements for disclosure of origin, they don't have to comply with this. So my point is that disclosure of origin requirement will only be more effective if it's done multilaterally, as opposed to national frameworks. Now, but the issue of access and benefit sharing, all of those issues are still part of the CBD Nagoya framework, and it depends on how countries implement those nationally, right? The other part of your question is about, that tension between keeping everything open and keeping things maybe locked up on the IP rights and things like that. But that's a bigger question, right? I'm not really sure I can resolve that question or that tension. But,
yeah, because someone is putting in the chat, Vincent Endemir, for information, the best governance models does not close the data. Absolutely, I agree. It does not close the data.
Yeah.
But it keeps the data open while ensuring that benefits are shared fairly. So I think
right.
that is yeah.
I mean, that's a fair point. And I think ultimately on that issue, I think that is where national approaches can make a difference. So it depends on what you want in your country. I think there's nothing in the CBD or Nagoya protocol that says that you can't design your access and benefit sharing framework in a way that you consider to be optimal for your local circumstances. Right. So that can vary potentially from country to country. I would imagine. Right? So,
yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the next question, I don't know if Eunice is still on the call. Eunice, are you still on the call online? Okay, I don't think Eunice is still on site. So can we pick do we have any question on site? I was thinking Eunice is on site to respond to this other question.
Any question?
Do you have any question on site from the
Yes,
on-site?
I can see.
Okay, let's take some questions from on-site participants because we have about 15 minutes to go to the next session.
Yes, remember, Fortune is ready.
Okay, it's ready. Okay, so I think for Fortune, how about Eunice Wachuku? Is she on site as well?
Not yet.
Okay. So in terms of, so can we bring on Fortune because I can't see her on the call, so that she can respond to this if she may. So Sally sent this question, so I'm going to put it in the chat box so it's easy for me to. I've put it in the chat box so that you can also read it. So the Sally's question is, drawing from your case studies, what distinguishes approaches that lead to meaningful outcomes from those that remain largely procedural, particularly in the context of implementing IP and biodiversity frameworks? So I felt that there could be a context to that, but maybe you would understand that, Fortune. Fortunately, Sally didn't provide additional context in this. So, but I think she's talking about case studies, apply context, with regards to the IP and biodiversity frameworks.
Okay, thank you very much. Talking about the biodiversity framework and IP, we are talking about, when we talk about IP, we are talking about patenting and rights of the individual to own a particular resources, which has been actually, which is not applicable looking at the BBNJ treaty, High Sea Treaty. Yes, the treaty actually says that there is a joint ownership of genetic resources. And because of that, no individual has rights over any genetic resources. Then for some organization, corporations or states that has been able to, make or manufacture things out of these genetic resources that have already patented it before these treaty agreements, there is still an opportunity because there is a compromise in the IPR, and the compromise is this, that this particular resource that was gotten out and has been manufactured into a finished usable goods and has already been patented, should the royalty accrued to such patented resource should be shared across, because the resources is jointly owned. I don't know if that makes sense to the question.
Absolutely. I think, I don't know, Ima, do you also have anything to add to this? Because this connects to the presentation as well.
You're asking about the procedural and
yeah.
preservation. Right. So, I mean, originally the question, I think, what I would say is the WIPO treaty, yes, it is a procedural treaty. It's about the process or the procedure for applying for a patent, right? So it doesn't really, as I said, it doesn't deal with the substantive issues of access and benefit sharing and things like that. But it's procedural. It's largely procedural. It doesn't say anything about patent rights per se or the exclusivity or your monopoly per se. But I think the procedure is also important, right? Because to track things like patenting activity, patent applications, to see who has used what, you need to have a checkpoint to be able to say, okay, is your claimed invention based on, or is it drawing on genetic resources? If so, what kind of genetic resources? Plant genetic resources, marine genetic resources, and then so that would determine, okay, if it is what kind of genetic resources, and then what are the other obligations and then follow on from that. Do you have the benefit sharing agreement in place? If it's the BBNJ framework, we have to notify the clearinghouse mechanism, and that will also trigger a number of other things. So my point is, this procedural element is important for the access and benefit sharing framework that we have under the CBD, the BBNG, and other agreements that talk about benefit sharing. Because you can't really have benefit sharing if you don't know who is using what.
Exactly. I mean, you're now coming to the point now. I mean, you kind of hit the nail. The hammer on the nail, right?
So I think that is why, even though it is largely procedural, I think it's still important. But I'm also saying that it won't work if only a few countries implement it.
So I know we've had this conversation in the past, I mean, many years ago. It's if I do know that the ABS is a very important component, especially for developing nations. So if, for instance, there is capacity across board, what I mean by capacity in this case, I know that capacity is being built. I know, noting that Bupe is here, and she would refute if I said there's no capacity. So nothing, but my point is this: assuming all regions have the same level of capacity to use and generate, do you really think the ABS, the access and benefit sharing, would be a complex discussion as we're having, or are we going to have a different discussion in that situation?
If all countries have the capacity to exploit.
Let's assuming that Africa, the continent of Africa, has the same level of capacity to generate DSI as Europe, North America, Asia.
Right.
Would we be having a different conversation in the ABS space?
Potentially, yes, because I think one of the reasons why those frameworks were put in place was to ensure that, okay, if all African countries, for instance, are generating, it's just they have the resources, right? But they are not exploiting it. So what you want is a system where if foreigners are coming to exploit those resources, they are paying something back into those countries. So, and as I said, benefits in the context of the CBD Nigeria is not just about money. It could also mean technology transfer and things like that. So if in that other universe that you're describing, where everybody has the capacity, I'm sure the conversation will probably be different.
So I have two more questions for you before we wrap up, because we need to wrap up at 2. And this is also from Sally. So if anyone also have additional question, I will try to fit it into this question. So the bullet point 1, as frameworks such as BBNJ, which I know you didn't really talk about, but it's fine, but you can talk about it if you do wish. As frameworks such as the BBNJ agreement and WIPO evolve alongside the CBD, how can countries strengthen coherence across these systems to avoid fragmentation and ensure more effective implementation? So you just take that, then I'll go to the next question when you're done.
All right. So, I mean, as I said in my response to the earlier question, I think a multilateral approach is better. And I think particularly for the issue of DSI, one problem that I think is emanating now is the fact that the issue of DSI is being discussed in different forums. And so there's the BBNJ stream, there's the pandemic agreement stream, there's the CBD stream, right? So I think at some point it would be helpful to have a universal single forum where people can agree on clear and coherent rules that will apply across different frameworks, because it's still DSI, it's still the same. So it would be important to have, so that companies or actors involved in this field would not have to be thinking, oh, there are conflicting rules coming from different forums, right? So I agree with the premise or the assumption behind the question. Yes, it's important to have. I think this is a multilateral issue that requires a multilateral solution, right? So I agree with that. To avoid fragmentation, yes.
Yeah, the final question is, if we consider both global, and I think this is to you too from Sally, if we consider both global commitments and national realities, what is one practical action that could be advanced in the near term to strengthen implementation of this fragmentation of these frameworks in a way that is both context sensitive and inclusive? So I think this is a mouthful, right?
It's a very good question. Yeah. I think, okay, I think, I mean, one of the things that can help is what we are doing today, right? Having conversations about this, creating more awareness about the issues, so that policymakers are aware of some of the practicalities. It might also help, say, for instance, if the African Union, maybe a regional framework on this, if there's a consistent continent-wide framework for African countries on something like this. If there's a consensus at the regional level, it will make it easier to achieve to have a unified voice at the multilateral forum, and then you can come up with, solutions that are context sensitive and inclusive, right? So so that those would be my own suggestions.
Because I know the Africa Union has this Africa Union Strategic Plan 2015 on the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol and things like that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, but I think I as I said, I still maintain that for something like this, I think it has to go beyond individual countries. I think
absolutely,
because the limited nature of IP, right?
Yeah, because you need to balance. You need to balance the access to the data with the benefit. An example is, for instance, if let's assume people have to pay for the data itself. Let's assume the data is not open. Then it will also deepen inequities, because countries and people that don't have the resource to actually purchase the data will not have the money to do so. I mean, we saw that during COVID, right? Exactly. So I do believe that, having that situation where the data is open and is accessible is good, but at the same time, ensuring that the benefit also flows back to bridge that inequity. Because, as I asked you before, if we live in a world where all countries, have that capacity to generate and use, I don't really believe we would have this discussion, with regards to ABS and all of this. I mean, that's what I think, essentially. Okay, we're coming close to the top of the hour. Does anyone have any final question? Or maybe Fortune, you have any final remarks? Or Ima, do you have any final remarks before we wrap up this session?
No, just to re-echo, I think there's a point here by Vincent, I can see it on Zoom, about the issue with physical handling and the issue of DSI. So I think it's important as well for countries to start, even at the national level, to start dealing with this issue of DSI, because I think that is the new frontier for this issue now. For me, I think the WIPO Treaty is solving a problem that existed 20 years ago. So the new issue now, the new issue now is DSI. So if you don't solve that problem, then any access and benefit sharing framework that is still tied to physical access, it's not really going to be useful in this new context.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as we saw in the Nagoya Protocol as well. I mean, and even now where sometimes you don't even need the access to the physical material to use the DSI. Okay, do you have any final comment? Fortune, do you have any final remark? Anyone have any final comment in the chat box? So there's a comment here, but I think we've kind of answered it already, so I don't want us to repeat it. Do we have any final question on site?
As a way of my final remark, I'm calling for a regional integration okay, to be able to implement this BBNJ treaty that would actually strengthen the African region so that we can have a better voice and better representation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fortune.
I agree with that.
I have a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, so if I heard you right, you said that human genetic material was excluded from the WPOA treaty. I would like to know why was human genetic material not included? Thank you.
A very good question. I think the key reason why it was excluded was because they were trying to align that definition with the definition in the CBD itself. That's the Convention on Biological Diversity, which itself defines genetic material in a way that excludes human genetic resources. Right. So if you look at the CBD, it only deals with animal, plants, and microbial organisms that have functional units of heredity. So, so I think the key question is why the CBD excludes human genetic resources. Right? So,
yeah, I mean, looking at this from the scientific side of things is, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but even within our discipline, within the biodiversity space in genomics, we also exclude the human. So that goes all the way down because the reason is, so the reason we consider like the biodiversity anything apart from the human, even though like we do know that human is part of the core component, and that is also for maybe process convenience, I don't know, and also particularly because human also you already have the WHO, right? So
yes, so I was also going to add that so issues involving human genetic resources are dealt with
the WHO, exactly. So that the function is different. You know, the CBD often does the biodiversity space. So this also is not just about the CBD, it's also trying to align with the discipline, the core subject area. You know, when we talk about biodiversity, actually in the genomic space, focus more on anything, you know, non-human, you know, downstream particularly. Okay, I know that we are just 2 minutes past 2 p.m. Nigerian time. So if there are no more questions, we'll move to the next session. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel and Fortune, and we hope you would join us again sometime in the future as well.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. You're welcome. So we would move to the next session, which would I'm just gonna try to find the agenda right here. The next session focused on making genetic resources and DSI information available to policymakers and the financing mechanisms for genetic resources. So just one. We'll move to our next presenter, which is Ashraf El Ali. Ashraf, you're a co-host. Now, could you please very briefly talk to us about the African DSI infrastructures and the DSI data bank as well?
What is briefly?
I mean, your keynote.
Because I did have a long presentation.
That's fine.
I will speak fast.
No. Just you have how many minutes have you got here? You have 20 minutes, so that's fine.
Okay. So I wanted to put a perspective to this. So I have 2 parts of the presentation. The second part I added at the end. So excuse me if I speak fast. That way I can.
No, that's fine. Just take your time. Don't be me saying briefly is just because I've been saying briefly since.
But I already know within even the 20 minutes I have, it might be stretched in it because I added the whole part at the end, at the beginning. as a prequel to the talk, just to showcase the importance of DSI even more differently than what has been happening in the last 2 days in your conference. So just excuse me if I talk fast or give me more time.
I think I'll give you more time. That's fine. That's
okay.
fine.
All right. I'll try to do both. Let me just share quickly. Where's the share? Okay, here it is. Okay. You can see the presentation.
Yes, please carry on.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashraf Landali. I'm a professor of bioinformatics at the UM6P, University Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Morocco. It's a pleasure to be here virtually with you. And today I want to talk about something that's quietly transforming biology. And we're not talking about just a set of tools or new tools, but actually a genuine way of thinking about the genome itself. So for a decade, we treated DNA like a static instruction manual. So it's a book that we could read, but we don't fully know how to interpret this. Today, we're moving into an era where we interact with the genome the way a linguist interacts with the language. So we're thinking grammar, context, meaning, and so forth. The question is, what if DNA is not just code, but a language? And also, what if we're finally learning how to read this language? So that question is the thread that runs through my talk today, from the mathematics behind it briefly to the genomic AI, to the start gap in African representation, which is why we will also present our plan for infrastructure that we need to build together. So let me quickly orient you. We will talk about, begin with DNA as a biological language and why that framing matters. This is the part I was saying that was the prequel of my talk, which would be the digital sequence information, which is the policy and infrastructure layer that will make science actionable. We'll also look at the position of Africa, and we'll be frank here. The gap is there, it's significant, but so is the opportunity. And then the second part of the talk, we'll discuss about the proposed African DSI computing infrastructure and how we will choose what action plan should we have. All right, and of course, we will close with an action, because this is not a talk about a problem. This is more a talk about a project that we are underway, that we need your institutions, your data, and your voices in order to build together. Start with the scale of the challenge. And it's humbling. The human genome is 3.2 billion letters, as most of you know. If we printed it out, it will fill libraries of 3,000 volumes. We can sequence it, we can store it, we can search it. But what's uncomfortable truth, even in 2026, is that sequencing is no longer the bottleneck. We have the text. The problem is that we lack the index for this text. As we know, 98% of that text is what we once called junk DNA, and we know that it's anything but junk. Okay, it contains the 2% that are coding actually contains the 98% contains the regulatory syntax, the grammar that tells that 2% of coding what to do, when to do it, in which cell type to do it, and so forth. So understanding the grammar requires something fundamentally different from a typical search engine or what was once a statistical model that learns the structure of the language. So this is exactly why genomic languages or genomic language models are beginning to surface and beginning to do exactly that. So why is this revolution happening now in 2026 and not 10 years ago? Well, the answer is a triple conversion. These conversions are happening or have been happening and maturing simultaneously. First, we had the algorithms. We moved from beyond the standard transformer into state space models that can process biological sequences of extraordinary length without the quadratic memory cost that was previously made this impossible. Secondly, the data itself, we now have pangenomic data sets of trillions of tokens that we can use. This is the raw material that training models need to understand the genomic context at a scale, as a large scale. And then thirdly is the compute itself. Exascale clusters allow us to treat the entire Earth biome as a single training data set. So when all of these conversions happened, the result is a shift in paradigms. We no longer just analyze sequences through predefined pipelines. We interrogate the latent space. We interact with biological data the way we interact with the language, and the genome begins to answer us back. Let me take you through why the language analogy is not really, it's more than just precise. It's not just a metaphor. It has direct implication for how we build these models. So the old paradigms treated DNA, as you know, as a static digital blueprint, linear sequence of instructions. We read it from left to right. We knew that there's 2% coded, for example, in the human genomes and so forth. We call the mutations are typos. They are fixed with predefined meanings. And while that view is not wrong, it's radically incomplete. The new paradigm treats DNA as a high-dimensional language. The nucleotides are letters, regulatory logics, such as promoters, enhancers, and silencers. This is the grammar. And the three-dimensional chromatin folding is what we can say is the tone of voice. The same word can mean different things depending on the context. In this case, depending on the cell type and so forth. This is why mutations are no longer just typos. In one chromatin context, it may be silent. In another, it rewires the entire gene regulatory network. So we cannot understand that from sequence alone. We need the model that have some context, that has seen a whole context. This is what genomic language models are beginning to capture and why they represent such a qualitative leap. Now, let me show you briefly the mathematical reason behind what made this possible, because this, the breakthrough is algorithmic as much as it is in the other parts I've discussed. But for years, we looked at, we were blocked with what I call a quadratic bottleneck. So standard transformer attentions are, they scale at the square of the length. If the sequence is k, this would be k squared in terms of memory cost. And so in practice, that kept us at looking at maximum 32 kilobase pairs. So this was only enough to see a single gene, for example. But we cannot see the distant regulatory elements that may control these genes that may be megabase away. So the breakthrough of 24-26 period is the shift from this linear scaling through what's called state space models. And that made memory not become the problem, as the memory scales linearly with the sequence length. And so now that meant we could grow the sequence without growing the computational cost. So what does 1 megabase context gives us? It gives us the neighborhood of the gene. It gives us, now we can actually see the full regulatory environment in a single context window. We can model long-range interactions that were previously invisible. So for genomic, this is equivalent to looking, moving from a microscope that can only see individual cells to one that can see tissue architecture they form. So that kind of analogy is what looking at 32 kilobase pair versus a mega base pair gives us. I'm sorry, I think I skipped too much. Right. So let me talk briefly here, since I meant to spend some time here, but I'm going to just briefly talk about this so we can move on. So this is the landscape. So initially it was DNA birth. This is the pioneer. This is what proved that it couldn't be even possible. But then the scale king came, which is EVO2, being able to have 9 trillion tokens of training and 1 megabase pair of context window. This was crucial. And then came Alpha Genome, which is DeepMind's contribution, allowing us to look at per base pair function. So we actually can decide the function per base pair. And then NGV3, which is the state of the art right now with balancing generative power with efficiency. But anyways, what I want you to take from here is that the trend across all of these is unmistakable. From short snippets to the full chromosomal context, the models are scaling up, and the biology they can see is scaling with them. But this is the slide for me personally that is the most intellectually remarkable results of what we see. So I want you to give it a moment. Evo2, for example, was never taught what a gene is. It was never given a single label of a tRNA or what a RNA or a coding sequence. We just threw all the raw nucleotide sequences at it. And yet, when we looked and examined at the model internally, we found that the attention heads had spontaneously organized around some functional boundaries. So it discovers genes, it discovered tRNAs and RNAs without any supervisions. Not because it was told to, because that biological structure was very necessarily to predict the next token, and that's how it learned it. It's not that we told it this is what the gene is, but it needed to pay attention to those boundaries because that was important to deciding what the next token is, because this is what generative AI does. It's looking at generating the next token. And so this is what the authors of the paper call emergent feature detection, but I would like to call it model discovering the grammar of life from first principles. So what this tells us is that the genomic language analogy is not a convenient thing, it's structurally correct. The genome has statistically understood enough that to be a powerfully considering language model as a basic feature. So, and critically, if our training data excludes African genomes, and it largely does today, then the grammar of the model learns will be incomplete. It will have blind spots, and that is the urgency behind everything that will follow today in my talk. So we're now at an inflection point, moving from prediction to interpretation. So for the past several years, the question genomic AI could always, needed to answer is, what does the sequence do? What is this variant affect? What does the function of this region is? Those are good questions, but they're not the deepest questions. In 2026, the interpretability frontier is about asking why. Not just what the model predicts, but what biological logic underlines that prediction. Can we open this black box and look inside and see, are there rules that we haven't even named yet? Is there biological things that are, biological knowledge that we can still, that we can, genuinely extract, not just create something that we already know, but do it faster, okay, which was what's happening in the last few years. So, of course, attribution maps, they are one tool. They tell us which nucleotides positions the model, gives it, make it the prediction. But attribution is not explanation yet. So we need to move from the model looked here to this is that position that matters biologically, and that's the gap that we need to work on and close it. So if we can cross that gap, we move from genomic AI as a prediction engine to genomic AI as a scientific instrument. And that changes what it can do for medicine, for biodiversity, for clinical adaptations, and so forth. But we must remain intellectually honest about where we are. Of course, this conversion is real. The progress is real, but so are the friction points. And I want to name 3 of them here. I will go through them, but one of them is important for our talk today because they shape everything else that follows. The first is biophysical consistency. So of course, the genomic language learns from sequence, statistic, but biology is also physics. not just statistics. So we need to look at the 3D structure and make sure that whatever our model is generating is not hallucinating biology as a language model would hallucinate facts. So we need to validate our frameworks with physical realism. The second thing, which is what imports us here, what matters to us in today's talk, is the pan-genome gap. So the dominant foundation models are trained with predominantly data from European and East Asian populations. So African genomes, which carry the deepest evolution lineage and the highest diversity, are underrepresented to an extraordinary degree. So of course, a model that was trained based on this distribution will systematically fail African population. This is not a technical footnote. It's a scientific and ethical crisis that we need to look at. Thirdly is what I've talked about in the previous slide, which is interpretability. These challenges are the bridge to the second half of this talk, which is, if we address them, especially if we address the pan-genome gap, it's precisely why we need to work on building our infrastructure. So let me stay on the pan-genome part for a moment, because the scale of Africa's underrepresentation deserves its own time. Here are some numbers that should really stop all of us in this virtual room and in conference room. Africa contributes approximately 3% of the global genomic data. Okay, yet it houses the highest human genetic diversity on Earth. More genetic variations exist within Africa than between all the countries combined. That's not an argument for Africa or Africa's importance. It's a statement of evolutionary fact. So the deepest branches of the human family trees are African. So this means that foundation models trained without this African genomes is not just missing data from some population, it's missing the most ancient, most diverse, most scientifically irreplaceable portion of human genetic space. And this is not just for human genetics, this also, Africa's extraordinary biodiversity remains uncaptured as actionable digital knowledge. And so fixing this is not just a regional concern, it's a prerequisite for trustworthy global genomic AI. And this is why we need to act. This is why we need to work on our infrastructure. And the gap doesn't really stop with the human genomes. As I said, Africa holds 25% of the world's biodiversity when it comes to plants, wildfires, soil microbiomes. These are unparalleled evolutionary records accumulated over millions of years. Yet this entire dimension of life is invisible in global sequence databases. So when a foundation model learns the grammar of biodiversity, it's learning it without African, without the African chapter, or without the African part. And that brings us to the policy dimension. The Counting Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the CBD's DSI provision establish a clear principle. Nations that steward genetic resources must benefit from their use, as you know, as we've been discussing throughout today. And so that's not a charity. This is a legal and ethical framework that African nations negotiated for. And here is the practical reality is we can no longer benefit, we can't benefit from all of these frameworks and without having digitized data, digitized genomic data and biodiversity data. So in order to claim this benefit sharing rights, we need to actually have data and data that we can control. This is why it's imperative that we have, we need to look at sovereignty. African nations must own and govern their own genetic heritage before others encode it for them. We need to look at the science. So African biodiversity DSI is irreplaceable training data, as well I've alluded to in the first part of my talk. So for these next generation ecological and health and climate foundation models, and for equity. So if we're looking at benefit sharing under the KMGBF, it requires that we actually have, the data producer, we save the data, not just the sample be a source of a sample. Okay. Before we go further, let's just be precise about what we mean when we talk about a DSI, because the term is loosely used and precision matters in this case. So as you probably have heard in other talks, under the CBD, DSI refers to the genetic and biochemical composition data, whether it's nucleic acids, protein sequences, genome assemblies, and so forth, as well as the contextual and observational data that gives this a meaning, whether it's taxonomy, gene expression, ecological relationships, geographic provenance, and also the link to the traditional knowledge that came with that particular plant or particular species. So this is all helpful to think, and it's important for us to be included in a DSI. So DSI has 3 levels. The first one is the data itself, the raw, FASTA-Q data. The second layer is the functional data, the transcriptome, the proteome, the metabolite. And the third layer is the contextual data. So this is the metadata that tells us where the organism was found, what ecological relationships was, what traditional knowledge has been learned and was documented about this particular species. So of course, the sequence data without context is like word without a sentence. So we need to have this, and benefit sharing, without these 3 layers, that's not going to happen. So an African DSI infrastructure must capture, govern, and make shareable all of these 3 layers, not just the sequence reads only, which is what we tend to talk about here and there. So let me put things in numbers. So Africa currently, as we said, accounts for less than 3% of the global genomic representation, despite hosting a large number of biodiversity. So this gap is not around an error. It's really a structural failure of the global scientific infrastructure. So at the African BioGenome Project, we have set, they've set an ambition to sequence 105,000 African species. That will generate over 200,000 gigabases of sequence data. So all of this is good, but what makes it particularly urgent is that, when AfricaBP surveyed, and colleagues at AfricaBP surveyed 161 African researchers, they directly say that, majority, 97.5%, I think, said that, local DSI repository is essential. It's not useful, they said essential. So these are the scientists that are actually involved in the work on the ground. So these are not just any researchers that were surveyed. So they also identify barriers clearly. So limited infrastructure, fragmented data across nations, insufficient data sovereignty, inadequate HPC access. That was also a problem. So if you look at all of these, these limitations in your slide here, you can notice that they're all, infrastructural, or they are legal, they are political, but none of the, none of them is, scientific, which means we can actually, we can actually solve by building the right architecture. So the Africa DSI data bank, does not exist in a policy vacuum. It directly operates, or it should directly operate under the KMGBF framework. And I want to show how, across these 4 dimensions, we can actually build this. The first is access and benefit sharing. So the KMGBF establishes that countries providing genetic resources in DSI must benefit equitably from their use, as you all know. So having a federated shared model of African DSI data is designed precisely to make this operational. So data stays under each national sovereignty while being accessed for scientific purposes from different places. The second is technical cooperation. So the KMGBF calls for adequate scientific corporations to support full implementations. So what we have proposed is a global access point. We call it the GAP. So this will link African institutions with each other and connect to international platforms. This way ensuring that African data enters the global scientific records on African terms. So the data is held by each institution, connected to international platforms, and federated among themselves. And the third, of course, is data sovereignty. So, the majority of researchers that we surveyed actually said that this is very important. And so this is why the model we opted for is a federated architecture. This will preserve the sovereignty at the institution or the country level, so participants could share without surrendering their control of their own data. The fourth is national biodiversity strategies and action plans, integrations. So these are the implementation vehicle of the KMGBF at each country level. So the African DSI data bank would be, is designed to align with and reinforce those national plans, not to just bypass them. Now let's look at the architecture, and the architecture is where vision becomes operational. So the central concept of what we call the GAP is, think of the GAP as the nervous system of the network. So it's not a central repository where all the data is, but it's a federated discovery and access layer that connects distributed national and institutional nodes. Each participation African institution or country will retain its own data governed by its own laws and policies. And the GAP will provide a unified interface through which researchers or policymakers or global platforms can discover what exists. They can request access under the appropriate agreements, of course, receive data in a standard, and this is important, is to receive data in standardized format so that we are compatible with existing global standards. So this federated model solves the sovereignty problem. You don't have to choose between keeping your data and sharing it. It just delays it later to the actual case by case. The architecture will allow both to simultaneously, data would stay where it's generated and is made accessible under terms of control. So this solves the fragmentation problem. We have data already, by different institutions, but now having this federated, access point solves the fragmentation problem. Today, African genomic data is scattered in different institutions with no common discovery layer. So the GAP will create that layer without requiring anyone to give up the right of their data or its governance. I'm sorry, did I click too much? Okay. So the African DSI data bank has 5 operational priorities. I want to start by walking through each one of them briefly. The first priority is the African DSI data platform. So this is what I've discussed before. This is a federated network of databases linked together. The second is data analysis platform. So we have to have access to some sort of we should cloud or HPC resource accessible through the GAP. This allows some sort of analysis on this data. So access to data itself without access to computing is sometimes meaningless. So we have to also be able to provide some cost-free infrastructure, integrated bioinformatic infrastructure to go with this. The third is the data visualization platform. So of course, without visualizing, without a genomic browser, a phylogenetic viewer, a network graphs and so forth, data can't be seen and explored in the same way. The fourth aspect is data sharing platform. So we should have coordinate sharing frameworks aligned with national laws and KMGBF obligations, promoting responsible open science without overriding institutional or national regulations. The fifth and most structurally important is something maybe at African Union level, maybe some DSI institution, a permanent specialized body under the African Union to coordinate, to manage, and even legislate continental DSA governance for all member states. This is something that could come at a much later stage, but it would be the long-term anchor that makes everything else sustainable. But again, that could come later on. Data without compute is an archive. So what transforms this data into science is the ability to analyze it, to create models, to train on that data at a large scale. So here I'm just highlighting a couple examples. From the institution, one from the institution where I am at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, where Tubqal, which is the fastest supercomputer in Africa, resides. The bioinformatics lab and the bioinformatics platform that we host already benefits from this resource, and this could be a potential anchor node for one of the for the network. Having this resource in Africa is not it's different than accessing through cloud credit from some company headquartered elsewhere. It's strategically important for data sovereignty to have such resources in Africa. The Bioinformatics and Emerging Technology Innovation Hub in Ethiopia also provides, as an example, provides a national bioinformatics mandate with the supercomputing and storage capacity. They can also serve as a partner institution and represent exactly the kind of nationally anchored HPC capacity that the federated model could link together. And of course, these are just two examples. There are many others. The survey that we have done also showed some of what existing infrastructure, and you can see the numbers here. It shows a significant gap, as you can notice there, particularly in sustained HPC access. So the good news is that this gap is narrowing. The challenge is ensuring that Africa or African-built and African-governed infrastructure leads this narrowing of the gap. I want to return to the survey briefly because this number represents the voices of African researchers and community that are actually working on this already. So as I said before, 97.5% of the researchers considered local DSI to be an important matter, and that consensus is really extraordinary. It's a big number. So this is not a top-down mandate where funders or governments say we want this. This is the scientists who are saying we need such an infrastructure. Also, 75.2% of rate of data sovereignty of people say that data sovereignty is important. So this tells us also the community is not just looking for storage. They're looking for something that is self-governed, that they could also still keep ownership of their biological heritage. More than 70% are somewhat familiar with DSI, so this is good, means we are on the right path. The communication is, the awareness is there. There is a foundation of understanding to build on. We have almost 38.5% of those surveyed want integrated storage analysis and visualization and sharing all at once. So this is a good indication that our model is also going with the majority of what the scientists need. So they don't want 4 separate tools. They want one coherent ecosystem that exactly does what the 5 priority architecture promises to deliver. Of course, I'm not a specialist here. We had colleagues who have developed these points here, but I will mention them. Or building a continental DSI infrastructure is not only a technical and political challenge. it's an ethical one. And we have taken that seriously from the beginning. So colleagues at Africa BP have developed 11 actionable recommendations across ethical, legal, and social implication frameworks. So this ELSI layer of the African DSI is important. These range from foundations such as consents and property rights and things like that to international compliances and so forth. They also extend to structural, so equity, access, so that the smallest institution doesn't, does benefit as much as the largest institution and so forth. Capacity building, integration with national biodiversity policies, so that should be considered, and that's built in our federated architecture. And the clear legal data sharing framework is really important, that will give both the data providers and the users confidence in the system. So I want to be direct. Without ELSI layer, the technical infrastructure is insufficient. So communities will not contribute data to a system they do not trust. So countries will not participate in sharing frameworks they cannot legally defend. So we need this to be part of the DNA, part of the architecture built into this ecosystem of this system if we were to succeed. So infrastructure without funding, of course, is a prototype. It's not a system. So here I just want to show what the colleagues at AfricaBP, when we wrote this roadmap, what we had in mind. So there was a 3-leg model. So they're all necessary. The first is the scientific, of course, through scientific funding agencies, we can have, international partnerships, research grants, collaborative publications, and so forth. This is the most familiar to us as researchers. It works, but it's insufficient because alone, the grant cycles, they finish, they end at some point. The grant cycle finishes, and so this is, while they are helpful to get us started, they are not sufficient. The second part is national governments channeling the KMGBF multilateral funds into federated infrastructure. So we've heard some of the speakers talk about this morning. So KMGBF has established financing mechanisms for biodiversity in DSI. So African governments that ratified it has committed to these mechanisms. Investments also count towards this 1% of the GDP commitments for research and development that African Union members states have made. So this gives concrete deliverable to these countries having this DSI or this system. The third is public-private partnerships. So these, this is, private sector has a genuine interest in access to Africa biodiversity, clearly, pharmaceutical, agriculture, and biotechnology applications. So a well-governed benefits sharing frameworks should creates a legitimate pathway for that access. So this would work. This generates some sort of revenue that could be streamed back into the infrastructure. The diversity of funding sources in itself is a form of resilience. So we cannot and should not rely on a single funder or funding type, because if that withdraws, the whole system goes in collapse. So this would protect the communities, especially underrepresented regions whose data would otherwise disappear from the global record. But of course, since we have proposed this model back in 2024 at the AfricaBP, COP16 brought another option, which is the Cali Fund. So it's the most consequential policy development for the African DSI since the KMGBF itself, and it was also launched. It was only launched in February 2025. So some of people in this room may not have heard of it except today. But what it does, or the mechanism, is under the CBT decision 16.2, companies that profit commercially from DSI are expected to contribute annually 1% for profits and 0.1 for revenues. This implies that there would be some give back, and who is to contribute. Pharma, cosmetic, agriculture, biotechnology, industrial biotechnology, and so forth. AI services are also related, are also concerned, because this is, of course, critically for us as researchers, because they continuously benefit from these genetic resources. So the same companies building genomic foundation models on DNA sequences that are actually named contributors in this case. But of course, the Kali Fund, the first thing is eligibility. So it does state that nations that have documented their DSI and can articulate their capacity gaps within their national programs, that's when they become eligible. So it's not an automatic thing. Countries that have not digitized their biodiversity have no federated infrastructure or have no linked, connection, systems will not receive anything or anything that they otherwise are entitled to. So our federated network is not just a scientific tool. It could serve as the eligibility infrastructure that unlocks this benefit stream for African nations. The second is mandate alignment. So the fund disbursements, criteria explicitly cite supporting capacity to generate, access, use, and analyze and store DSI. So that kind of, itself is what we're building. So we're building exactly what the Kali Fund is designed to finance. So I think this is a great opportunity for such a program. And of course, the third is the virtuous cycle. So the AI and biotech companies that created the data gap are now the primary contributor for a fund that is designed to close this gap. So more African DSI in the network means more Kali Fund returns flowing back to Africa to generate more DSI. So this is a kind of a self-reinforcing revenue mechanism. One honest caveat is contributions are currently voluntary. So this is the private sector is on a just kind of a wait and see until what they do until the COP 17 might change things. But we can't count on the Kali Fund from now, year one, in our budgets, in our plans. But I think we should apply. We should reach out and register and start this effort. Okay, to sum up, let me bring these threads together. So we began with the scientific revolution, so the genomic language models, and that can now read a megabase of context, discover biology without labels, and achieve zero-shot predictions across species, which led to the real revolution, which is that's being accelerated. But it's built on data, and the data is built on systematic, is built on data from everywhere, and that excludes Africa for now, which is why we need, to change this. We need to. This is not acceptable, not scientifically, not ethically. So we need to encourage projects like AfricaBP for sequencing the 105,000 species, reaching the 200,000 gigabase. But we also need to work on the federated, governed, and sovereign open data that we're discussing here. So I would like to finish with a call for action. If your institution has genomic data, contribute it to the federated network. If you have an HPC capacity, make it accessible through the gap. If you have a policy expertise, help us build the legal framework and so forth. If you have none, but have a voice in your national government, use it to accelerate the infrastructure integration and the EU level legislations. Africa must sequence, store, and analyze and govern its own biodiversity, not as a charitable aspiration. This is a scientific, necessary, and sovereign right. And now financially mandated entitlements are available. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Ashraf. That was
I'm sorry, I was long.
No, that's fine. I mean, you know, felt like you're going on and on, which is fantastic, I must say. So that was a very good presentation. So as everyone have had, so we'll have time for Q&A, but if you, based on the call to action by Ashraf, I mean, you can, you know, reach out to him or myself on the infrastructure.
Yes.
As I mentioned, you know, yesterday, and I think earlier today, I mean, without the infrastructure, it's gonna be very challenging. I mean, we can train people, we can sequence genome. Like now, you know, the continent and AfricaBP has also started to sequence some of those things locally. But the next thing now is to have that federated system. So we're going to talk about that much later during the Q&A. So Ashraf, please feel free to stay on the call. We're going to have a panel session because there are some questions for you already coming through and some that I have been sent to me. So we're going to have our next speaker would be Boabid Badawi, but he sends apology because he's on transit, so he can't make it now. And yeah, and I also didn't get his video, but we're going to move to our next speaker, who is Dr. Marie Nuole. She's on site in Port Harcourt. So can we ask the IT team to please open up because I can see the banner. So can you please show me Dr. Marie Nuole so that she can make her presentation, please? She has 20 minutes. And then after her presentation, we will then go straight to the panel session Q&A.
Okay.
I think there's an echo on the background. So I think Ashraf, please feel free to send me your slide as well. That's okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Send it to me via email, please.
Sure.
Please carry on. Dr. Marie, please, the next 20 minutes, because it looks like we are behind time now, so we can be able to catch up with the next session. We can't hear you. You're on mute. ICT, could you please unmute her? Unmute the Zoom. We can't hear.
Okay.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I was saying good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I really want to thank the organizer for inviting me to participate into this important meeting. So my name is Marie-Noël Diondiop. I am based in Côte d'Ivoire, where I'm the manager of the Monty Jones Roy Biodiversity Center for Africa. I'm also a gene bank manager. I think I'm the only gene bank manager in this meeting. So, and I'm here also because I'm leading the capacity sharing component of the CGI Gene Bank Accelerator. So this topic is very important for me, for what I'm doing. And this is why I decided to come here and to meet you, to meet the organizer, to discuss, and to see how from today we will be able to work together. So for this meeting, I was asked to present on the CGI Gene Bank and what we are doing in relation to the digital sequence information. So before I start, I want to tell you, I don't know if you know, most of you knows what is the CGI about. It's a global research partnership. Can I remove all these things on my screen? Dedicated to transforming food, land, and water system to ensure a food secure in the climate crisis. The CGI is made of 15 research center. They are all independent. And if on this picture here, you have the places where by the headquarters of the different organizations allocated. Where am they? Are not seeing my screen. How
Yeah, we
come?
can see your slide. Please carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the research center are here. You have 15 research centers across the globe. So our mandate is really to deliver, science and innovation that advance the transformation of food, land, and water system in the climate crisis. The key principle is that all the research that we are doing are public good. So it's available to you, to everybody. It's open. And so in the recent research portfolio of the CGR, it was actually organized into 8 science programs and 4 accelerators. And the CGR Gene Bank is one of the accelerators. So what is the CGR Gene Bank does? I'm showing you the picture of the Seattle Gene Bank in Cali, based in Cali. So what are we doing? We are organized into 5 areas of work. The area of 1 talk about biodiversity conservation. So the Gene Bank ensure a long-term, high-level standard of the conservation of the material under multilateral system. You heard about other participants talking about the treaty. So all the material we hold, we conserve are under the International Treaty of Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. So we work on the multilateral system. So I will give more information on that one. So we have this work package 1 talking about biodiversity conservation, the way we conserve all the activity, the 11 CGI Gene Bank, what we do to ensure that those materials are well maintained, are well conserved, are secure at different levels, and also all the seed that we are conserving are the data, could be passport data, molecular data, phenotypic data attached to each of the seed that we are conserving. So the area of work 2 is about strategic user engagement. So we ensure that we do everything to tackle all the users out there to ensure that we can reach them, they can reach us. So because we conserve for use, so we want the material to be used by the scientists, by geneticists, by farmers, to make use of it and to develop new varieties. So the third one is on policy. We have a dedicated program who is working on policy to ensure that everything we do, we comply with the policy. You heard about international treaty, the CBD, all this. They are there to ensure that we work properly. So the fourth is on germ plasma health, because we conserve to make the material available to user. Therefore, we have to ensure that those materials are exempt for quarantine pathogen. So when we distribute the material, they are free of diseases. So we have a dedicated program working on it. Then the third one is what I'm leading, me, Marie-Noël, is to strengthen the partner capacity for in situ, ex situ conservation, to ensure that all the partners are well trained, have the capacity. It's not an easy task, and it's across the globe. And this is why I came here to see how with you we can work together in Africa, which is already big, and my mandate is global. So here you have all the CGI Gene Bank. So Africa Rice is located in Côte d'Ivoire, is here. So you also have IITA, you know very well, IITA in Ibadan. We collaborate very closely with IITA. And then you have ILRI in Ethiopia. The Gene Bank is in Ethiopia, but the headquarters is in Kenya. You have IRI in the Philippines working also on rice. You have SIP in Lima in Peru. You have CIMIC. You also have ICADA in Morocco, and you have ICRISAT in Niamey and also in India. So these are the different, so we conserve the material because we had an agreement in 1994 with actually the FAO to keep that material on behalf of the country. So the material is actually under the multilateral system. This is how I have the authorization to provide those material to the user on behalf of the country who own actually the material. So we don't own them. We just conserve them very well for the actual and future generation. We ensure that our conservation exceeds the international standard and are also subject to policy guidance of international community. We facilitate access to those materials for free. We don't take any charges for free or minimal admin costs. We don't even take those minimal admin costs. But what we ensure is that we comply to the national and international regulation. So when we give the material to a user, it's upon request and is for research, breeding and training, and is we use the standard material transfer agreement. So 88% of this material of accession are actually available for distribution, because before we make it available, we have to ensure that they are regenerated well, they are viable, they are well conserved, they are well, we check the viability monitoring, they are well characterized. In terms of information, we have the good quality of the data related to those information. So the 88% of this accession are actually available for distribution, and 94% of the clonal accession are safely duplicated in vitro and also in cryo. And we also have 79 which are actually kept at Svalbard. You know Svalbard, right? In Norway. In the ice here, you can see it here. We all conserve the material over there. Oh, I am not good because I cannot read the title because of all this internet. Can you remove this, please? What is? All these things, I cannot read the title of my slide. Can you go to my slide? Where are the slides? Can I remove this and put it aside? No, this one. Because I need to see the title. So, so we consider, is it possible?
Yeah, because we can see things here. We can see everything on the slide.
So we are pioneer also on cryopreservation, because you know that for the clonal crop, to ensure that you secure the collection, you have to do the cryopreservation. Thank you. Cryopreservation, and we had the cryo vault even established in Lima at SIP. So IITA and also Alliance Biodiversity, CIAT are also working to establish a vault, cryo vault in the center, so that they will be able also to work with the NAS to ensure that our national partner can also cryopreserve the material. Thank you. So, it's not moving. Okay, we are conserving around I think we have a lot of samples that we are conserving, and they are part of, I think we have 13 crop and 3,000 species that we are conserving. So we are also distributing around 100,000 of samples per year across the globe. So the global globe. So you can see the distribution of the sample from each of the accessions. So we share a lot of material with the user. Who are our user? The user are mainly the National Agricultural Research Systems. They are the NAS scientists who request the material to do the research, breeding, or also trainings. We have scientists, geneticists most of the time, and the Advanced Research Institute. You also have farmer organization and individuals. So the material from the 11 gene bank, you have the 1,000 of recipients every year, and for they use the material for research and breeding And so those material will reach 1 million of farmers, because of course the material is being used as a starting point for the breeding program to develop new varieties. So I will give you some examples here, like whereby the single accession can solve a problem costing 1 million. I don't know if you heard about Nerika rice, new rice for Africa, was developed by Africa Rice using one accession named from African rice is, I hope you know that the rice is also native from Africa. And that rice is called in the scientific name Oryza glaberrima. It's well adapted to Africa environment. It's resistant to all the disease that we find in Africa, and also the problem that we found in the soil. So this CG14 was used to develop those Nerika line, and the Nerika are actually were able to increase the yield in more than 16 African countries. And today it can help a lot of farmers, 1 million of farmers, because they have more income. They are selling the seed, they have more income, and they can educate their family. So you can also have the case of potato at SIP, whereby the wild species conserved at SIP was used to breed with a recipient and almost and develop a very good varieties. So at ICRISAT also you have an accession not rice, sorry, it's a groundnut here, wild relative of groundnut, who was used to develop improved varieties. So this is the beauty of these genetic resources. This is why I maintain them very well at the very high standard, because they are used to tackle the challenges that the farmer are facing today. And they will be used also to tackle the one that the farmer will be facing in the future. We don't know them, so we have to keep them in the very good conditions. So I just want to put this picture to show you the gene bank I'm heading in Côte d'Ivoire, in Boaké exactly. So it has a capacity to conserve more than 60,000 rice accession under optimal storage condition. So we have the size of our collection is 20,000 rice accession. 85% are really originated from Africa. So we have cultivated species, we also have wild species, and we also conserve the improved material. So we have the active, what we call active collection, it means long-term storage collection, and also we have, we have base collection, which is the long-term storage collection, and the active collection, which is the one we use on the day-to-day basis to store the material that we distribute to our user. So to the user worldwide. So the user are the National Gene Bank, the University Advanced Research Institute, and the breeder, because they use this material to develop new varieties. So now I didn't want to come again with the definition of the DSI, because you heard other presenters talk about it. Now I want to start showing you how the CG use the DSI to manage the gene bank material, to identify the misclassified genotype, to know the diversity that we have, to also develop the mini-core and core collections, and also to identify the trait of interest. So in the case of Africa Rice, we were able to use DATSIC to assess the genetic diversity and the population structure of around 9,000 accessions. So we were able to develop 2 mini-core collections. The mini-core collection has very valuable material, because you can distribute them to the breeder worldwide, and then they can use it to develop the new varieties. Because when you offer to the breeder 20,000 accession, they say, no, we can't use it, it's too much. So we have to have a strategy to encourage the breeder to use the gene bank material. This is why we were able to develop this material. We also developed some diagnostic marker, which we call the Casper marker. Those diagnostic markers were able to help us to identify, misclassify, because when you go for collecting mission, you know the crop you are working on. Of course, we work on rice, so you recognize, you identify, you collect some sample of rice, but then sometimes the subspecies or the accession itself is difficult at the phenotypic level to identify. You can make mistakes. So we were able to develop diagnostic marker to separate the two cultivated rice, sativa and glaberrima, and also the white rice from the cultivated rice, and also among the white rice, we can separate them, you can discriminate them. So this is very important. If not, you end up saying that you send a specific material to somebody while it's something else. So it's very important to have this. So we were able also to characterize the material for several traits, and we also did the sequencing of those material, and running the GWAS, we were able to identify some genes. So in the case of banana at Alliance, I told you my presentation is covering all the CGR centers. So after Africa Rice, now I'm talking about the Alliance Biodiversity, SIAT, and they work mainly on banana. So they also use the DSI to really characterize the diversity, to classify, also to detect the chromosome change, to identify new cluster of pattern of diversity. So they were also able to, at SIP, they use the DSI to know the genetic diversity, to compare the collection between SIP collection and other collection. And they were able to see that the SIP collection is enriched in triploid and tetraploid accession. So you can see the usefulness of this DSI to the management of the gene bank material. So they also use it on the sweet potato collection. So you have a nice potato here. SIP is based in Lima, which is the center of diversity of potato and sweet potato. So they use the DSI now to characterize the accession, and they were able to detect the redundancy, etc. So they were also able to do the morphological validation of molecular cluster and identify some unique varieties. So you can see how important you can have, you can use the DSI to manage. And then this work will help them also to characterize some material that they repatriate. So they have the material from the farmer, and when they realize that the farmer are missing the material, they can give the material back to the farmer so that they can continue growing the material after doing this characterization work. So ICRISAT, they use the DSI to know the weeding and among accession diversity in sorghum, pear, millet, and chickpea. So for instance, they were able to know weeding accession, the lowest diversity that they have. Now, what they did, which is very important here, is to know actually the number of plants that you need to do the regeneration of the crop, so that you will not miss all the allele that you can have in the specific crop. So they found out that for the regeneration of sorghum, they need between 45 and 101 plant, while in the pearl millet they need more, and the pigeon pea they even need 77 and 89 plant. So these are the analysis that they did to come to that conclusion. So at IITA, they show how genomic is used for the next generation of gene bank research, management, and conservation at Genetics Resources Center. So actually, this is the flow of how they use the DSI at IITA in Ibadan. So it's just a sample, and then they do the analysis of sequence, etc., etc. So you can see the flow here. And then how also they use it to identify useful allele for climate change adaptation from the cassava. So they use what they call environmental GWAS because they had the data on the environment, and also they had the data on the cassava collection, and they genotype it, and they did the GWAS to identify the QTL. So all the work that these are just few examples of the use of the DSI at the CGI level. So, but we are very well organized. Everything that we do in terms of genotyping, sequencing, all the data are kept in this database. We call it GIGWA. So we manage them, we keep them all, so that when user need them, we are the one handling, and we give upon request. So we also work, I told you we have the policy component. So we also work closely with the treaty, with the CBD, and also with the Crop Diversity Trust. So every month we send, or every year we send a lot of report to present, to show to the world what we are doing in the CG, how we maintain the material, what are the accession that we sequence, what are the new genes that we identify. If they are published, we are very transparent. Recently, I was in Lima, where we organized a side event on the digital sequence information and the training that we are doing with the NAS to share the knowledge on this domain with them. So we had several side events and to discuss with the NAS over there. So thank you. I think I'm at the end of my presentation. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Maria Nolet. That's a very insightful one. So if you can just hang on there, we will just do a very quick panel. It won't be long because we've kind of eaten up the time for the other session, but we're going to try to make it up. Just perhaps we'll just entertain 1-2 questions online, and then 1-2 on site. Let me try to just... So I know that the speakers and panelists for the other sessions are online already. So if you just bear with us, let's just... So Ashraf, I hope you're still here. All right, okay. So does anyone have any question for Ashraf and Marie Nuele? Any question? Otherwise, I can just start with the questions we have here. Let me go straight to the questions. Actually, there are a lot of questions for you, but I'm just going to ask, in the interest of time, I'm just going to be very brief. So this is question on, I'm just putting it in the chat box. What are the most critical infrastructure gaps limiting the ability to analyze and utilize genomics data at scale? I think that's...
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What are the critical infrastructure gaps limiting the ability to analyze and utilize genomic data at scale? So I think in a way you've answered that already in your...
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so in your presentation.
So it's the compute at this point. Of course, it's important. We used to say it's sequencing. Now sequencing, in a sense, is not as much as a problem as much as the actual compute to analyze the data. So in the world of genomic languages, it's GPU.
Yeah,
it's no longer even CPU.
Yeah, which I don't think
I
don't think there are many of those in Africa yet.
Right. Yes. Yes. We have quite some, but it's not.
It's not. Yeah, you need quite a lot.
Yeah, we're not on the scale of these giants.
So the question now is, can we then work towards developing systems that are resource agnostic or that work in a resource constrained region like Africa. So all of this like AI platform. Yeah.
Yeah, we
So,
should. That's where the research should go
yeah.
in parallel to the we have to analyze the data that's being produced.
Yes.
But we also, as researchers, should look into computational approaches that scale a little bit better. And of course, that's something we are doing. For example, we were constantly looking at that's I alluded to it a little bit, but if you think of this, if you now run a genome, a plant, on Evo, for example. And by the way, if you don't know Evo 2, you can actually run it because NVIDIA have purchased them or host them, or I don't know the agreement between them and NVIDIA, but you can actually access it for free and run to a certain extent, some tokens, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Limits, but you can run a plant genome safely on there. What's important now, what my lab is currently working on, is all of this output, all of these features that come out in the internal layers, they map to what we use as annotations. And so they've showed the case of coding regions in their paper. What we're doing is we're looking at everything. We've found the transposal elements are out there. We've found RNAs. So technically now you could run the model there and then get your annotation by just interpreting the features, which should consume a lot less.
Yeah, so
that should help Africans.
I think we can do more.
Who have less.
We can do. So I think this. I think we should discuss this further, Ashraf. I know we started this conversation. We can discuss it, in the context of the Africa BioGenome Project. There's a direction we need to that we're kind of working on, but due to other things, so we should discuss this more. And particularly, we can pick it up also as one of the outcome of this meeting today, and then of course with our regular annual report, and then we can feed that and see how we advance it in the context of, for example, the economics paper I told you about, and the other one health, and that kind of large-scale comprehensive things. So that looks like something we can take further. So I think I would flag it as one of the potential outcome of this meeting as well, really. So thank you, Ashraf. Just still hang on the call. You have some questions in the chat. So
I can answer.
You just answer them in the interest of time. So Dr. Maria Noelle, can you hear me? Because now I have the poster in the
Yes.
So one question for you, and then we from the online, and then we move to the on-site participants. What the question here is: what mechanisms are needed to ensure that DSI data contributes to tangible outcomes in agriculture and food system? I know that you kind of touched on those things during your presentation, but if you have now maybe 2 minutes or one to kind of expand more a bit on them, really.
On tangible
Yeah, so what mechanisms are needed to ensure that DSI contributes to tangible outcomes in agriculture and food system? So I think the thinking here could be, let's assume that you have a plant that, for instance, this is just to put a context, to the question that I would imagine. Let's assume you have a plant that adapts well to say an arid condition, right? Arid condition where there's no a lot of water. Then what genes could be responsible for that plant to adapt to those conditions, right? And I think that is perhaps where you might have DSI coming into it. Then let's assume then you have another plant elsewhere, and there's desertification, and that plant is not technically or naturally adaptable to those conditions. So how do you also work with in terms of having some experiment and looking at how do you kind of have something that also helps that plant to adapt, using the information from the other gene. So I think you guys already do this somehow in the African Gene Bank, where you kind of look at which seed or something, helps this particular plant to adapt to this condition versus in this condition. I think that is the thinking perhaps on this question.
Okay, thank you. Yes. There are so many, we are lucky to work on rice where there are so many genomics tools available. Now we are developing even the pangenome of rice, of Glaberrima, which is the rice originated from Africa. From those pangenome, we can, for the simple trait, present absence like resistance to the diseases, we can, the pangenome is the construction of artificial genome, whereby we put all the diversity that we have in the collection of that species. So you can use it if you have, look at present absence and look at, you need to screen the material and identify, pinpoint the gene. So we have so many genomics tools now available on rice. We can make we can help us to identify the genes very quickly. You know, even when we develop, I will take the example of Nerica, what I was telling you, that the impact of Nerica in Africa is very good. They have been helping a lot of farmers to go out of the poverty because they release, they were able to grow that material and educate their family. How the Nerica were developed, it was really by using those biotechnology tools. We, you know, to cross the species of rice is not easy because you have the biological barrier. So you can, it's difficult to actually and progress the useful gene from one species to another. So today you can use the DSI information also to overcome those sterility barrier and develop the plants which are fertile and which are well adapted to the environment. So so actually, frankly speaking, we have very lucky for people who are working on the rice or the crop where the biological information are accessible, is important. It's very easy to use them now to develop very quickly the new material and to have a very big impact in the farmer field. If you look at the CGI breeding program, they are using DSI to optimize the breeding program and to develop new varieties very well adapted to our condition, adapted to drought, to submergence, to salinity, which are the very difficult trait, whereby in 10 years ago, it was difficult to tackle those traits. But today, they're using GSI to optimize the breeding program and to develop adapted material to our condition, to drought, to submergence, salinity, or even improving yield, which is very difficult to do. So even this Glaberrima I was talking about is Glaberrima is a magic a species of rice, which is plastic. You know, in rice, you have several ecology. Glaberrima can grow in upland, in lowland ecology, in irrigated, whatever the ecology will adapt. It will adapt. It is unique. And so we are putting a lot of effort to exploit those attributes that this species has. Why? But the only thing is that is lodge very quickly, and they shatter. The grain will not stay in the panicle or rice panicle. So we are also using DSI to improve those traits.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marele Nole. So we're going to take 1-2 questions on site. So on site, could you please maybe one question for Dr. Marele, then the other question for Ashraf, then so that we can move to the next session due to the time. So the on-site moderator, could you please find a question or kind of identify someone with a question for Dr. Marele and one person with a question for Ashraf, so we can just very quickly within 1, 2, 3 minutes max.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation, madam. I was really impressed to see how DSI has been, deployed in the leverage of trait discovery in very important staple crops like legumes, roots and tuber crops, and also in grains.
Jean?
Can you use microphone, please?
African vegetable. Okay.
So, because when you look at most gene banks and even in
Okay.
So, like I said, there's not much information about African living vegetable in gene banks. I had some personal experience. So I want to know what if DSI is being deployed in trade discovery in vegetables, and to what extent has it been done? And then how can we also leverage on that? Thank you.
Yes, in my presentation, I told you that the CG, we work on 30 crop, 30. But we have the World Vegetable Center based in Taiwan, and also they are in Arusha, in Tanzania. They work mainly on vegetable, and we collaborate with them. They also do a lot of GSI on the vegetable. They work on the tomato, cucumber, all these vegetables that we have in Africa. But of course, our crop are selected. We don't work on all the crops, so you can see that. But the one we are focusing on, yes, of course, the digital sequence information are available. And if you want, I can give you the contact of the person in charge of that so that you can exchange more with the person. Yeah, I will do that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one final question from on-site to Ashraf. One final question.
My question is to Dr. Mariam.
Okay, that's fine. Ashraf, it looks like we would have to, yeah. Okay, go ahead, please.
For the wonderful presentation. And my question is, how does CGR prioritize which crops or plant relatives to collect? And then how do they coordinate with local farmers to collect and store seeds, especially those that cannot survive freezing or drying? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We work on 13 crop. We have mandate crop, like Africa rice, we work on rice. Erie work on rice also. We have 13 crop. Most of them are part of the 64 crop of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources and Food and Agriculture. These are the most important. This is what they decided long ago. I was not working at the gene bank at that time. They decided that those crops are important for food and for people. So it was important for the CG to focus on it, to ensure that they develop new varieties. They have a breeding program on those to develop new varieties to feed the world. So now, how do we collect? We don't collect. We work with the NAS, with our partner, national partner. For instance, I'm living in Côte d'Ivoire, so the national partner is CNRA. So when we want to, there is a gap in the collection, we work closely with the NAS to know if the collection are also available. Because when I say available, it means it's kept in the very good condition, the seed are viable, they can be distributed, they can be, so the definition of availability is very clear. So when it's not the case, we discuss, we work together to ensure that we support the country so that they can keep the material, and then the material that we work on, the CG can secure one set as a backup, but black box. It means that we just conserve it, but we don't work on it. So when there is a collecting trip, because collecting mission, because there is a gap in the collection in terms of geographical coverage, or if we know that there is a climate, with the climate change, there is a place which is in danger, we have to go and collect it. Then we work with the NAS, we ensure that all the documents, one of the presenters was talking about the prior agreement consent, you need those documents from the government. We ensure that all the documents are available. Without those documents written, signed by the right authority, we don't go to collect. So we collect in close collaboration with the national partner, and then we characterize the material, we ensure that we regenerate, we have enough information. And if the NAS, the partner agree, we keep one part as a black box, and they keep the other part. So we work very closely with all our partners. In Nigeria, our partners are NCRI. You know NCRI, right? It's a National Crop NCR Research Institute. The Gene Bank is NAGRAP. They are based in Ibadan. I'm working very closely with them. So we do everything together. So we work as a community. So everything that I show here, what the CGR does, we do as a community. It means that in the gene bank at Africa Rice, I have one staff in charge of regeneration of rice. IRI will have another staff in charge of regeneration. SIP we have another staff in charge of regeneration. So there is community of practice of CGR staff in charge of regeneration to ensure that they work properly, they talk together, they exchange, they don't do mistake. Anyway, they minimize the mistake. So for each activities, we have what we call standard operating procedure. And then we want to expand this concept with the NAS. So this is why I'm here to discuss with thank God and the professor to see how we can work together to continue the training of the NAS for several topics, which one of them is DSI.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Maranole. So I think we really need to move. Thank you, Ashraf. Thank you, Dr. Maranole. Ashraf, please respond to all the comments in the chat box.
Working on it.
Yeah, and Dr. Odensi, sorry, I can't get to you now because we really need to move. So put your question in the chat box so the speakers can attend to it. Thank you, the speakers, for this session. We're going to be moving to the next session, noting that we are a few, like 10, 20 minutes behind or so. So this session will be moderated by Dr. Fatou Badene-Make. Is Fatou on the call now? I can say that Ebuzom. So I'm just going to make Ebuzom co-host. I'm going to make Roots co-host. I'm going to make Genevieve co-hosts. So maybe the first presenter here, Genevieve Osuji, will speak very briefly as a guest speaker. She's going to talk about linguistics and communication studies. So this session is on effective science communication public engagement. So as we've all been hearing since yesterday, and more importantly today, all these laws exist. They've been existing for a long, long time, long before many people either started working or stuff like that. But the biggest problem we've identified, in fact, we talked about it in our paper that was published in March. The number one problem is awareness. People don't know about it. People don't know that they need to, apply for this thing. They need to do X, Y, Z. People don't know all of the chain of things. And that is even both like local, international. So the biggest problem is awareness. And that is why we have this session as the last session in the in the Congress, though we also have another session which is more scientific. So the session focuses on communication, public engagement, awareness. How do we communicate all of this information? How do we ensure that it gets to the right people? Why are people not listening? Or why are people hearing and they are not acting? So when I call on, is Fatou on the call yet? Fatou is not. Ebuzom, is Fatou on the call? I also have Hawa here. I'm going to make her a co-host. Okay, in the absence of Fatou, I would then call on Genevieve Osuji to please make a very brief 10 minutes maximum presentation so we can go to the panel session on this. Over to you, Genevieve, please.
Thank you, Dr. Tangod. My presentation is on science communication strategies for implementing biodiversity frameworks in West Africa.
So can the IT person please remove the banner so we can see the you while you speak, please?
We've heard of biodiversity frameworks. So many people have talked about biodiversity frameworks. There are 5 of them. However, I will still say something on them. We have CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity. The goal is to promote the conservation of biodiversity, the sustainable use of its components, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from genetic resources. Number 2 is the Nagoya Protocol. It has its goal to ensure that there is fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources, which is associated with traditional knowledge. We have Common Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, that is KMGBF. This one has 4 main goals and 23 actionable targets. These 23 actionable targets are embedded in the 4 goals. The 4 goals aim to promote a world where biodiversity is valued, conserved, restored, and wisely used to be achievable in the year 2030. And we know we're already in 2026. We have only 4 years. It is already there. We have Cartagena Protocol. The primary goal is to protect biological diversity from potential risk posed by living modified organisms. International Treaty for Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture is another one. This one is also known as Seed Treaty. The goal is to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources, food and agriculture, alongside the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits derived from their use. We have the last one here, WIPO, which is World Intellectual Property Organization. The goal is to help creators, researchers, and businesses protect their IP, that is intellectual property, across borders and use intellectual property to save lives. And I'm here to talk about effective science communication training. We can see here on the picture here. This is a traditional herbal market. An interview was conducted on...
Sorry, Genevieve, we can't see the picture. Can the IT person stop sharing the slide from Dr. Maria Nole and then share your slide so we can see your slide, please?
Can I go ahead?
We're not seeing your slide yet.
Okay. I think it's connected. Okay, it's not connected.
Yeah, thank God. Please, can you give her the right to share her screen?
Okay, all right. Okay, yes. I think she has the right to share already. Yeah, she's a co-host already.
No, not this one. This one. Yeah. Can you see it now?
Yes, please carry on.
Okay. As I said, this is a traditional herbal market. This is in Calabar, Cross River State. An interview was conducted on the herbal traditionalist. For want of time, I cannot play the video because it will take more than 10 minutes. So there's a lot that were, a lot of questions were asked. One of them was to find out how he communicates to, let's say, a scientist who wants to know what he does, how he does them, and then who may be interested to know more about his traditional herbal medicine, how it works. So because the man is not a scientist and he's not a graduate, so to say, so he's not aware of so many scientific terminologies. So he said that he uses pictures to communicate. He uses symbols to communicate. He also uses photographs to communicate to the scientists or whoever that may be interested in what he does. So, to the next slide. As you can see, the market is so full. The man does a lot of traditional medicine. So he communicates to anybody that comes across, maybe wants to be interested in what he does. So we are talking about science communication here. Art of communication, science communication is used to build bridges across communities, individuals, and fields of knowledge, which is aimed at making an impact. And this is done through the use of language. We have conditions for efficient communication. Communication must be efficient. When do we say communication is efficient? Communication is effectively delivered when, if I'm communicating to you and you are the decoder or the receiver of the message. If you receive the message very well, internalize it, and then translate it into meaning. That is to say, the message has been effectively delivered or the information has been effectively passed on. And then we talk about science communicators. They need to adapt their message to the form, written or oral platform, as well as the audience. Science communication is simply the art of communicating science to the public. The main target of this science communication are the non-experts, the general public, and the policy makers. It has its goal to make science engaging and relevant to the society. The scope is in the sharing of facts, sparking interest, and creating an emotional or aesthetic response to scientific topics. So we can see what language can do. Language is indispensable. Language is an essence of man. Without language, I don't know how the world will be today. So language is, we cannot exhaust what language can do in our lives. How do we actualize the goals of KMGBF through language? We can do this by translating complex scientific findings into accessible information Science communication, therefore, bridges the gap between researchers, policymakers, and also the public. It ensures that genomics research informs biodiversity policies and public behaviors while fostering community engagement and intellectual collaboration. We have the indigenous and local communities who often possess traditional knowledge and genetic resources essential for biodiversity conservation. Therefore, it is very expedient to carry them along in anything science communication because they are the custodians of valuable traditional knowledge, and so they must be consulted. How do we bridge the gaps with traditional knowledge? By involving the indigenous peoples in biodiversity governance, which paves the way to safeguard their rights on genetic resources and DSI use, and also strengthen LC frameworks. LC means ethical, legal, and social issues. The Communications and Public Awareness Subcommittee, there is a subcommittee in African BioGenome Project that is known as the Communications and Public Awareness Subcommittees. So you can see that communication is very, very key in whatever we do, in passing across information, science communication, everything we do, communication must be involved. So that is why this committee is set up in this Africa BioGenome Project, because there is need for communication. In conclusion, AfricaBP integrates KMGBF's objectives of equitable cooperation and local empowerment through community engagement. You cannot segregate community engagement. Yes, because if you need information traditionally, you go to them. You must consult them. Knowledge dissemination and localized storytelling, similar to the examples from other African countries. The KMGBF recognizes indigenous peoples, traditional knowledge, scientific approaches, and capacity building in biodiversity conservation. There is also need to host regional workshops, just like what we are doing here. This helps to educate stakeholders, including local communities and earlier career researchers on biodiversity conservation. This idea engages the community as well as highlighting community-led conservation success stories, thereby emphasizing African perspectives and traditional ecological knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Genevieve. So if you could please wait for the panel session. I acknowledge that Dr. Fatu Badianemake is on line now, so I'm going to hand over to her to continue chairing the session. Over to you, Fatu, please.
Thank you so much. Thank God. Can you just confirm that you're able to hear me?
Yes, please carry on.
Okay, great. All right, thank you so much. And thank you for those opening remarks, Genevieve. So we are going to have a very nice panel discussion ahead of us. I just want to take a few minutes to introduce our panelists. So we're going to start with Dr. Genevieve, who just spoke. Dr. Genevieve Osiju is an academic staff in the Department of Linguistics and Communication Studies, University of Calabar, Nigeria. Her areas of specialization and practice are clinical linguistics and ethnolinguistics. Her areas of research revolve around speech disorders and therapy, and how local and traditional medicine resources are applied to correct speech disorders. Next, we will have Hawa Gabier. She is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Cape Town, specializing in molecular and cellular biology with a focus on proteomics, metabolomics, and physiology. Her work integrates multiomics data, quality assurance frameworks, and data stewardship. She is actively involved in research, teaching, and building data-driven platforms and training initiatives to support reproducible science and capacity building. Following Hawa, we have Ruth Torti. She is a freelance science writer and visionary behind Senesi, an open access newsletter to bridge the resource gap for African scientists by sharing a curated list of opportunities and tools. She is also a 2022 Young African Media Fellow, a joint initiative between Yali TV and the U.S. mission to the African Union. Driven by an interest in genetics and rare diseases, Ruth is committed to dismantling the long-standing biases and stigmas surrounding these conditions in Africa. She has authored opinion pieces to advocate for effective science communication across organizations and throughout media. And last but not least, we have Ebezom Chukwuike, an environmental researcher with a background in zoology and environmental management. His areas of specialization include biodiversity conservation, genomics, sustainable environmental systems. His research interests focus on biodiversity monitoring, conservation genomics, and the application of nature-based solutions such as biochar for climate resilience and ecosystem restoration. So thank you to the panel, and I hope that maybe we can get some nice reactions from the audience, either applause or hearts or smiley face to really encourage our speakers coming up ahead. Just to also introduce myself, my name is Fatou Badian, and I am a program officer at the Science for Africa Foundation. My background is in immunology and cancer biology, and I'm the chair of the AfricaBP Communications and Public Affairs Committee. So all of the individuals who are on the panel with us today are also active members of the committee. So welcome to everyone. So to get us started, we have an opening question for all of our panelists, and we will start with Genevieve to provide us with the opening thoughts on this. So Genevieve, I will start with you. I know you are in person, so I hope that you will be able to take the stage once more just to quickly answer this. In one sentence, how would you explain the importance of biodiversity genomics to a non-scientist policymaker or community member? And then while you're answering that, also just thinking about what does effective science communication mean in your field or context? So please go ahead, Genevieve.
Thank you, Fatou. Okay, to a non-scientist, I want to define the biodiversity genomics, but I will do it in a very in a layman's way, where the non-scientist will understand it very well. I wouldn't want to use any scientific terminologies so that it doesn't look so difficult for the scientist to grasp. Okay, so biodiversity genomics is the study of the genetics or hereditary materials that exist in living things, animals, plants, or microorganisms. These things are used to know how they grow, live, survive, and then exist. Thank you.
Thank you. So now let me turn over to our panelists and also have them give their perspective on this. So maybe we will start with Ebezom. In one sentence, how would you explain the importance of biodiversity genomics to a non-scientist? And then what does effective science communication mean? Go ahead.
So confirm you can hear me, please. Okay, good. All right. So just like Genevieve has spoken, So biogenomic, biodiversity genomics is like looking beyond just the physical appearance of this biodiversity, these plants, these animals, looking into their building block, which is the gene, and trying to use this gene to make conservation decisions. Now, the effectiveness of this is only when this study can be communicated effectively for the common man or the common population to understand and help them shift their behavior or their ideology about this biodiversity to in terms of conservation.
Wonderful. And let's now also hear from Hawa and Ruth in that order. Same question. How do you explain the importance of biodiversity genomics to a non-scientist audience? And then what does effective science communication mean?
I think in simple manner, I would say that it is the genetic makeup of living things. And then to attract my audience, I would tell them that it is to protect species, use natural resources wisely, and share the benefits fairly. So in that manner, use lingo that would be more understandable for them. And then what does effective science communication mean in my field? It is the ability to translate complex information that is accurate and relevant to my audience. And when I say relevant to my audience, this is because it's not about just simplifying the science, but actually making it relevant to people and make it mean something to them and usable. Yeah.
Ruth, go ahead. We'll finish up with you.
Right. So please confirm you can hear me.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll start with the effective science communication. I think that what makes it effective is just understanding like four things. There are four things in my head. The first is, what is the goal or the aim of what you want to communicate? Why do you want to communicate? The second is understanding your target audience. Once you understand them, your communication is more effective. The third, because we're here in Africa, it's very important, is to understand the cultural context of where you are, the ethics involved, the social implications of whatever it is you want to communicate. And the last thing is, just like Awa said, is to distill your message in a way that you don't have to oversimplify it, but it just can relate to what their reality is. So that way it makes it easier. So for me, biodiversity genomics, the general audience is just telling them that the vegetable you eat, the animals you see, one day could go missing if we do not take time to research about them. So the research is to make sure that what makes up your everyday life does not disappear, because it impacts you more than you think. Yeah, so I think that's it for me.
Great. And I think that was such a wonderful also way that each of you was able to pull from your different backgrounds to make this definition accessible, right? And then I really also liked how everyone really spoke to the common themes of culture, really creating understanding and really creating connection with the audience. So that's what we're going to get into a little bit more today. And I'm going to start our panel discussion with Ebuzome. So Ebuzome, we are going to start with you and the theme of Africa-led communication models. So can you share with us, a successful experience in which effective science communication led to real-world impact? It could either be policy, it could be action, it could be conservation outcomes from, what you have experienced in your own career journey. What helped to make that case successful? And is there a way that these different models can be adapted?
Okay, in my experience working around hooded vulture in a local community in Rivers State, Nigeria. So first of all, the hooded vulture around Africa is one of the most misunderstood species. And that is why you see around Africa, you see so many news of them being targeted, either as medicine for religious medicinal stuff, or because they are not as beautiful as other birds, or because they just feel like they are not useful in the environment. So the community of Andoni many years ago was one of the communities in Rivers State that had a lot of this hooded vulture population. But over time, we saw the drastic reduction in their population. And then this led to actually going to see what was happening. So what we did was we had a stakeholders meeting with different stakeholders, both the NGOs, the students, the local community farmers, and everyone. And we come to understand that it is just their perspective or their negative perspective of these birds that is leading to their decline. Now, what we did in terms of trying to use science communication to conserve this species was we shifted the idea from just passing the scientific knowledge to trying to integrate it to the local community. So instead of telling them, no, don't kill the hooded vulture, they are very important in the ecosystem, we changed this to, these are the only 100% biocleaners that can prevent you from having serious health challenges, because they are the only ones that can actually clean these carcasses that can result to a bacterial infection or a public outbreak of disease. Now, shifting the perspective from just the science to integrating it to the local community actually did help, where it did not lead to a policy change per se, but it was observed that the attitude of the local population changed towards the farmer, towards this species, to the extent that they, as a community, formed a kind of a little NGO, Save the Vulture of Andoni. So this, they were guards, so to say, protecting this species from hunters and from everybody who was trying to attack this species. So just the idea, or just changing that idea, from the science and going a little bit to the people and what concerns them, which is health, actually was one of the things that made it a possibility. So when it comes to science communication, to answer the other questions, it is very important that we look beyond the science. The science will always be there and the science will always be accurate, but we have to look outside the science, look at how the message was passed and who is passing this message and how the context of this message really matters a lot. All of them, because the science is always going to be the same, but the context and how this information is passed is actually one of the major principles that can help to change or to really bring a change of attitude in the local population, which in the long term actually bring policy change. So scaling this through the African network, I would say, for example, for African BP, I would say it is not just about doing the research, collecting the genome, sequencing the genome. It's about how this information is passed to the local community, stakeholders engagement, local population interaction, and converting it from just genome sequencing, that science word, to a solution to food or a solution to health changes the perspective. And this will be the best way to actually bring people in to understand the science and also the benefit and the risk of applying or not applying the science.
That's very, very well put, Ebuzom. So thank you for leading us off. I think Ruth and Hawa might feel that you're a tough act to follow, but I really liked that you brought in such a personal perspective to this, and especially, as I was taking notes as you were writing, mentioning, the shift happened within a community, right? So it's almost like you're changing the culture, not necessarily so much policy. When we think about policy, that's sort of government taking action. But when we have these shifts in culture and within community and within those who are directly impacted, because they're seeing now how this bird, which, had a bad rap, to put it very bluntly, really was part of the ecosystem. And in reality was really important for, even reducing things like pathogens and outbreaks, which would come back to affect that community. So building that understanding, I think, think gives an even longer lasting impact, because then there's this sort of local ownership, right, of what people are doing. So really, really good to hear that from your own perspective. And I think that's a wonderful case study. Going back also into what we heard from Genevieve and her keynote, she also pointed to the importance of that. And even, in her background of like linguistics and language and how that really ties in and connects with those who you're trying to reach. So let's now turn a little bit to Ruth. And Ruth, I want to talk with you about, Ebosome really set us up nicely, giving a very good example on how it is that you can create change in community through effective science communication. But let's now think about how it is that we do that when we're looking at the actual technical side of it. What are the tools? What are the platforms? What are the innovations? So can you speak to us a little bit more about which platforms you feel in Africa are most effective for science communication? Maybe what are some of the challenges that we also face, especially with really complex topics like genomics, biodiversity, especially when speaking to non-expert audiences? And what role can creative industries play? I hope you consider yourself as a creative since you are a freelancer. So what is it, that you yourself bring to this space?
All right. Thank you so much, Fatu, for that. I think Ebosome started really well. So it's so nice that we can just use his story as a case study. So I think I'll pick from the middle, the part of there's so many scientific words that have been thrown around, and you can't just ask maybe someone that lives in maybe the rural environment, what do you know about genomics? They don't know, they don't really care because they don't know how it relates to them. So I'll start from that. I think one of the major challenges is that we need to be able to relate what we do to their reality. And you see it in the story of the vulture, is that the moment the people realize that this vulture is quite important in our community, they took ownership of it. Most of the time when we say we're working on something, no matter how abstract the idea might be, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you relate it to your audience? How relevant is it? And of course, it doesn't have to be something very massive. That's the thing. Most of the time we think it has to be something that would make the biggest change. But in life, generally, it's the small pockets that matter, the little moments that define the whole, So yeah, I think the first is the ability to relate what we do to the reality of people. I think the second is scientific data. Yeah, I said it. So I guess we all think about it and then you're like, how do I break this down? I think a good test for everyone here is whatever you're working on, you have to get a 5-year-old and a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old. So if you can communicate your work to those two people, you're fine. Just test it out, as long as you have something you're working on and you can communicate to those two people and they understand what you're doing. And when they are asked about it, they can also say, oh, this is what this person is doing and this is how it relates to me, then you're fine. So I think the best way for scientists generally is, I know there's AI that can help simplify the language, is just have like practical sessions, constantly meet people that are so outside your sphere normally, and then test out your ideas on them and see how much they understand. And that helps you to craft how well you can communicate. So I think that's also another challenge. I think perhaps the third challenge, interestingly, is the lack of trust. There's something he said in his story that I think is very profound, is that they had to work with the community leaders. I can't imagine what it would be like for scientists to just waltz into the community and be like, hello, we want to save some vultures. Everyone's going to be appalled. They don't know you. But the key thing is to look for the trusted voices around them and speak to those people. And then those people can find a way to bridge the gap and give you the platform to speak to them. So those are some of the challenges I think we experience. When it comes to platforms that are effective on the continent, I'll say that there's not one size fits all. I think one of the things about communications generally is that it has always, for it to be effective, it has to be backed up with strategy. That's something most of the time we don't really put in mind. You can't always wing it. Imagine you go into the community without doing proper research and you decide that you just want to make the community informed using only radio alone. Radio is not going to work when there are traditional leaders in the community that you should sit down and speak to. You don't know if they have community forums because you've not done that research. So, but there are a few platforms here in Africa that, depending on where you are very effective. I think that the first, of course, would be radio. Yeah, I'm going back to that. Radio is effective. I mean, using radio now depends on who you want to speak to. The way you use radio on a university campus is different from the way you use it when you're in a community. The university campus, of course, you want to have talk shows and you have to like craft the copy of the topic so it's interesting. Community as well, you want to use it to bring in people to like engage with you. Another one, of course, which is quite popular is social media. Yeah, Instagram, TikTok. So word of advice for anyone that is interested in going to TikTok is that you must bear in mind that there is more misinformation on the platform than there's actually right information. So if you're going into TikTok, I don't know what your research is about, but something to bear in mind is you want to first educate your audience about what it is. Then when you educate your audience, you can go into that as well. I think another thing, of course, is traditional forms of communication like the newspaper, community forums. Again, I emphasize community forums because you can't always think about internet all the time. So it's not everywhere that people can just put on their phones and see what you're posting on Facebook. In other places, you have to think, is there a religious setting here where people usually gather? Are there, there are strategic places in communities where you find a number of people. So can you draw those people in, speak to the trusted voice there, and have them, create that platform for you? I think another one is for schools and universities. There are a lot of ways that you can do that. Getting into meetings, club meetings that happen in university. I challenge the scientists here to go to departments that have nothing to do with you. Please go to art events, talk about science there, intrigue them. Most of the time, I think we stay too much in our bubble that we do not know that the very relevant voices or people that could open the door for us to have a platform are the other end. But a little bit of just stepping out might help. Another one, of course, is blogs, newsletters, news sites, collaborations. Those ones are quite useful. But one thing I want to emphasize is when you think about your choice of platform, please always consider the goal of what it is you want to communicate. What do you want to achieve? Think about your target audience so you don't just waste energy. Consider using more than one platform. I know most of the time you want to focus on one thing, but when you have multiple ways of communicating, you just rechannel your content. So whatever it is you want to communicate in different forms, it's quite effective as well. And then also, Ebuzon's example is so beautiful. Consider the environment. The vulture had some kind of tag attached to it. And so they had to be sensitive regarding that and educate the people to see it in a different way as well. So I think the last question, the one that has to do with creativity, I like this one, yes. So I think, a number of us have probably watched medical series where you see doctors and nurses, and it makes the medical profession very fascinating. Even their stress looks appealing to us. You want to be a doctor so you can run around. I believe that one of the roles of the creative industry in terms of communication is how much it can help to shape public perception and increase interest. So you just imagine there's a series on researchers, for example, in biodiversity genomics, and everybody sees the thrill you feel when you're able to sequence something, when you're able to finally purchase a major equipment that you need. Imagine the audience following it in real time. There's a way it can shape perception. So generally also, aside movies and series, there are short films that even scientists can do by themselves. It could be 10 minutes or 20 minutes, and it just sort of captures your everyday life in a way that makes people intrigued about it. So generally, I think just to summarize, all these platforms are good. It's just very important that you think first of strategy. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? How best can you do it? Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
I think that was very well done, Ruth. So thank you. And I especially like how you started and ended with strategy, right? If we don't think intentionally about what our purpose is, how is it that we want to do it, we're not going to get the results that we wanted. If we go back to Ebazome's story, imagine, just going in willy-nilly, not understanding the community, maybe not understanding how best to engage and interact with them. Maybe people are putting things out on TikTok when they have a local newspaper, right? What change are you really going to create? So thank you for bringing that into mind as a place for us to start with this. And I also really like how you mentioned that change doesn't have to be massive. It can happen in little pockets. And for me, I think that also means we don't always have to wait for change to come from the top down. It can come from the bottom up, right? Start with the grassroots, start with the community, build that culture, and then it can influence what happens, further up the pipeline. So I think that also is a really, really good way of thinking of it. And then most importantly, trust. When we look at Ebazome's story and even what we heard from Genevieve, this idea of nothing happens if you don't have trust, right? Within the community, within those that you're trying to influence. So thank you for bringing all of those ideas to us. Now, last but not least, let me go to Hawa. And Hawa, we're going to speak about capacity building for scientists, right? So no one just wakes up and knows how to do this. It takes a little bit of trial and error, some skills, some learning to really become masters at this. So can you speak from your own experience? What skills do African scientists need to become better communicators? How can initiatives also like AfricaBP integrate science communication training into their programs? So thinking about maybe some of the work we've done with our colleagues, some of the work we've done as part of the CPA. And then lastly, what institutional support is needed? I feel like funding is the obvious one. So unfortunately, I'm going to rule that one out for you. So what so what other institutional support is needed besides funding, to help make this happen? So go ahead, Hawa.
For your first question, what skills do African scientists need to become better communicators? And I think I need to answer this question in twofold. Firstly, I would like to address the question as what skills do we already have? And if I hone in on my own experience, I was very introverted when I started out in my career. And I was very happy to just, have my sample, my reagents, and my pipette and be all by myself in my little silo, running around doing experiments. But as you progress in your career, you become more passionate about it and you want to express your findings. So you go on conferences and you give departmental talks and explain your research in lab meetings and poster creations, which is also a form of communication. Another skill we also have as African scientists is our deep-rooted traditions in storytelling. I think this is very common across all of Africa. To have stories, for example, about medicinal plants. I know this is quite big within our South African community where we've heard from our elders lots of stories about medicinal plants. Another skill is our ability to speak or understand more than one language and dialect. I think we're very fortunate on the African continent to be able to do that. And then on a lighter note, another form of communication that we're skilled in is when we're speaking to our elders, like our parents and our grandparents, that constantly asked us why we're taking 100 years with our PhD, and then expressing our work to them really quickly in one punchline. And I think those are all skills that we already have. The important thing is to take those skills that we have and improve them. And to do so, I think if we look at our research cycle, you begin with a sample and that would be your input. So you would need to understand where you're getting that sample from. So importantly, you would need to know how to communicate effectively where you're getting that sample from, who you're affecting, which farmers you're dealing with, which indigenous people you're dealing with, which traditions you are going to be confronted with, and respecting all of those, doing research on that. And I think that's communicating is very important. So there's an aspect of communication in the beginning parts of your research cycle. And then when you're in your mid-cycle, you're doing the research, and then you have to articulate the experimental work. So you need to be able to explain this and justify why you use certain techniques to scientists. So we started off with an input where you had to articulate your science with someone that is probably not a scientist, and then you moved on to being able to articulate your science to a scientist, to more researchers, and then your output. If you're fortunate enough to have your research become patentable or commercialized, then you're going to have to speak to policymakers, you're going to have to speak to lawyers and businessmen to buy in with your product or the research that you've made. So throughout your research cycle, you have to communicate on every aspect with different audience. And so I think with the skills we already have, we should polish them so we're able to communicate better. And then on top of all of that, I think as scientists, we have to wear many hats, and we know we already have to do this. So I think it's very important that we just sort of shape ourselves every time when it comes to different things we have to do. So I think in that manner, we do have the skills. We just need to sharpen them in different aspects. I think your next question was, how can initiatives like AfricaBP integrate science communication training? I think AfricaBP has done quite a good and set a strong foundation and a blueprint through the Open Institute. I think, however, to strengthen impact, communication needs to be explicit and needs to be embedded as a core component in capacity building. I think it shouldn't be an afterthought. Communication is, like I said before, it's not just about simplifying science. It's actually about who your audience is and how you're going to articulate yourself accurately in the different aspects. Other initiatives could be when you're having workshops, you could integrate an aspect where you're doing training on communication. I think that is very important. And if I could live in a dream world, I remember when I started out with AfricaBP many years ago in the subcommittee, I had a wish that we'd have enough funding to get training on photography, because that's a form of communication. I was hoping we could be flown around Africa to all of our amazing scientists and do documentaries on them, another form of communication. But funding is a holdback. But in that regard, I think being part of a community like AfricaBP, I've learned so much over the past years. I remember starting out with newsletters, and then questions like, can I post this particular photo? Is the person in agreement with being on the photo? And that is important in communication. And then we moved on to press releases, which I thank greatly, Fatu, and thank God for training me on how to do that properly, because I was writing it like it's a thesis, and then realizing how you need to change your tone and your language. So I think communication is a core aspect. And when you're applying for grants and funding, there should always be a thought. How is this going to be translated, and how am I going to communicate this information later on? And there should be funding allocated for that. When you do, it doesn't have to be a lot. I know AfricaBP very smartly uses, because in Africa, I know one of our talks yesterday, the speaker said, oh, we have power cuts and lost connection. We do have this across Africa. This is normal for us. But the fact that AfricaBP uses social media like WhatsApp and Telegram, which is very light on everything, and we spread communication that way. So it's very important to look at communication and making it part of workshops. If you're going to explain, if you're going to train students on how to perhaps do genomics, there should be an aspect on how they're going to communicate that information. And then the last question was institutional support. Institutional support, I think, besides funding, it's always important. But also it should be part of its infrastructure. It should be part, like I said before, it should be part of workshops. Also, importantly, they should be focused on how this information will be articulated later on. Also, with regards, I know in previous talks, we were talking about the actual data, like where is that stored, how is that saved, and is it accessible afterwards? And I know in my institution is quite a big problem because we actually don't have a lot of resources or infrastructure to maintain where this information is housed. But in that way, you're unable to communicate further because you don't have access to that data. So that is also important to allocate infrastructure for those things. Yeah, so I think I mean, in all honesty, a big drawback with institution support is needed is funding. But I think if we are explaining the importance of communication and including it in our undergrad level, training students on like public speaking or encouraging them to do TED Talks and all of those things, I think that's a start on departmental levels as well, because a lot of the time we're just told to present journal club or present your data, but we're not trained on how to present that data. And a lot of the time it just, you know, in the cycle of a researcher, you do great and then you retire, but who's actually promoting the work that you've done besides publications? That's great. We're all doing that, but on another level, because a lot of African scientists are doing great work, but it's all in publications only for those that can afford it. But it's not propagated to people that are not perhaps scientists. So I think we should also try an initiative, since we're in the land of like social media and communities like us, subcommittees like us, we should go out and actually do documentaries on our prominent scientists that are doing fantastic work through documentaries, very short, pungent documentaries.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Hawa. That was, I think, very well put. And I know I put you a little bit on the spot when I restricted some of your answers, but you handled it very, very well. I also really love how you started with what are the skills that we have already? You know, also thinking about you know, the story that you gave at the end where it's like, you know, power cuts and things like that are fairly normal for us. And one way that we've adapted is, you know, we tend to gravitate towards technologies that are a little bit more light bandwidth, right? So that when we do have those power cuts, they can still run on the mobile networks or whatever it is that is the backup. So we already have those skills to really, I think, be dynamic and flexible and creative in terms of how we communicate things. I also really like your point on how a lot of this should be built in, right? Like, let's not wait. Let's really make sure that as we have like students and others who are coming up through the ranks, that this skill building and these different this skill building and these different capacity building things are already kind of part of the regular learning and the regular training. So then we just get to the point where we just need to polish up those skills and then better shape ourselves. So really having it as part of the infrastructure, I think, is a wonderful way to put it. And this kind of, you know, I think ties back really nicely to some of the recommendations that came out of the ELSI paper that was recently published, you know, on how it is that you can implement the KMGBF in Africa. And if you look at the list of challenges we have as a continent, one of the key areas that was highlighted in this paper as a solution is how do you maximize awareness, right? And that can be through creation, through communication, through equitable like partnerships, empowering of local communities before you even get to the policy and legal frameworks. And I think we heard all of that defined really nicely across this panel through our own personal experiences that were shared, through the case studies, and then also through what it is that we're bringing in from the various, disciplines, the various career stages that all of us represent. So we are coming to the end of our session together. And I think to close it out, we'll do one more round of questions for everyone. And we'll start with Genevieve, who I know has been like listening very patiently. So the closing question is, if we had to think of one practical recommendation that you would give to strengthen science communication, what would that be? And then what would be one top priority in the next 2 to 3 years as well? So you can answer both, or you can just answer one. And Genevieve, let's start with you.
Sorry, Fatu, let me just mention that we are running late on time. So if the final question, they take it maybe 30 seconds each, that will really be helpful. So or 45 seconds, so we can meet with the next session. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank God. So let me make it simpler. One practical recommendation you would give to strengthen science communication. So Genevieve, we'll start with you, then we'll go to Ebazome, Ruth, and then Hawa.
Thank you, Fatu. Please, can you ask that question again, please? I didn't get it clearly.
What is one recommendation you would give to strengthen science communication? In just very few words, one recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, science communication, for it to be strengthened, there is always need to involve local communities, to incorporate those who have traditional knowledge, so that information about certain things can be gotten from them.
Thank you. Ebazome?
Okay, I would say, like Hawa said, science communication should be embedded in every science research. It should not be something that comes along the line. And that is one of the things that African BP did right from the start. Science communication has been part of African BP right from the start. So when people are part of the process and not just the recipient, it is more the percentage of them actually creating something interesting or understanding it becomes high. So embed communication, science communication to the research from the start, and that is where there is real impact.
Great, thank you. Ruth?
Yeah, so I'll just pick up from Ebuzone. I think incorporating SciComm into the curriculum in universities and schools, it will give people an outlet to now use it the way they want to, and then just keep innovating as we go.
And last but not least, Hawa?
Again, very quickly, point form. As an academic, I feel like AfricaBP is doing a great job, and they are incorporating institutions. We should also bring it down to undergrad students and schools as well that incorporate communication and public speaking and all forms of documentary making.
Great, thank you. So thank you everyone for participating in this panel. For those of you who are in person, please appreciate Genevieve, who was representing us in the room. And for those of you who are online, again, I encourage the reactions, the hearts, the smiley faces, the fanfare for our virtual panel, Ebazome, Hawa, and Ruth. And thank you for taking the time with us today. Over to you, thank God.
Thank you, Fatu. Yeah, and Hawa, hopefully, I think the photography and everything is in AfricaBP's plan. I must say that what we plan to do in this Congress is to have all of those things. But as you mentioned or rightly pointed out, that also needed resources. So we are staircasing things and doing things as we may. So what we don't do in AfricaBP is to let funding stop us from doing things. We've sequenced genomes without core funding on the table. And many people in AfricaBP, I mean, all of you have been with us since 2021. Fantastic. You know, we've done things, published paper, high profile papers without anything on the ground. And it has inspired several African organizations to start putting in money. I mean, all of you know, an organization that put in millions of, dollars in their own institution, and we are inspired. So for us, we're doing very fantastic thing. We don't let funding stop us. The plan I had initially, and I think I discussed that with Fatu and Sally, is for us to do all of those nice things that what you talked about, but due to the funding constraints, so we didn't want it to stop what we want to do. We have this abridged version. As we move along and there's funding, we'll do so many things. So I believe that so many of these problems on the continent can be solved. Like with sequence genomes, plants, animals, do things locally, even when many years ago people don't do it on the ground, it's shipped out. We said we're not going to do that. So in the context of I think Ebuzo mentioned something about cultural traditional things. So one of the things we started to do last year, I think we each year we come up with a theme, and last year we had a theme on One Health. So Obizom, your perspective, which I really connect with, also understood, and I kind of find parallel to it, is the vulture, the word that you use, that it has to connect to the people. So within the context of the AfricaBP, I don't know if any of you were part of the paper, the preprint paper. I just posted it in the chat box, and that is on the contributions of African biodiversity to One Health Nexus. So that connects to the One Health system, and we have a more comprehensive paper hopefully coming out soon on that context episode, where you're going to see all of those things in practice, and where we don't just talk about the genomes. We need to look into how that connects. So hopefully, I don't want to say too much about the paper. So okay, thank you so much, Fatu and Hawa and Ebuzom and Ruth and also Genevieve. And we're just going to move to the next session, and hopefully we'll try to finish up on time. Thank you. Okay. We'll move to the next and final session. So the next and final session gives a rundown of, the practicals that we aim to do. So I note that we are 40 minutes late in this session. So let's try to keep it, tight and finish up very quickly. So do we have Richard? So this session kind of give in 5 minutes, all the practical organizers will give updates regarding their practicals and what they aim to do. So Richard, could you please present updates? Richard Agionkom from Ghana. He will be speaking about the Nextflow practical organizer. So Nextflow is a tool that you use to manipulate or interact with the digital sequence information. So now this session is not on policy, it's now on, we're now back to the science. Over to you, Richard, very quickly in 5 minutes, please. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, please, just 5 minutes, and you can even use your agenda to explain to us, if you have a slide, just what should participants that are coming to Kwame Nkrumah, I think at least, is that Accra or whereabout in Kumasi?
Yeah, it was supposed to be Accra, but
okay, but now it's not going to be online, right? Okay,
virtual, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Sure. So, just briefly, what are they expecting, and just a rundown of the summary of things.
All right. So a little bit about Nextflow, as most of the participants, especially from the day one, talked about the proliferation of data going to generate on the African continent. It's very important that we also have tools that we can use to analyze this genomic data. And with Nextflow, it gives us the opportunity to run our data on a very scalable, reproducible manner that can, for us to derive these genomic knowledge or the key components of the data that we are going to produce on this continent. So I'm not going to talk much about the features since we are much behind time, but I'm convincing you to adapt Nextflow. And the reason why is that with the bash scripts that we are using, it's mostly breaks like as we are working, it can break down, and we don't have the capacity to resume the work that we are already handling on the batch script that we are doing. So with Nextflow, you can resume it and it will skip the already done work for you to continue if you encounter any problem. And also it can be run on your laptop, HPC, like with the same dependencies and everything. So this is the framework or the concept at the glance where we connect the processes that we run or the texts or the tags that we run with the channels, and also it helps improve running of these data sets in a parallel manner. And yes, we can do all these things. So these are our objectives for this upcoming workshop, and we are going to write Nextflow, the core part, which is the processes, and also the channel, and how to combine them into workflows and sub workflows. And also we will look at the concept of modules and how we can also use containers such as Docker singularities, and also, yeah, so these are the prerequisites. So we intend to customize our own RNA sequence pipeline, and this is the flow and the schedule of things we are going to do. So with Nextflow, these are the resources that we are going to use, but we always say that you write once and run anywhere, which means you can customize your pipeline or workflow and use it anywhere, whether on your PC, on the cloud, wherever you find yourself. And also you can adapt existing workflows to make good use of it. So I'm hoping that in the next 3 days, the participants will be well acquainted to Nextflow, and henceforth becomes their best friends. So I would like to end here, and much thanks to the organizers for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Richard. So I think this is also one of the scenario of the funding bits. So wanted to have it in person, and due to the challenges, we had to then move it online. So, but you say it didn't stop us from having it. So, but the other practicals that had support will still go ahead. That has support to be on in person. But I think this is one that eventually we couldn't get, and we'll still carry on to do that. So, thank you so much, Richard. Do we have Brilliant Agaviezo? Is he on the call? We don't have Brilliant to speak about the practical at the University of Port Harcourt, practical approaches to biodiversity, just very briefly. So, because I understand this session is quite brief, so okay, do we have Justin Idozu? I understand someone is going to speak on his behalf. Do we have the participant who is to speak on his behalf? Please unmute yourself. Now she's still on the call? I don't think so. That's Owanata Elekemi. Okay, she's not on the call. So do we have Taiwo? Is Taiwo on the call? Yeah, Taiwo, could you please talk very briefly about the workshop at Aplori? Okay, Owanata is here. Okay, Owanata, please, could you please okay, you're unable to mute. Okay, I did give you the co-host rights. All right, please carry on.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Owanate. I will be speaking on behalf of Dr. Justin Idiozu of my AfricaBP. So just permit me to share my slides now.
Yeah, so very briefly, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, briefly. So We are AfricaDNA, and we would be handling the basic molecular biology practices. And this will run for 2 days, starting tomorrow. And our participants would be joining us, who will be joining us on site, would be introduced to pipetting skills, basic extraction, DNA extraction. We're going to be working on plants, quality and quantity analysis for day 1, and then day 2 will progress to PCR, gel electrophoresis, and then a little bit of bioinformatics as well. So I'm just jumping straight to this because we do not have so much time to talk about us, but we are a molecular biology institute in River State here in Port Harcourt. And what we do, we are a team of passionate experts with the goal to ensure that individuals of African ancestry benefit from advancements in clinical, genomic, and translational research. To achieve this, we are dedicated to building a comprehensive African biobank that serves as a premier biospecimen resource center for researchers conducting diverse medical studies. We believe that data generated from AfricaDNA's biobank will contribute to groundbreaking discoveries, novel therapies, improved health outcomes for African communities, which will ultimately enhance global health population. Our services include African biobanking, molecular and clinical testing, research support, and collaboration. Just to add, our FAS is on site there, and there will be flyers if you need more information about how to get to the facility or how to contact us. Should be at the front there after the session to give you information and flyers if you do need to contact us. And someone will drop our information also on the chat box. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wanata, on behalf of Justin. So we would move to Taiwo. Taiwo, could you please give us update on the practical workshop by Aplori? And just to mention that each of these organizations are supporting the workshop, sponsoring the workshop, and then as part of the Africa BioGenome Project activities. So, Professor Taiwo, are you on the call? Otherwise, we'll go to the University of Port Harcourt for them to give their 5 minutes presentation on the practical workshop.
Okay, yes, I am on the call.
Very quickly, 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks so much for this space to quickly give a brief on what Aplori has planned for the practical sections that are forthcoming. Beginning from tomorrow, we have planned that we'll begin the section with sample collection. So sample collections, Aplori specifically work on birds. So we tend to collect blood samples from some species of bird in the early hours of the morning tomorrow. And these samples we're expected to conduct DNA extraction on them. And with the participant we're going to have with us tomorrow, then we're going to take them through the process of DNA extraction. And thereafter, we will take them to the PCR process and then the gel electrophoresis as well. And then we hope that we be able to receive, if it's possible, otherwise we'll recruit some sequences that we're going to train the participants in bioinformatics, where we demonstrate how to make phylogenetic trees and also to interpret some of these phylogenetic outputs that we get. So basically, this is just a quick one on what we plan to do for the practical sessions for Aplori. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taiwo. So, Professor Julian, I know you are on the call and you are itching to have your mic. So, and I also know people need to leave because we need to finish at 5. So So we'll have one or two persons, and then we'll go on the site, and then we'll give the vote of thanks and everything. So can we have Andrew very briefly? Andrew, I think you can just in 2 minutes do that. Andrew Adu from the for the Kwame Nkrumah University. Very briefly on what you plan to do. You are a co-host. You can unmute.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. All right, so basically we are going to be working on predictive AI for biodiversity research in West Africa. So what we plan to do basically is we plan to take participants through how we can, utilize AI in most of our works in biodiversity research, and then also move on to how we can use Python. So we introduce them to Python, and then how we can use machine learning and AI stuff in analyzing the diverse data that we can get from biodiversity, and also environmental genomic data set, and also that of ecology. And then we also take them through some workflows that they can also use to work with biodiversity research. So basically that is what we plan to do. And we will be having external speakers from, I think I have to mention that, from Dr. Tao Crosby, and also that of Gene Lab will also be funding us. So we also be having some talks from them tomorrow, God willing. So basically this is what we plan to do for the 3 days workshop that we'll be handling here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. And thank you for contributing your efforts to the continent. So we have the final person online, and then I kind of move to the on-site so we can have vote of thanks and provide update from Uniport. Edak Eniedi Uyo. Could you please very briefly?
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to be here. Can I share my slide?
Please go ahead very briefly.
Okay, we intend to start with the wet lab on the first day, and then that's DNA extraction, gel electrophoresis, and PCR. PCR will do for both the basic and the RT-qPCR. Then the second day we'll move to bioinformatics.
Yeah, I think we lost the internet again. So we lost the internet.
Okay, no.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, you're trying to share a slide. That's fine.
Yes. So that is let me start with that's the last slide. So the second day we'll move to, maybe I should go to the first slide. Let me just start briefly. So the first slide is just to show some aspects of what we have in our lab, the equipment we use, just a section of it. So on day one, we'll do like I said, the wet lab, DNA extraction, and PCR, agarose, electrophoresis, and then we try to interpret the results. And the second day, we move to bioinformatics. We do gene mining and blast search to identify, predict, and isolate specific genes for desired traits using different databases. We also do gene annotation, that's trying to identify the exons, introns, and the coding sequences. We also do retrieval of upstream and downstream sequences, and then we do alignment of different sequences to show them how to build phylogenetic trees. And then there will be a lecture on applications of computational and machine learning in the analysis of biological data. And then the last day, we'll show them how to design primers and validate the designed primers, both for the basic PCR and RT-qPCR. And we interpret, and I will show them how to interpret the sequencing results. And then we also have a demonstration of some CRISPR fundamentals. We'll be targeting gene identification, guide RNA design, delivery methods, and we show them a step-by-step protocol for CRISPR-Cas9 construct preparation. And finally, there will be a presentation online from Thermo Fisher Scientific. And that will be the end of the workshop. So we look forward to having our participants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Edak. We're looking forward to the UNICAL joining this workshop for the second year in a row now. Or is it the third year? I can't remember.
No, the second year.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. So I think, Professor Julian, we can go back to the on-site participant, and then the three people are missing in terms of providing update. We have Brilliant Agavioso, whom I think you are going to speak on his behalf because you are organizing the same workshop. Then we have Shakira Ajenefuja Solebo. She's not on Zoom. Then we also have Nasiru Abdullahi. It's also not on Zoom. So I'm not sure if they're on site. Please carry on and wrap it up and vote of thanks, and then, yeah, we can close.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank God. And, it's great that we have reached this segment of the event. I would actually speak on behalf of Professor Brilliant Agavezo. He was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, he was called to Abuja by the Federal Ministry of Environment. And he was supposed to also come down this morning, but flight changes, possibly on transit now. So basically, for the next 3 days, here we are going to have a combination of lecture and practical exercises. For tomorrow, 6th of May, we have the first lecture on basic techniques in molecular biology, followed by practical exercise 1, which is on pipetting. Practical exercise 2 is DNA extraction. On 7th May, we are going to have basic genomics, and then we are going to have lecture 2, which is on polymerase chain reaction principles and application. Then we'll have primary design and PCR. We run the PCR, do gel preparation and loading, gel visualization, nanodrop spectrophotometry. On the 8th, which is Friday, we have lecture on recap of days 1 and 2. Then the third lecture will be introduction to basic bioinformatics, installation of software, go into the NCBI database and sequence alignment, introduction to BLAST, phylogeny, etc. And then we'll close formally on Friday. Thank you. So do we go to the closing remarks now? Okay, Professor Chukwudi Onyaso, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration and Advancement.
Yeah, Professor Julian, we have someone, an oral presenter, whom I think was added. So Salome Mulikita.
Fantastic. Yes. I
So
think
maybe if she has 2 minutes, then yeah. So apparently it was put in the final PDF document.
Yes. Yeah. We omitted it initially. And then
so Salome, do you have very quickly I will give you Salome. So you are meant to present yesterday, I think. Yes. You are a co-host now. So, but I didn't think you presented yesterday. Yeah. Salome? So you have 5 minutes, max. You are a co-host. Please unmute and share your screen.
Okay, I hope I'm being heard. I'll be very short, very brief because of the time. Am I being heard?
Yes, please go carry on.
Okay. So our research was based on building genomic capacity to study microbial diversity because of the heavy mining pollution that we have. Most countries in Africa have got pollution problems. So because of that, we're trying to figure out what kind of organisms are there in the environment. So in that environment, most studies usually look at the culture base as well as the 16S RNA, okay? Leaving out the genomics part. If we get the genomics part, we'll be able to look at the functions. Okay, we'll be able to predict the functions based on the genomics that are there. Okay, so the bigger picture is just for applying in bioremediation, sustainable agriculture, as well as in industry. Okay, I think I'll just end there. That is okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Osuji, for the vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tango. I will read the vote of thanks from Professor Chukwudi Onyaso, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration and Advancement of the University of Port Harcourt. He was supposed to be here, but somehow they have a stretching principal officers meeting. So he gave me the permission to read this vote of thanks on his behalf. Said, very distinguished guests, revered speakers, experienced facilitators, respected participants, physical and online, gentlemen and of the press, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Governing Council of our university, our Digital Vice Chancellor, and entire management team of this university, Senate, staff, students, and all the stakeholders of our unique University of Port Harcourt, I want to sincerely thank you all for being part of this important international hybrid event. Beyond the annual hosting of the African BioGenome Project event by the Regional Center for Biotechnology and Bioresources Research, University of Port Harcourt, our indefatigable director, Professor Julian Osuji, and the entire African BP leadership have moved further by introducing the first African Congress on Digital Sequence Information, Infrastructure Development and Policy. We are proud of the director's resourcefulness. It is my pleasure to thank all of our distinguished and highly revered speakers for not only honoring the invitations, but for their impact in their impactful lectures. Our facilitators are very much appreciated for the sacrifices they have made to ensure the success of this event. Without your interesting participants, there would be not have been any activity. We appreciate you all. I must thank the AfricaBP sponsors and partners who have made this program a reality. If such important program takes place without the community being aware of it, it will not be complete. Therefore, the university is grateful to the men and women of the media for their coverage of the event and the expected balanced reportage. Please, I urge all who are participating in the in-person laboratory sessions taking place at various locations across West Africa to maximize the opportunity to improve their knowledge. As you travel back to your various destinations, the Lord will grant you journey mercies. We look forward to 2027 activities, which promise to be more glorious because our Regional Center for Biotechnology and Bioresources Research is moving from glory to glory, as well as the entire University of Port Harcourt. Once more, thank you and remain blessed cordially. Professor C.O. Onyaso. Yeah, thanks. Now we'll go to the closing actually. I will thank people who have been, all of you, you've been very wonderful. This is an annual event, and it's happy to see people leave their various places and areas of comfort to come here to spend some days with us. We are very grateful for Dr. Mary Noel, John Job, who had to leave Ivory Coast to come here. In fact, she spent 2 days on this trip. When she got to Lagos, the flight into Port Harcourt got disrupted. And for 4 hours, in fact, they were told they would fly the next day. But somehow, nature intervened, and she had to be here yesterday. And today she's here and we all listened to her presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. We thank the reps of INCABA, West Africa, and Illumina and ISN, who have always been with us on this journey. They have been very wonderful. We thank them, and we continue to thank them. And we are happy that our relationship with them is becoming stronger each year. There is someone from Thermo Fisher Scientific who is here, Uche Urom. Uche, let's see you very well. He has moved, he was working with INCABA. From INCABA, he moved, now he's with Thermo Fisher Scientific. He's covering West Africa. And he came in this afternoon. Uche, you're welcome. Yeah, and there are so many other people who are not here now, especially some of the facilitators. We had Professor Eunice Nwachukwu, whose movement to return for this event also got disrupted due to flight issues. We have Professor Mary Iwondo, who is one of the organizers. She has been here. Those of you who know her, she's been quiet. She was supposed to moderate, but she's not feeling very strong. She left. We are very happy that we are at the end of this symposium part of this year's activity. From tomorrow, those who are selected for the in-person practicals will commence their activities. And for those who did not confirm their participation, those who came but were not selected, we are likely going to use them to replace those who possibly didn't confirm or come here. So at the end of today, I'll introduce you to the lab team. They will speak with you, and then we'll see how you can gain from that practical experience. I want to thank you all, and I'll call on Dr. Tangod Ebenezer to give us some other announcements because other regions will follow us. So, yeah. Tangod, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Julian. So I would really like to thank everyone who participated, presented, joined the panel session.
Dr. Tangod, please, 1 minute.
Okay.
I missed something. I omitted something, yes. There's one person that has actually moderated since yesterday, Dr. Genevieve Osuji. She looks tired. She looks so tired. She's been moderating since yesterday. Thank you very much. You are God sent. Your presence here has been so wonderful. Thank you. We appreciate you. Please, Dr. Tangold.
Okay, thank you everyone for participating in this meeting, the attendees, the speakers, the panelists, the sponsors, the practical organizers, the exhibitors. I mean, without every one of you, we wouldn't have done this. This is the fourth time we're organizing this workshop and the regional workshop. And this is the fifth time we're organizing like practical. So far, since 2022, we have organized over 100 practicals across the continent of Africa, and we've organized roughly about 15, 16 regional-based workshops. So particularly, and in all of these, it is the people, the participants, the sponsors that actually make this happen. And for us, organizing this workshop, bringing people together, we feel that there's a gap on the continent at the moment, and that gap we believe can be solved through a forum like this. So we have, as you've seen, we've added a component to the workshop which is on DSI, because we can sequence genomes, we can do things, because one of the things we're doing in AfricaBP is that we pick a problem on the continent where there's a gap and we solve it. So we've solved a problem of sequencing plants. We've motivated people to actually sequence things. Before then, most of the plants were sent outside the continent to sequence, or they would do 50% in Africa, they will send it out. And for us, we said, no, you have to do everything 100%. You could get the equipment outside the continent, but you have to do the things. And as we've seen from the policy discussions today, the regulations actually encourage local research. So, but then it is the responsibility of the African researchers to actually leverage that. So with this, we'll be expecting new additional workshops in the next coming months in East and Central Africa, in August. In September, we'll have the Southern Africa Regional Workshop. We'll also have in October in North Africa. And within each of these workshops, we're also going to have the African Congress. In each region, it will be the first African Congress for their region, where we'll zoom into the specificities and the unique challenges in their region and make specific recommendation. We also, in the past 4 years, we've been very consistent and traditional with it. We write up all the activities on the regional workshops. Like in the past 4 years, we've have 4 papers specifically on where we're moving in the workshop, and I think I did share all of them with you all. So I will be looking forward to seeing us, for those that will be attending the subsequent workshop this year, 3 more regional workshops and 3 more African congresses to come. I'll be looking forward to seeing you all. Otherwise, if you won't be attending because you've already attended the West Africa one, then I'll be seeing you all next year at the West Africa Congress as well. And the theme for next year, I'm just going to leave that, until October. We're going to share what the theme would be, both for the Congress and also for the regional workshop. Thank you, Professor Osuji, and over to you, please. So I think we can wrap up. We can end now, right?
We should round up now here. We are shutting down.
Okay.
So
all right.
Everybody is ready to go now. And we thank everybody. Thank you very much, Tango. And thanks the online audience.